Standing at the Chin family's gate, I could no longer suppress my anger. My beloved grandfather wanted me to marry a woman who was pregnant with another man's child, just to get close to a wealthy family. And this fiancée, Lu Ruyin, was even more harsh and ruthless in her words. She sneered, "The child in my belly belongs to my male god. Not only will I not abort it, I will give birth to it." I took a deep breath and prepared to refuse directly, but I didn't expect my grandfather to persuade me. "This is a good thing that fell from the sky, my dear grandson. You must cherish it." I refused immediately and announced that I would sever all ties with the Chen family from then on. After turning around and leaving, I hurried to find my girlfriend Song Manyu. She has always been the person I trust the most, but I didn't expect that when she heard the news that I broke off relations with my family, she smiled coldly and proposed to break up without hesitation. "Chen Fan, I don't want to live a hard life with a waste like you. I fell in love with you because I wanted to marry into a wealthy family, but now you are just a poor man." The rain soaked my clothes and chilled me to the bone. People were coming and going on the street, but I looked at the confusion in front of me and didn't know where to go. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "Congratulations to the host. The Strongest Richest Person System has been activated. The reward for breaking off a relationship is 1 billion. Then a text message popped up. 1 billion arrived. I pinched myself and woke up from the pain. This was not a dream. On the other hand, my grandfather and his friends were waiting for me to go back in disgrace and beg for mercy, and my good cousin had already thought of various plans to force me into a dead end. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. In the luxurious villa at home, Lu Ruyin's words were very harsh. "Chun Fan, if my father didn't agree with me being with my idol, I would never agree to marry you. And the child in my belly is mine. My dear male god, not only will I not abort the baby, I will give birth to it." I took a deep breath, but I didn't expect my grandfather to persuade me. "This is a blessing from heaven, my dear grandson. You must cherish it." Some relatives even exaggerated and said, "When Miss Lu gives birth to the child, let the child take your surname. Is this different from having a biological child?" However, Lu Rian sneered and retorted, "My male god is... How could the child have the surname Chun Fan Chun Fan should be the surname of my idol's child? After marriage, we are just a couple in name only. I still live with my boyfriend most of the time. After all, he and I are a family of 3. After hearing this, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart any longer. It turned out that my family suddenly treated me very well just because they wanted me to marry a woman like this. It was so ridiculous. I wonder what expressions those people in the Chen family would have if they knew that I had become a billionaire. But at this moment, in the Chun family villa, the relatives were discussing with glee. In less than 3 days, all the money he has will be spent, and then he will have to come back crying and beg the Chen family. Without us, he will be worse than an ordinary person. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Host, please buy a luxury car of your own within 3 hours, and you will be rewarded with a top-notch villa in Jiangzhou." My heart was warmed, and I immediately drove straight to the 4S store. As soon as I entered the door, I asked directly, "Which car is the most expensive?" "I want a ready-made car." The clerk was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The top-quality cars need to be priced higher." I waved my hand and said, "I don't mind paying more. I want the car." They quickly took me to see the Lamborghini Bull. The price was 12 million. I swiped my card and completed the transaction. The system then sent a prompt. "Host, the luxury car purchase mission is completed, and the reward is Villa number 8 in Yujing Villa, with a total value of 800 million yuan. Number 8 Yujing Villa, Jiangzhou's top luxury house, a villa that even the richest man couldn't get. I secretly felt lucky that severing ties with the Chun family was the best decision I had ever made in my life. I excitedly drove to Jiangzhou University, intending to tell my girlfriend Song Manyu this great news. Unexpectedly, the first thing she said when we met was, "Chun Fan, let's break up." I was stunned, and I was confused. "Xiao Man, why did you suddenly say that?" Song Manyu said coldly, "I heard that you broke off relations with the Chun family. Without the Chun family, you are nothing. If you are willing to return to the Chun family, we can still be together, otherwise break up immediately." I looked at her coldly. "So, you pursued me because I was from the Chun family?" Seeing that I was already angry, she stopped hiding it and said bluntly, "That's right, I just wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Now that you've left the Chun family, You're doomed to achieve nothing. Chasing you is simply the biggest mistake of my life. I couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think that I will accomplish nothing if I leave the Chun family? I had planned to take her to see the new villa, but luckily I hadn't mentioned it yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen her true face. Song Man-yu turned her head and left, and I didn't miss her at all. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. Host, on the second day after the severance of the relationship, the reward is the ownership of the Jiangzhou City Center financial building, with a total value of 1.3 billion. Just as I was pleasantly surprised, my cell phone rang. A strange voice came over. Mr. Chin Fan? I'm Sun Junfa, the original owner of the financial building. I've received your payment. When will you come to sign the contract? After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help laughing. In just 2 days, I went from being an ordinary person who was forced to retreat to a billionaire. Sooner or later, the Chin family will understand what they have missed. Mr. Sun, I will come to sign the contract at 1 p.m. tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but feel very happy. Becoming the new owner of the financial building was like stepping into another world. After the contract was signed, a young beauty walked in with a cool and elegant temperament. Sun Junfa hurriedly introduced. This is Xia Ruoshui, the president of Xia Group. At such a young age, she is in charge of a group worth tens of billions. The entire financial building is also rented by Xia Group. I politely exchanged contact information with Xia Ruoshui, secretly marveling at the extraordinary aura of this president. Then, I drove back to school. At this time, in the Chin family villa, a group of relatives were still talking about me. My cousin Chun Haoyu said in disbelief. It's the second day, and that bastard didn't come back to beg for mercy? How many days can he last after leaving the Chun family? It won't be long before he comes back to beg for food in disgrace. The Chun family members all ridiculed my poor future, but I knew that this was the starting point of my new life. The next day at noon, I was standing in front of the girls' dormitory of Jiangzhou University, waiting for someone. Just as I looked up and around, my ex-girlfriend Song Manyu's cold voice came over. Chin Fan, we have broken up. In order to ask for my forgiveness, you actually came to the girls' dormitory to block me. It's ridiculous. I glanced at her calmly and said, Song Manyu, I'm waiting for someone here, not you, nor to ask for your forgiveness. She sneered and said, don't fool yourself. Who else could it be but me? At this time, a figure came over and said, Senior Chin, you're waiting for me? For a moment, the surrounding students looked at me sideways. This girl was none other than Xia Mingming, the school beauty of Jiangzhou University. She smiled and said to me, Senior Chen, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Let's go eat together. Seeing the school beauty Xia Mingming take the initiative to ask me out for dinner, Song Manyu was stunned where she was. The expression on her face changed from surprise to jealousy. She thought to herself, Xia Mingming must not know that Chin Fan has severed ties with the Chin family. Humph, I have to let her see Chin Fan's true face. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Host, on the third day of severing the relationship, you will be rewarded with 12 of Tingfei Group shares, becoming the third largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. I was overjoyed. Tingfei Group is a company worth tens of billions, and now I am its third largest shareholder. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard a sarcastic voice behind me. Hey, isn't this my estranged cousin? How is he doing? Do you regret it now? I turned around and saw that it was indeed my cousin Chin Haoyu. He was standing next to a brand new Maserati with his arms folded across his chest, looking very proud. You're such a good young master of a wealthy family. You actually broke off the relationship on your own initiative. How stupid. He sneered, see? This is the new car that Grandpa bought for me. It cost more than 2 million yuan. Are you jealous? I glanced at him, not wanting to bother with him, and got in the car to leave. When I started the engine, I saw Chun Haoyu's face turn pale, and he shouted angrily, Chun Fan, you actually drive a top luxury car worth tens of millions. Shouldn't you become more and more miserable if you leave the Chun family? His eyes moved back and forth between my luxury car and his own Maserati, his face turning pale and red. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. The system has reached the upgrade standard. Do you want to start the upgrade mode? Once upgraded, the system daily rewards will increase several times. I was immediately excited. The daily rewards were already very high. So after the upgrade, wouldn't the daily rewards reach billions? I responded without hesitation. Upgrade immediately. The system's cold voice sounded. The system has been upgraded successfully. The current system level is level 2. At the same time, Chin Haoyu hurried back to the Chin family. As soon as he entered the door, Mr. Chin asked, Haoyu, how is the matter going? Is that little beast having a bad time after leaving the Chun family? Chin Haoyu looked embarrassed, his voice trembling slightly. Grandpa, no, that's not the case. I didn't complete the task. He stammered. Chun Fan is not only not in decline, but has become even more prosperous. I saw him driving a Lamborghini worth tens of millions with my own eyes. As soon as the words fell, the entire Chun family fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was puzzled, and old Master Chin's face was terribly gloomy. How could this little beast be able to get better and better after leaving the Chin family? What happened? Grandpa, I heard that Chin Fan had lunch with Xiao Mingming, the campus beauty of Jiangzhou University, at noon today. The voice of cousin Chun Haoyu echoed in the hall of the villa. The old man sneered, narrowed his eyes, and said, "That makes sense. I remember that the little daughter of the Xia group is Xiao Mingming, and that luxury car is probably the work of the Xia family." Chun Haoyu's expression darkened. "Grandpa, if Chun Fan really gets involved with the Xia family, it will be a big trouble." The Xia family is nothing." The old man snorted coldly, and his sharp eyes swept over the others. "Haoyu Yuzhen, come here, I will teach you how to deal with him." At the same time, Xiao Mingming and I had already arrived at Xiao Ruoshui's office. As soon as we met, Xiao Ruoshui smiled and said, "Mr. Chen Mingming, how come you have time to come here today?" Xiao Mingming smiled and explained, "Sister, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I came to see you. Senior Chen wants to visit the company." I also smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Xia, I just bought this building, and coming to visit is also considered to be fulfilling the responsibility of the owner." Just as Xiao Ruoshui was about to take me on a tour, a senior executive hurried into the office, looking uneasy. "Boss Xia, something bad has happened." "What happened?" Xiao Ruoshui's expression froze. Nanmao Company suddenly announced that it would cancel its cooperation with us. Nanmao Company? They were cooperating well with us. Why did they suddenly cancel it? Is it the Parkson Group behind this? Just as I was still thinking, a cold system prompt suddenly appeared in my mind. Temporary mission. Help Xiao Ruoshui resolve the crisis and strike at Parkson Group. Mission reward. 1 card of any skill selection. I thought, looking for cooperation with Tongfei Group, am I not the 3rd largest shareholder of Tongfei Group? Parkson Group has a close relationship with the Chen family, and they will confront me sooner or later in the future. Taking this opportunity, I can not only complete the task and get the reward, but also make Xiao Ruoshui owe me a favor. This is simply the best of both worlds. I said to Xiao Ruoshui, "Boss Xia, maybe I can help you with this matter. Do you have a solution?" Xiao Ruoshui's eyes lit up. "I have a good relationship with the senior management of Tongfei Group. Give me half a day, and I guarantee I can help you get it done," I said confidently. Xiao Ruoshui smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chun." At 6 o'clock in the evening, I stood at the door of Wangjiang Pavilion, the top restaurant in Jiangzhou, and sighed in my heart. When I was the young master of the Chen family, I didn't have the opportunity to come here. I didn't expect that after severing ties with the Chen family, I could easily enter such a place to discuss cooperation. At the dinner table, I came straight to the point and proposed cooperation between Tongfei Group and Xia Group. Zheng Xingde, the president of Tongfei Group, was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "Okay, we can talk about cooperation." At this moment, Zhu Yunjie, the vice president of Tongfei Group, suddenly interrupted and sneered. "President, you must not agree to it." Zheng Xingde frowned and asked, "Why?" Zhu Yunjie looked down on us and said coldly, "This is what Mr. Feng specifically ordered." Mr. Feng is the 2nd largest shareholder of Tongfei Group, and his status in the group is higher than Mr. Chen. If Mr. Feng knew about this, it would be difficult to deal with. Zheng Xingde looked at me hesitantly and said, "Mr. Chen, this is a bit tricky." I stared at Zhu Yunjie and said coldly, "Whether the group can cooperate or not is not something you, a vice president, can decide, right?" Zhu Yunjie was not afraid at all and said sarcastically, "Mr. Chen, don't forget that Mr. Feng's shares are almost the same as the largest shareholder, Mr. Jiang." Zheng Xingde on the side said helplessly, "Alas, Mr. Chen, it seems that I can only offend you." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Mr. Chen, you are here too." A slightly fat, middle-aged man walked in quickly and sat next to me with a smile on his face. Zheng Xingde and Zhu Yunjie's faces changed immediately. The person who came was Zhao Lingyong, the brother-in-law of Jiangzhou boss Sun Yongpai. Zhao Lingyong said with a smile, "I fully support the cooperation between Mr. Chen and Xia Group. By the way, Vice President Zhu, the performance of the branch companies in other places has not been ideal recently. You should go there in person to provide guidance." Zhu Yunjie's face turned pale instantly, and he slumped in his chair. He had obviously realized that his career was over. Zheng Xingde made a prompt decision and said, "Mr. Chen, we will sign a contract with Xia Group as soon as possible." I took out my phone and sent a message to Xiao Ruoshui. "Boss Xia, everything is settled. Send someone over to sign the contract." On the other side, Xiao Ruoshui was discussing with Director Zhou, who said disdainfully, "Boss Xia, don't hold out too much hope. It's almost impossible to cooperate with Tongfei Group. Boss Chen's chance of success is less than 1%. Xiao Ruoshui opened her phone and saw my message. A smile appeared on her face. "Director Zhou, it seems you are wrong. This 1% really happened." Director Zhou was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, "Boss Xia, I apologize for what I said just now." After the contract was signed, under the witness of Zhao Lingyong and I, Xiao Ruoshui and Tongfei Group reached a long-term cooperation, which not only made Xia's group's position in Jiangzhou more stable, but also dealt a heavy blow to Parkson Group. The system prompted that the task was completed and rewarded me with a random skill selection card. I was secretly delighted. Master-level skills are priceless and will come in handy at critical moments. I need to think carefully about what to choose. After the contract was signed and Zheng Xingde and Zhao Lingyong left, Xiao Shui couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chen, how did you get Tingfei Group to agree to cooperate? I smiled and replied, it's actually very simple because I am the third largest shareholder of Tungfei Group. Xiao Shui showed an expression of realization and smiled slightly. So that's how it is. Mr. Chen, I owe you a favor this time. Just come to me if you have any problems in the future. A favor owed by the president of a group with a market value of tens of billions is of extraordinary value. At this time, in the Chen family villa, the old man was chatting with a few friends. One of the friends said with a hint of sarcasm, I heard that there is a scum in your family who cut off ties with the Chen family in public. Old Master Chen snored coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't worry about that bastard grandson. I will handle this matter myself. Tomorrow, the relationship between Chen Fan and that school beauty will break down. Then let's see what he can use to challenge the Chen family. Others laughed and echoed. Isn't it good to be a direct descendant of a wealthy family? You have to sever your ties with them. You really don't know what's good for you. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Parks and Group, the chairman angrily slammed the table and said, What? Didn't we already warn you that no company is allowed to cooperate with Xia Group? The subordinate replied tremblingly. We did say hello, but we didn't expect that Tungfei Group would dare to go against our wishes. The chairman sneered, his eyes gloomy. Since they don't listen, we have to let Tungfei Group know who is the boss in Jiangzhou. Just as I was happy about the successful cooperation, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Host, on the fourth day of severing the relationship, I will be rewarded with 100% ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion, Jiangzhou's top high-end restaurant, and become the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. I couldn't help but sigh. The system is really generous this time. I just chatted with Zhao Lingyong in Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday, and today the whole restaurant is mine. On campus, I was walking in the corridor of the teaching building when suddenly, my cousin Chen Haoyu came over with a few people, his face full of sarcasm. Hey boss, I heard that the Chen family is going bankrupt. You are really going backwards by giving up your job as a young master. I stared at him coldly. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Chen Haoyu coughed, as if he had already prepared his words. This time our business was suppressed by the Liu family in Beijing. But as long as you agree to one condition, the Chen family will have no problem getting through this difficult time. I sneered. Oh, why would the Liu family target the Chen family for no reason? What are the conditions? Suddenly, Liu Rian came over and said with a cold and arrogant smile, It's very simple. As long as you marry me, the Liu family will immediately stop suppressing the Chen family. I looked at Liu Rian's smug expression and sneered in my heart. Things were definitely not that simple. Is it that simple? Liu Rian nodded and said, Of course it's simple, but I'm already pregnant, so you have to share the same surname as the child. Ha, so they want me to be the scapegoat. I cursed in my heart. It really opened my eyes to see such a ridiculous request being made so confidently. On the one hand, this matter concerns the fate of the family. And on the other hand, I have to bear the title of the scapegoat. I can't help but shout in my heart, System, are you there? I want to bind to the strongest, richest person system. Sure enough, the system's cold voice appeared. Bind successfully. Host, as long as you sever your relationship with the Chun family, you will be rewarded 1 billion. System, are you kidding me? I was shocked and couldn't believe it. Seeing that I hadn't responded yet, Liu Rian frowned slightly and said with a bit of impatience, Chen Fan, I'll only give you 2 months to consider it. After that, she snorted coldly and turned away. When I got back to Chen's house, my grandfather looked at me coldly, with a threat in his eyes. My dear grandson, how have you considered it? I said helplessly, Grandpa, I have decided to break off my relationship with the Chun family. I thought to myself, no one will believe that I have awakened the system anyway, and instead of letting the family continue to be dragged down, I might as well go my own way. After I said that, I left Chen's house without looking back. As I walked out of the house, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Host, on the first day of severing the relationship, a reward of 1 billion will be given. At this time, Mr. Chen smiled coldly in the villa and no longer pretended. He is just a discarded child. If I had known that he was so ungrateful, I would not have to play this drama. How you? Go to school tomorrow to take care of him and let him know the consequences of leaving the Chen family. I believe that after a little frustration, he will soon come back. By then, we will marry the Liu family, and the assets of the Chun family will exceed 100 billion. You have to get this done. Okay, Grandpa. As soon as I walked into the campus, I saw Xia Mingming waving at me and walking towards me with a smile. Senior Chen, are you looking for me? I smiled slightly and shook my head. I didn't, it was Chen Haoyu who found you. Sure enough, the next second, Chen Haoyu's smug face came over. He glanced at me, sneered, and said to Xia Mingming, Xia Xiaohua, I called you here because I want you to see Chun Fan's true face. For his own benefit, he pushed the Chun family into danger. As long as he was willing to marry Miss Liu from the capital, the Chun family would be able to get through the difficult times safely. But he broke off relations with the Chun family for selfish freedom. Do you think he is a selfish villain? I smiled coldly and retorted bluntly. For the sake of the family's interests, you want me to marry a pregnant woman, so why don't you go? Looking at Chun Haoyu's arrogant look, I already knew in my heart. His attempt to sow discord was most likely instructed by the old man. He couldn't wait to come and disgust me just after the breakup. However, when my assets exceed 10 billion, I will naturally repay the family's kindness in my own way. At this time, Xiao Mingming spoke angrily. Chun Haoyu, is this what you call heartless and ungrateful? If it were me, let alone breaking off the relationship, I would probably just set fire to your Chun family to vent my anger. After hearing this, Chun Haoyu was stunned and dumbfounded. He obviously didn't expect Xiao Mingming to stand on my side. Then, Xiao Mingming took my hand and left without looking back. Chun Haoyu was so angry that his face turned green. He obviously wanted to break up our relationship, but ended up making our relationship closer. We came to Wangjiang Pavilion, one of the top restaurants in Jiangzhou. As soon as I stepped through the door, I unexpectedly saw my Aunt Qinyuzhen talking to her friend at the door. When her eyes swept over me, a trace of sarcasm flashed across her face, and she actually sneered out loud. Hey, isn't this Chin Fan who broke off relations with our Chun family? You can come to a place like Wangjiang Pavilion? How ridiculous! I was slightly stunned and sneered in my heart. It seems that the Chin family really intends to target me. After breaking off the engagement, they're too lazy to even pretend to be polite. And I actually have. Before I could finish my words, Qinyuzhen interrupted me and waved her hand impatiently. Okay, stop getting in the way and leave. You can't enter the Wangjiang Pavilion today. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a temporary task. As the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, give Qinyuzhen a slap in the face. Task reward, a Patek Philippe Grandmaster time watch. Patek Philippe Grandmaster, worth tens of millions. I was secretly happy. It was like a villa on my hand. It seemed that Qinyuzhen was destined to lose face here today. I looked at her coldly and said with a smile, Qinyuzhen, don't even think about stepping into the gate of Wangjiang Pavilion today. Qinyuzhen laughed loudly upon hearing this and raised the membership card in her hand with a mocking look on her face. Chen Fan, who gave you the courage? Today I'll show you how I walk in. After saying that, she turned her head and shouted to Manager Zhao beside her. Manager Zhao, can I go in today? Manager Zhao nodded and said respectfully, of course, you are our senior member. Qinyuzhen sneered and gave me a disdainful look and stepped forward to enter. Just as she was about to step in, a man in a suit suddenly stepped forward and stopped her. Manager Zhao, what does this mean? Qinyuzhen's face changed, and she asked angrily. Manager Zhao had a difficult look on his face and said calmly, Miss Qinyuzhen, I'm sorry, you can't come in today. What did you say? Qinyuzhen stared at Manager Zhao in shock and asked in disbelief. I said, you can't go in today. Manager Zhao repeated with a blank expression. I smiled faintly and said slowly, Qinyuzhen, I told you long ago that you can't enter the gate of Wangjiang Pavilion today. Do you believe it now? Qinyuzhen turned pale and turned to look at Manager Zhao and said angrily, Manager Zhao, I'm a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion. Why can't you let me in? Manager Zhao responded coldly. From now on, you are no longer a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion, and your name has been blacklisted. Qinyuzhen stood there, her eyes full of astonishment and confusion. What's going on? Why can Chin Fan go in, but I can't? She turned her gaze to Xia Mingming. A gloomy look flashed across her face. Is it because of Xia Mingming beside Chin Fan? She is the daughter of the Xia group. Could it be that this guy really hooked up with the Xia family? Seeing Qinyuzhen's stunned and embarrassed look, I turned to Manager Zhao and said unceremoniously, Manager Zhao, I'm Chin Fan, I'm going in to eat now. Mr. Chun, please come in, please come in. Manager Zhao respectfully led Xia Mingming and me into Wangjiang Pavilion, while Qinyuzhen stood there, her face ashen and her whole body trembling with anger. Qinyuzhen was stunned for a moment, then angrily questioned Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, I need an explanation. I'm a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion. Why can't I enter? Manager Zhao replied calmly. From now on, you, Qinyuzhen, are no longer a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion and have been blacklisted. After hearing this, Qinyuzhen froze in place, her heart filled with doubts and puzzlement. What's going on? Why could Chin Fan get in, but I can't? Ah, it must be because of the girl next to Chin Fan, Xia Mingming, the second daughter of the Xia family. It must be because of her relationship that Chun Fan was able to enter Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, Qinyuzhen took out all her resentment on Xia Mingming. After returning to the Chun family, Qinyuzhen angrily accused Chun Haoyu. What do you do for a living? Why didn't you separate Chin Fan and Xia Mingming? Chun Haoyu looked helpless and whispered, and I tried my best. Chun Fan and Xia Mingming didn't play by the rules at all, and I ended up getting scolded by Xia Mingming instead. At this time, Chen Yute spoke slowly, with a firm tone. Okay, Aunt Haoyu's ability is limited, so leave this matter to me. Qinyuzhen nodded. Yutsue, I heard that you earn tens of millions a year, and you have many means and resources around you. I am relieved to let you come forward this time. Haoyu, go to school with your sister in the afternoon. and make sure to solve this matter this time. Okay, Aunt. I know my sister's methods very well. Chun Fan is definitely finished this time, Chun Haoyu said with a proud look on his face. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The temporary task is completed, and the host is rewarded with a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Time watch. I looked down at the watch on my wrist, and I felt so happy, thinking, the system is really generous this time. Not long after, Chen Yute brought Chen Haoyu and a group of people to find me. As soon as we met, Chen Yute said with ill intention, "Hey, isn't this Chen Fan? What a coincidence. I actually met you here." Chen Haoyu even sneered directly. "Oh, Chen Fan, I didn't expect that you actually were a valuable watch. Patek Philippe, you are really rich." As soon as his voice rang out, everyone around me looked at me in surprise. Chen Haoyu sneered and continued. "However, Chen Fan, you have severed your relationship with the Chen family, and your bank card has been frozen. Where did you get the money to buy this watch? It's not a fake, is it? Haha." I smiled and replied calmly. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. This Patek Philippe is real." As soon as I finished speaking, someone in the crowd murmured in doubt. After the relationship was severed, the bank card was suspended, and I can still wear a Patek Philippe? Who would believe it? Hearing the doubts, Chun Yutue folded her arms and said proudly, "Chun Fan, since you said it's a real watch, I just happened to bring a professional watch appraiser with me. Do you dare to let him appraise it? Don't blame our Chin family for not giving you face if it's exposed as a fake." At this time, the system issued another temporary task. Agree to identify the watch and let Chin Haoyu know what the global limited edition Patek Philippe is. Task reward, emergency cooking skills. I smiled and handed the watch to the watch appraiser. The appraiser took the watch, examined it carefully, and finally looked up and said with certainty, "This Patek Philippe is indeed a genuine product." When these words came out, Chen Yutsue and Chen Haoyu were both stunned. The people around them were in an uproar and talked about it. The appraiser then said, "I can guarantee 100% that this Patek Philippe is authentic. But I must admit, I have never seen this style." I smiled faintly and explained casually, "This is a Patek Philippe Grandmaster chain, a master-level watch." The appraiser's eyes were filled with shock, and he murmured, "How much is a watch like this worth?" He paused for a moment and said in a low and solemn voice, "This watch is worth about 18 million. As soon as I finished speaking, Chin Yutsue and her brother were stunned. Even the others present looked at me in shock. Someone said with emotion, 18 million? That's like wearing a top-notch luxury house on your hand." At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Mission completed. The reward is 100% ownership of Yongjia Shopping Center, one of Jiangzhou's top shopping centers, with an estimated value of around 1.4 billion. I was secretly pleased with myself, thinking that the rewards from this system were becoming more and more generous. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Chin Fan? I am the former owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. We have received your payment. When will you be available to sign the transfer contract?" I replied calmly, "I will be there in half an hour." The voice on the other end of the phone was not small, and everyone around could hear it clearly. When I hung up the phone, I saw Chin Haoyu and Chin Yutsue were still in a daze, and I couldn't help but smile, thinking, this face was slapped loudly today. At this moment, Chin Yutsue and Chin Haoyu looked uglier than if they had eaten shit. They had originally intended to humiliate me severely, but in the end, I slapped them in the face. Especially after knowing that I became the new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center, their expressions were as disgusting as if they had eaten a fly. The people watching around were talking about it. Someone couldn't help but sighed. The market value of Yongjia Shopping Center is about 1.4 billion or 1.5 billion. I thought he was a second-generation rich man, but I didn't expect that he is a first-generation rich man. And he is so young. How'd he do it? On the other hand, the news that Wangjiang Pavilion suddenly changed its boss spread quickly, which surprised Wei Jingxiong, the Jiangzhou boss who had always coveted Wangjiang Pavilion. A sneer flashed in his eyes, and he ordered, "Go and send an invitation to the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, and tell him that I, Wei Jingxiong, want to invite him for tea. I want to see who this new boss is. If he doesn't have enough strength, don't blame me for being ruthless." At Yongjia Shopping Center, after arriving at the shopping center, I bought myself a few new sets of clothes. Just after I finished choosing in the luxury store, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, isn't this Chin Fan? You have severed your relationship with the Chin family, and you still dare to come to a place like this? Can you afford it?" I glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Zhu Pingyu, although you still hold the title of a member of the Zhu family, what is the difference between this and severing the relationship?" Zhu Pingyu's face suddenly turned gloomy. He had a very low status in the Zhu family. When he heard me say this, he was furious and said sarcastically, "A piece of clothing here costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Can you afford it? Don't pretend to use your card. I'm afraid there's not enough money in it." I didn't want to waste time talking to him, so I showed him the balance on my phone. The screen showed 988,100,000 and 10.23 yuan. Zhu Pingyu's pupil shrank suddenly, and he almost cried out, "Fuck this, how is this possible? With a sneer on my face, I didn't bother to pay attention to his surprise, turned around, and went straight to the office on the top floor of Yongjia Shopping Center and signed the transfer contract. From this moment on, the entire Yongjia Shopping Center officially belonged to me. The system prompt sounded, temporary mission released. Go to Wangjiang Pavilion to receive the invitation. The mission rewards top-level combat skills. At Wangjiang Pavilion, as soon as I arrived at the entrance of Wangjiang Pavilion, I saw a group of thugs holding sticks and shouting fiercely. Why doesn't the boss come? Believe it or not, we will smash this store. I sneered and walked straight forward. Want to smash my store? I want to see how capable you are. The gang leader looked me up and down and asked with disdain, who do you think you are? I smiled and said calmly, I am the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. The gang leader was stunned for a moment, but soon shouted, it just so happens that my brother didn't enjoy the meal in your store today. Now you give me an explanation. Otherwise you can't keep the store open. Manager Zhao came over hurriedly, handed me an invitation, and whispered, Mr. Chen, Mr. Wei Jingxiong invites you to have tea at his house tomorrow. I took the invitation, and the system notification sounded. Mission completed, top-level combat skills obtained. In an instant, I felt full of strength, and if there was an emergency, I could easily deal with it. When the hooligans saw the conversation between me and Manager Zhao, their faces changed drastically. They immediately realized that I had an extraordinary background and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. It was Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuixinlu, who paid us to cause trouble. Please be magnanimous and let us go. I snorted coldly and said calmly, Manager Zhao, send these people to the police station. Manager Zhao nodded and replied, okay, Mr. Chen. After returning to the villa, I couldn't wait to open the system page and click to learn top fighting skills. Instantly, a large amount of memories and muscle reactions flooded into my mind and body. I clenched my fists slightly and instantly felt the powerful force hidden in my body. Now I seemed to be able to deal with any situation. The next morning, a system notification sounded. On the 6th day of severing ties, you will be rewarded with a MasterCard Black Card from the First Royal Bank of the world's top oil country. I looked at the black card in my hand with surprise. This is the legendary Unlimited Black Card, which only a few people in the world have. Even the richest man in Jiangzhou may not be able to get it. Looking at the card, I couldn't help but smile. This card means that I can do whatever I want and spend as much as I want. However, just as I was secretly rejoicing over the system reward, the Chen family's second wave of revenge against me quietly began. On the other side, Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, came to the office of the largest shareholder Jiang Hao and said in a cold tone, Mr. Jiang, I came here today to cooperate with you on something. Jiang Hao smiled and asked, Boss Feng, please tell me if you have anything to say. It's simple. I hope we can work together to kick Chen Fan out of the board of directors of Tengfei Group. If you are willing, I owe you a favor. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Okay, we'll hold a board meeting tomorrow to deal with this matter. After seeing Feng Yanli off, Jiang Hao's expression gradually cooled down. Chen Fan, I want to see how long you can hold out. If you're really a tough guy, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Hao then instructed Zheng Xingde. Xingde, invite Chen Fan to dinner tonight. Make sure he is there. 10 minutes later, I received a call from Zheng Xingde and heard that Mr. Jiang invited me to a banquet tonight. I couldn't help but smile and sigh. The more assets you have, the more things you have to do. But no problem, I'll be there on time tonight. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly remembered that I had a tea arrangement with Wei Jingxiong in the afternoon, and I couldn't help but tease myself. Meet Wei Jingxiong in the afternoon, and Jiang Hao in the evening, or just take Wei Jingxiong down. Just as I was thinking about it, the system issued another temporary task. Accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation. Task reward, 8% of the shares of Tengfei Group. Seeing this task reward, I was delighted. Hey, the system is great this time. With this 8% of the shares, my shareholding in Tengfei will reach 21%, and my net worth will officially exceed 7 billion. Doesn't that mean I have more say? On the other hand, ever since the failure of her last plan against me, Chen Yuzui has been in a low mood, sighing all day long. Hongyi, I can't even beat Chen Fan. How embarrassing. Hongyi patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Yute, don't be too sad. I'm going to visit a big shot in Jiangzhou this afternoon, and I'll take you with me. If you can gain his appreciation, maybe you can use his power to deal with Chen Fan. Chen Yutsue's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, Hongyi, which big shot are you going to meet? Hongyi said meaningfully. Wei Jingxiong, boss Wei. Chen Yutse almost jumped up when she heard this, her face full of excitement. Wei Jingxiong, the big boss of Jiangzhou? If I can get his approval, it will be easy to deal with Chen Fan. Hongyi, is it really appropriate for you to take me with you? Don't worry, no problem. Hongyi agreed with a smile. Chen Yutsue's face was immediately full of joy. Thank you, Hongyi. A few hours later, Hongyi drove a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan and brought Chen Yutsue to Wei Jingxiong's residence. Before they got out of the car, the bodyguards at the door stopped them. Chen Yutsue frowned, with dissatisfaction on her face. We obviously arrived first. Why was he able to go in first? The bodyguard said expressionlessly, because Mr. Chun is a distinguished guest of Bossway. You can leave now. Hearing this, Chun Yutsue turned pale and was filled with doubts. The suitor next to her sneered. Yutsue, you said your brother is a gigolo, so he can drive a luxury car and his watch was given to him by someone else? TSK. It seems that your brother has more resources than you think. Mr. Zhu, stop talking nonsense. Chun Yutsue was so angry that her face turned red. She had just been slapped hard in the face by Chen Fan, and now she was being ridiculed again. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. In Wei Jingxiong's manner, we shook hands and exchanged greetings, but he secretly increased his strength when shaking hands, trying to test me. I sneered in my heart and increased my grip without hesitation, secretly competing with him. No matter how hard he tried, I didn't change my expression and even smiled slightly. Wei Jingxiong's eyes flashed with surprise, and finally he could only let go helplessly. Mr. Chun, your strength is amazing. Wei admires you. After we sat down, Wei Jingxiong continued to test me and said with a slightly boastful smile, Mr. Chun, what do you think of my manner? Well, it's okay. I replied indifferently. He was somewhat dissatisfied with my indifference, and then he boasted, in fact, this manor is very ordinary. I am planning to buy all the land within 2 kilometers around it to expand it. It will cost more than 10 billion, but it's nothing. I smiled slightly and said disdainfully, only a few billion? It's just my daily income. Wei Jingxiong's face changed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect me to not buy it. He stopped smiling and continued to ask, by the way, Xiaolu, how is the MasterCard Black Card I applied for? Boss, with your wealth, it is certainly not a problem for you to apply for a MasterCard Black Card. Xiao Lu replied respectfully. Wei Jingxiong turned to me proudly and asked, Mr. Chun, have you also applied for the MasterCard Black Card? I calmly took out a black card and smiled. Are you talking about this one? Wei Jingxiong was a little confused, thinking that it was hard to say whether this black card was real or fake. However, at this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang, and a respectful voice came from the phone. Dear Mr. Chun, you are the holder of the MasterCard Black Card of the First Royal Bank of the Oil Country. I will serve as your bank steward. I responded calmly. Okay, I understand. The other party continued. Mr. Chun, if you have any needs in the future, please feel free to contact us. The bank will do its best to meet your requirements. After hanging up the phone, Wei Jingxiong's face changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, Mr. Chun, what is your relationship with the First Royal Bank, a petroleum country? I smiled slightly and said calmly, I have this MasterCard Black Card, so they sent a bank steward over. Looking at Wei Jingxiong's shocked expression, I laughed in my heart. When Wei Jingxiong heard this, his expression changed completely, and he felt a little ashamed. I was just showing off my financial strength. What a frog in the well. Wei Jingxiong was unwilling to give up, so he gave his subordinate Xiao Lu a look. Xiao Lu immediately understood and asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, where do you usually live? We can visit you some other day. I chuckled and replied lightly, I live in Villa number 8 of Yujing Villa. Villa number 8 Yujing Villa? Wei Jingxiong and Xiao Lu's expressions suddenly changed. They had heard that Villa number 8 Yujing Villa was the top mansion in Jiangzhou, and it was said that a mysterious big shot lived there. They didn't expect it to be me. Wei Jingxiong's test failed again, and he couldn't hold his face anymore. In the second round, I won again. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Reward 8% of the shares of Tengfei Group. The contract has been placed in my villa study. I stood up with a smile, and Wei Jingxiong had to take the initiative to respectfully escort me out of the manor. Outside the manor, as soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Zhu Hongyi kneeling on the ground with a plop, hugging my legs and saying anxiously, Chen Fan, please let me be your little brother. Don't reject me. I glanced at him coldly and said calmly, weren't you with Chen Yutze just now? Now you want to be my little brother. Zhu Hongyi quickly apologized with a smile. Chen Fan, I was fooled by Chen Yutsue. I really want to be with you. Idol, please accept me. I snorted coldly and refused without hesitation. Sorry, I don't accept younger brothers for the time being. I pulled my legs out and turned away without looking back. Zhu Hongyi behind me looked disappointed. Seeing him like this, Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but remind him, boy, you have good vision, but if you want to be someone's younger brother, what's the point of just talking? Without action, how can people trust you? Zhu Hongyi suddenly woke up as if from a dream and thanked Wei Jingxiong gratefully. Thank you, Boss Wei, for reminding me. Since there's a conflict between the idol and the Qin family, I know what to do. On the other side, Qin Yutsue returned to the Qin family with a gloomy face and a dejected look. Seeing this, the fourth uncle asked with concern, Yutsue, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Hey, fourth uncle, I just ran into Qin fan again. I wanted to give him a good beating, but in the end he slapped me in the face again. Qin Yutsue said, gritting her teeth, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Fourth uncle snorted coldly and said disdainfully, it's still that brat Qin fan. This time, go find Xingrong and let him vent your anger for you. And by the way, Take care of Chen Fan and make him roll back and marry Miss Liu obediently. Hearing this, Chen Yutsue's eyes lit up. Let Brother Xingrong come forward? That's really the best. Brother Xingrong is the big boss of Jiangzhou's underground forces, with thousands of brothers under him. If he takes action, Chen Fan will have no room to fight back. Fourth uncle nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and said, Go, work with Xingrong to get rid of that little bastard Chen Fan, and wait for your grandfather to come back so you can give him a surprise. Meanwhile, in Wangjiang Pavilion, not long after I sat down, Zhang Hao looked at me with a smile and asked straight to the point, Mr. Chen, how did you offend Feng Yanli? Feng Yanli. I raised my eyebrows. Who is he? Zhang Hao smiled faintly and explained. Feng Yanli is the second largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. He came to me yesterday to discuss it and wanted me to cooperate with him to kick you out of the company. Oh, what are your plans, Mr. Jiang? I asked with a smile. Zhang Hao said meaningfully, I would rather cooperate with Mr. Chen and kick Feng Yanli out of Tengfei Group. I will clear out his confidence and leave all the vacancies to my own people. I hope Mr. Chen will vote for me on the board of directors. I agreed without hesitation. Okay, let's do it. Zhang Hao's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he raised his glass. Mr. Chen is really straightforward. I wish us a happy cooperation. On the way home, although Zhang Hao and I had reached an agreement, I knew that the business world was full of variables, and I had to keep a hand. On the way home, I took out my cell phone, called the bank manager, and quietly arranged a reserve fund. On the other side, Feng Yanli got the news that I had dinner with Zhang Hao at Wangjiang Pavilion last night, and he was furious. Are you sure the news is accurate? It's absolutely true, Mr. Feng. I bribed Zhang Hao's driver's friend, and he told me in person. The subordinate did not dare to neglect and answer quickly. Feng Yanli was so angry that he smashed the table and said angrily, Zhang Hao, this old fox, actually played tricks on me behind my back, but luckily I had a trick up my sleeve. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by him today. At the same time, in Zuixinlu, Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuixinlu, was also furious because his plans against me failed one after another. You are a bunch of useless people. You can't even handle such a small matter. A bunch of useless people. Luo Zhixin scolded his men coldly. The subordinate explained tremblingly. Boss, it's not that we don't want to do it, but that guy got Wei Jingxiong's invitation letter. Wei Jingxiong's invitation? Is it true? Luo Zhixin was stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt appeared on his face, and his subordinates nodded quickly. It's true. The lobby manager of Wangjiang Pavilion said so himself. Did you see Wei Jingxiong send someone to deliver the invitation? Luo Zhixin asked with a sneer. The subordinate was stunned and stammered. Ah, I didn't. You useless guy. You didn't even know you were fooled. Luo Zhixin was so angry that he stamped his feet and his face turned blue. His subordinates hurriedly smiled and said, Boss, what if it's true? Luo Zhixin was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, waved his hand and said, Forget it, it seems that we can only ask him to come out. Prepare the car and go to Fengxiao Villa. A new day has arrived. At 9 o'clock in the morning, I set off and headed straight to Tengfei Group. On the other side, Feng Yanli, who was in high spirits, had already arrived at Tengfei Group in advance, ready to participate in the board meeting. Today is the day he kicks me out of the company, fulfilling Mr. Kong Baixing's request. He contacted Mr. Kong yesterday, and Mr. Kong promised him that as long as he could teach me a lesson and kick me out of the company, he would help him become the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. Today is the day he steps on me and soars into the sky. The more he thought about it, the more excited Feng Yanli became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, one of Feng Yanli's confidants suddenly came over and whispered something in Feng Yanli's ear. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression collapsed. Someone prepare a car for me and go to Fengxiao Villa District. Luo Zhixin shouted loudly. He has the support of someone to help him get to where he is today. Faced with this situation, Luo Zhixin had no choice but to go to his backer, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of Jiangzhou Fan Group. This is a big boss whose status and position is not inferior to Wei Jingxiu. The driver went to prepare the car, while Luo Zhixin took out a brocade box from the safe with a painful look on his face. If you ask for help from others, you must not come empty-handed. If he really didn't dare to gamble on the relationship between Wangjiang Pavilion's new boss and Wei Jingxiu, he would not have asked Chairman Fan for help. As long as he has the support of Chairman Fan, he will not be afraid of Wei Jingxiu. By then, Chairman Fan can involve Wei Jingxiu, and he can deal with the young boss of Wangjiang Pavilion by himself. Isn't that a piece of cake? A few minutes later, Luo Zhixin went straight to Fengxiao Villa District. A new day arrived. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Fan set out and headed straight for Tengfei Group. On the other side, Feng Yanli, in high spirits, had already arrived at Tengfei Group in advance, ready to attend the board meeting. Today is the day he will kick Chen Fan out of the company and fulfill Mr. Kong Baixing's request. He contacted Mr. Kong yesterday, and Mr. Kong promised him that as long as he could teach Chen Fan a lesson and kick Chen Fan out of the company, he would help him become the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. Today is the day when he will step on Chen Fan and soar into the sky. The more Feng Yanli thought about it, the more excited he became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Just then, one of Feng Yanli's confidants suddenly came over and whispered something in Feng Yanli's ear. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression fell. Chapter 31. An accident occurred. Chen Fan and his team are at a disadvantage? Is what you said true or false? Feng Yanli asked seriously. Of course it's true. I'm very sure that Jiang Hao and Chen Fan had dinner together at Wangjiang Pavilion last night. This is what the driver of Zheng Xingde, who I bribed, told me. Feng Yanli's confidant nodded confidently. Damn it. Feng Yanli slumped down on the table, extremely angry. Fortunately, I kept a trump card, otherwise I would have been tricked today. Feng Yanli sneered. Although he was angry, he was not discouraged at all. He was worried about accidents, so he made some arrangements yesterday. Fortunately, these arrangements he made yesterday have become his biggest support now. That bastard Jiang Hao actually went to look for that Chen Fan. Feng Yanli sneered. At the most critical moment, Jiang Hao suddenly went to Chen Fan in private to have dinner. What else could he do? It must be that Jiang Hao wants to turn against him and join forces with Chen Fan to deal with him. Unfortunately, no matter what agreement Chen Fan and Yu Jiang Hao reached, it will all be in vain. The final winner will still be me. Feng Yanli spoke confidently. These two are just clowns. Come on, follow me to set it up. After saying that, Feng Yanli left with his confidants to make other arrangements in order to deal with the joint efforts of Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. Time passed little by little, and at 9:30 in the morning, all shareholders and executives of Tengfei Group had gathered in the large conference room of Tengfei Group. Jiang Hao arrived first, followed closely by Feng Yanli and his men. After seeing Jiang Hao, a strange smile flashed across Feng Yanli's face, but he did not attack him directly. How's it going, Mr. Jiang? Are you all here? Feng Yanli asked. Most of them are here. Only a few shareholders and executives are unable to come because they have something else to do today. Jiang Hao spoke. Feng Yanli glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. It's just a few people short, it doesn't matter. At this moment, the executives and shareholders in the audience were whispering. The group's high-level meeting had just been held not long ago, so why was it suddenly held again today? What happened? Everyone be quiet. I know everyone is curious about why a high-level meeting was suddenly held today. I will tell you now. Feng Yanli said loudly. The entire conference room immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at Feng Yanli curiously. Today, we have gathered everyone together for. But before Feng Yanli could finish his words, Chen Fan arrived. This is Mr. Chen, the third largest shareholder of our group, right? Looking at Chen Fan, Feng Yanli sneered and said, then he turned his head and looked at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? You and Mr. Chen should be very familiar with each other, right? Ah? Jiang Hao spoke with a guilty conscience. What do you mean? What do I mean? Mr. Jiang just had dinner with Mr. Chen at Wangjiang Pavilion last night. How come you don't understand what I mean? Feng Yanli questioned. After hearing what Feng Yanli said, Jiang Hao and Zheng Xingde's expressions immediately changed. What's going on? How did Feng Yanli know that they had dinner with Mr. Chen last night? They were the only ones who knew about what happened last night. At the scene, only Chen Fan remained calm and did not become panicked at all after being discovered by Feng Yanli. The arrangements he made last night, just in case now, seemed to be absolutely correct. Jiang Hao, don't think that you can deal with me just by joining forces with Chen Fan. You are not qualified to deal with me. Feng Yanli said arrogantly. Today, I called everyone here to kick Chen Fan out of the company's decision-making level. Feng Yanli announced loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room immediately became lively. Kick out the third largest shareholder of the company, which is no small feat. If this matter had not been said by Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder, they would never have believed that such a possibility was possible. Kick me out of the company. I think the one who should be kicked out of the company today should be you, Feng Yanli. Chen Fan took a step forward and confronted Feng Yanli. Feng Yang wanted to kick him, and he also wanted to kick Feng Yanli. This was the task given to him by the system. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the whole audience started discussing again. Finally, everyone at the scene looked at Jiang Hao at the same time. Now that the company's second and third largest shareholders are fighting each other, it becomes very important which side Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder, stands on. I agree with Mr. Chen's opinion. Kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making level and no longer participate in any company affairs. Jiang Hao stood up without hesitation. So what if he was discovered by Feng Yanli? Everyone expected Jiang Hao to stand on Chen Fan's side. After all, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli were notoriously at odds with each other. Just when many people at the scene thought that Feng Yanli was destined to be a loser, Feng Yanli laughed arrogantly. You and Chen Fan want to kick me out of the decision-making level and the company. Do you have the strength to do that? You, Jiang Hao, hold 22% of the company's shares, and this Chen Fan only holds 12%. Together, you only hold 34%, not even 50%. You still want to kick me out of the company? Go ahead and dream on. Only 34. We do not account for 50, but you're only 20. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Jiang Hao asked Feng Yanli back. What qualifications do I have to be arrogant? I'll tell you right now. Feng Yanli turned around abruptly, looked at the other shareholders present, and asked loudly. I declare that Chen Fan will be kicked out of the decision-making level and kicked out of the company. Who supports this? I support that. In an instant, 3 or 4 small shareholders stood up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao sneered. These people are all Feng Yanli's confidants. All the shares added together only account for 2.7% of the shares, which is not important at all. At this critical moment, the company's 4th largest shareholder, Feng Lei, who has always been neutral, suddenly stood up. I support Mr. Feng's suggestion to kick Chen Fan out of the company. Feng Lei holds 10% of the company's shares, so his stance is very important. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was confused. When did Feng Yanli convince Feng Lei, the neutral party? Fortunately, even if Feng Lei and others are included, Feng Yanli only has 33% of the shares, which is less than them. Jiang Hao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then something even more unbelievable happened. I also support Mr. Feng and kick Chen Fan out of the company. And me, I also support Mr. Feng. Immediately afterwards, the company's other 2 larger shareholders, Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun, stood up and expressed their support for Feng Yanli. The total number of company shares held by Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun is 12. With the support of these 2 people, Feng Yanli shares quickly increased to 45, directly crushing Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. In an instant, the situation on the scene was reversed. Chen Fan and Jiang Hao were at an absolute disadvantage and fell into crisis. Chapter 32 Reversal. The new largest shareholder of Tingfei Group is Chen Fan. Jiang Hao was immediately panicked. This was bad. You guys? Jiang Hao looked at Meng Dong, Dong Ziyun, and others angrily. These people were usually neutral in the company and did not participate in the struggle between him and Feng Yanli. Otherwise, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli would not have fought to this day without a clear winner. But now, why have these 3 neutral people all joined Feng Yanli? Why? Jiang Hao felt somewhat desperate. He and Chen Fan lost, and lost completely. Moreover, with the support of these shareholders, his control over Tongfei Group will be greatly weakened by Feng Yanli, and he and Chen Fan are finished. Compared with Jiang Hao's anger, Feng Yanli was particularly happy and smiled extremely brightly. This is his trump card, and this is why. After hearing that Chen Fan and Jiang Hao had joined forces, although he was angry, he was still fearless and confident. He had the support of Dong Ziyun and 3 others, so naturally he was not afraid of Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. As for how he bribed the 3 people who had remained neutral for so long, the reason was very simple. It was naturally because of the help of the Kong Group. Without the help of the Kong Group, he would not be able to deal with these difficult neutral parties. With the support of these 3 shareholders, Feng Yanli has full confidence in defeating Chen Fan and others. Chen Fan, you should get out of the company now. Feng Yanli looked at Chen Fan with excitement and pride that were difficult to conceal. Get out of the company? Just you? Chen Fan asked back calmly. Feng Yanli has a trump card. Does that mean he has none left? You only have 45% of the shares, not even 50%. Where do you get your confidence from? Chen Fan retorted. We don't have it here. So, do you have it? You're talking as if you have it here. Feng Yanli was full of sarcasm. Sorry, we really have it here. As he spoke, Chen Fan casually threw a few contracts on the table. Just yesterday, I personally acquired 11% of the shares of Tingfei Group. Since then, I have 23% of the shares of Tingfei Group, becoming the largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Yesterday, Chen Fan completed the system task and obtained 8 system shares. Last night, Chen Fan was worried that something unexpected might happen today, so he contacted his exclusive butler assigned to him by the First Royal Bank of the oil country and asked him to help him contact the shareholders of Tingfei Group. He wanted to acquire about 3% of the shares of Tingfei Group. By the way, Chen Fan can also test whether what the First Royal Bank of the oil country said, that it can meet all the requirements of customers, is true and whether it is easy to use. Sure enough, the First Royal Bank of the oil country did not disappoint Chen Fan. An hour or 2 later, the bank manager contacted Chen Fan and said that they had found 2 small shareholders of the Tongfei Group who were willing to sell their total 3% stake. That night, Chen Fan met with the 2 and formally signed a share acquisition contract. Since then, Chen Fan easily became the new largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. That is why many group shareholders did not come today. They have already sold all their shares to Chen Fan. So why would they come? He now holds 23% of the shares of Tingfei Group, plus Jiang Hao's 22% and Jiang Hao's confidence 6% in total, which is more than 50%. When Chen Fan said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? Mr. Chen acquired 11 shares? Oh my god, I didn't expect that in the end, Mr. Chen would become the largest shareholder of the group? Everyone was talking about it. This result was something they had never expected. At this moment, even Jiang Hao was stunned. He had not expected Chen Fan's move. In just one day yesterday, Chen Fan acquired 11 shares of the group, directly surpassing him and becoming the group's new largest shareholder. He had been playing tricks on Chun Fan before, trying to get Chun Fan to agree to various conditions in order to place his confidence in the group and control the company. But in the end, all his efforts were in vain. As for Feng Yanli, after listening to what Chun Fan said, he was stunned and completely dumbfounded. No, it's not true. This can't be true. Feng Yanli roared unwillingly. These shareholders of Tingfei Group are very stubborn and don't want to sell their shares. Otherwise, he would have acquired these shares long ago and surpassed Zhang Hao. You must be lying to me. You must be. Feng Yanli stepped forward and picked up the share acquisition contract that Chun Fan had thrown on the table with trembling hands. Feng Yanli checked every word, but the more he looked, the more gloomy his face became, especially after he found that there was no problem with the last few signatures. Feng Yanli's face turned pale, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. Feng Yanli read through all of Chun Fan's documents and found no problems. Feng Yanli stood there stiffly, his expression dull. Chun Fan slowly walked forward and stood in the middle of the entire conference room. Then he looked at everyone and said loudly, "As the company's new largest shareholder, I propose that Feng Yanli be kicked out of the company's decision-making level. Does anyone agree?" Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then took the lead and said, "I agree." Although Chun Fan surpassed him and became the largest shareholder of the new group, compared with Feng Yanli, he was more willing to stand on Chun Fan's side. He had reached an agreement with Chun Fan yesterday. Even if an accident happened now, Chun Fan would have to give him face. But if Feng Yanli wins, he will probably be marginalized in the future and eventually be kicked out of the company's decision-making level. I agree. Me too. I agree with Mr. Chen's experience. Seeing Zhang Hao speak, his confidence also spoke up. At this point, Chun Fan's support exceeded 50% of the group's shares. The three larger shareholders who had just announced their support for Feng Yanli looked at each other, and finally, Dong Xian spoke first. I take back what I said before. I am willing to agree with Mr. Chen's proposal. Me too. I agree with Mr. Chen. It is impossible to stop Chun Fan now. Feng Yanli has already lost. The conditions Feng Yanli had proposed before were no longer valid, so they might as well be fence-sitters and do Mr. Chen a favor. With them, Chun Fan's support rate directly exceeded 70%, and Feng Yanli was completely defeated. I now announce that more than 70% of the company's shareholders agree to kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making level from now on. Feng Yanli can no longer participate in any decision-making of the company. Chun Fan announced the final result loudly. No. Feng Yanli roared unwillingly. The next second, Feng Yanli's eyes went dark. He fell to the ground in anger. Soon, he was taken to the hospital. After the board meeting ended, countless executives and shareholders of the company rushed up and surrounded Chun Fan, trying to please and flatter him. "Mr. Chun, can you come over? I have something to talk to you about." At this time, Zhang Hao stepped forward nervously and asked in a low voice. Chapter 33, 7th Day of Severance, Reward of Shares in the Top Group. Can. Chun Fan nodded. Afterwards, Chun Fan and Zhang Hao came to Zhang Hao's office. "Mr. Chun, this should be your office from now on." Zhang Hao said a little disappointedly. After all, Chun Fan became the company's largest shareholder. "That's not necessary. This office still belongs to Mr. Jiang." Chun Fan said meaningfully. Although he became the largest shareholder of Tingfei Group, Chun Fan did not want to replace Zhang Hao and manage the entire Tingfei Group. First of all, although Zhang Hao also had his own purposes, he helped himself after all. Without him, it would not be so easy for Chun Fan to kick Feng Yanli out. Secondly, managing a company requires a lot of energy and time, and Chun Fan doesn't want to devote all his energy to a small Tingfei Group. The market value of Tingfei Group is only about 10 billion. If Chun Fan wants to surpass the Chen family, and even step on the Su family, he cannot rely on the Tingfei Group alone. Moreover, Chun Fan's net worth had already exceeded 7 billion yesterday, and today's reward has not come yet. After it comes, it may be possible to exceed 8 billion, which will be even closer to 10 billion. Chun Fan was very clear about which one was more important. Zhang Hao understood the meaning of Chun Fan's words and was immediately overjoyed. "Mr. Chen, is what you said true?" Zhang Hao asked tremblingly. "Of course. Tingfei Group is usually managed by President Jiang. If there are any major issues, we can discuss them together." Chun Fan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chun." Zhang Hao grabbed Chun Fan's hand and thanked him profusely. The matter was over. Chun Fan left Tingfei Group and just got into the car. The system's voice came. "Bye. Strike back at Feng Yanli, give him a taste of his own medicine, kick Feng Yanli out of the decision-making level of Tingfei Group, and let him shoot himself in the foot. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top financial management capabilities. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished." A huge amount of memories flooded into Chun Fan's mind. A few minutes later, after digesting this memory, Chun Fan possessed top-level financial management capabilities and became a top financial management master. Not only that, Chun Fan also gained 53 experience points from this mission. Chun Fan clicked on the system to take a look. Current system level. Level 1, 303. I have accumulated more than 300 points, which is 1/5 of the points needed to upgrade the system. Today is only the 7th day since he got the system. Moreover, Chun Fan discovered the system's upgrade mode on the 3rd day after getting the system. Strictly speaking, including today, it only took Chun Fan 5 days to collect 1/5 of the shares needed for the system upgrade. If he continues at this rate, Chun Fan will only need about 20 days to accumulate the remaining points needed for the upgrade. This speed is very fast. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. When Chun Fan was happy, another surprise came. By 7 days after the severance of the relationship, I acquired 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of the top companies in Jiangzhou, and became the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chun Fan's eyes suddenly widened. Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of the top companies in Jiangzhou, is extremely powerful. Currently, the market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is about 30 billion, and 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares are worth approximately 1.2 billion. In an instant, Chun Fan's net worth reached 8 billion, which is getting closer to 10 billion. What's more, the system rewards not only the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, but also the position of vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This identity is definitely very powerful in Jiangzhou. I've gained a lot today. Just when Chun Fan was about to return to the villa, he suddenly received a text message. Chun Fan looked down and saw that it was a message from Xiao Mingming. Xiao Mingming asked Chun Fan if he had time today and asked him to come out and play together. If Chun Fan has time, we can gather at Yongjia Shopping Center later. Going to Yongjia Shopping Center? Can. Chun Fan agreed, as he happened to be going to Yongjia Shopping Center to take a look. After all, he had only been there once since he acquired Yongjia Shopping Center, and the purpose of that time was to buy clothes and sign a contract. Chun Fan had not inspected Yongjia Shopping Center. Today, I could take this opportunity to make a secret visit and inspect the situation of Yongjia Shopping Center. More than 20 minutes later, Chun Fan was the first to arrive at Yongjia Shopping Center. Xiao Mingming hadn't arrived yet, so Chun Fan went into a nearby coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and drank it while waiting. A few minutes later, Xiao Mingming arrived. Chun Fan went out. "Senior Chun, please wait a moment." Xiao Mingming suddenly spoke mysteriously, as if there was something important. Chun Fan was very curious about what she was going to do. Chapter 34 Reward 100x Cashback Card. Boss Chun Fan's identity is exposed, shocking everyone. 2 minutes later, Xiao Ruoshui came hurriedly. "Hey, Mr. Chun is here too?" After seeing Chun Fan, Xiao Ruoshui greeted him with some surprise. "Ming, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Ruoshui asked with concern. Since her parents are not in Jiangzhou, she is taking care of her younger sister. Just now, her younger sister sent her a message saying that she was not feeling well and asked Xiao Ruoshui to come to Yongjia Shopping Center as soon as possible. So Xiao Ruoshui quickly put down the work in her hands and hurried over. "Sister, I'm fine." "Oh, I forgot. I still have homework to do." "What a pity. How about this, sister? You and Senior Chun can go shopping together. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Xiao Mingming quickly ran away. Today, she invited Senior Chun and her sister out one after another, in order to create an opportunity for the two to be alone together. Xiao Mingming really thinks that her sister and Senior Chun are a good match, and it would be a pity if they were not together. So Xiao Mingming acted as a matchmaker and brought the two together. "Invite my sister and Senior Chun here today, and have dinner together, watch a movie, go shopping, etc. Wouldn't the relationship between the two of them heat up quickly?" "Oh, I really worry about my sister's happiness. It's really not easy for me." Looking at Xiao Mingming, who suddenly left, Xiao Ruoshui and Chun Fan were both stunned. For a moment, the two were at a loss. "Mr. Chun, are you short of clothes? I was happy to be here. I plan to buy some clothes." Xiao Ruoshui thought for a moment and spoke. Just then, the system's voice came. "Buy. Mission release. Go shopping with Xiao Ruoshui. Task reward. 100x consumption rebate card, up to 500 million. Task reward, 51 experience points. Another task is here, and this time the reward is a 100x spending rebate card." Sure. In other words, I only need to spend 5 million to get a return of 500 million, making 495 million out of nothing. This level of rebate is simply terrifying. This reward is awesome. I just bought a few percentage points of the shares of Tungfei Group, spending more than 300 million. Now that the task is completed, the liquid funds in my hands can be increased by more than 490 million in an instant. And with the addition of nearly 500 million, he is even closer to a net worth of 10 billion. I'm fine with that. Let's go and have a look together. Chun Fan nodded. The main purpose of his visit this time was to go incognito and take a look at the operation of Yongjia Shopping Center. It doesn't matter what your purpose is for going in. Of course, if you find suitable clothes, you can buy a few more. What's more, there are system tasks now. After saying that, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui walked into Yongjia Shopping Center. The two visited several stores and finally stopped at a larger luxury store. Xiao Ruoshui was very satisfied with several pieces of clothing in this store. "Mr. Chin, what do you think of this coat? I think it suits you very well." When Xiao Ruoshui was choosing clothes for herself, she also paid special attention to the men's clothing next to her. After seeing a black coat, Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but speak. After saying that, Xiao Ruoshui took off the clothes and wanted Chun Fan to try it on. Chun Fan took it and was about to try it when a playboy walked in with his girlfriend. Ask all the customers in your store to leave. My girlfriend wants to pick out some clothes. As soon as he came in, the man dressed like a dandy boy spoke arrogantly. Hearing this, the staff in the store were speechless. They looked at the store manager, who had no choice but to nod. Finally, the staff did as they were told and started to drive people away. The staff came over and asked Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui to leave temporarily. Chun Fan asked with some dissatisfaction, "Is this guy a senior member of your place? How come he has such privileges? I was just trying on some clothes, what a bummer." No, he is Su Zhouchuan, the son of Su Li, the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center. In Yongjia Shopping Center, he's the little bully. No store dares to disobey his words. The staff answered helplessly. There was a big restaurant that went bankrupt a few days ago because it offended Su Zhouchuan. It was said that it was Su Zhouchuan's fault. The staff member whispered. Hearing this, Chun Fan frowned. I didn't expect that this incognito visit would yield such quick results. How dare the son of a mere deputy general manager act so lawless in Yongtai Shopping Center? Even he, as a boss, is not as arrogant as Su Zhouchuan. No wonder the business of Yongjia Shopping Center seems to be getting worse and worse in recent years. The internal management is really poor. Before, he had nothing to do with Yongjia Shopping Center, so he naturally didn't care. But now, as the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center, Chun Fan naturally couldn't ignore it. If he continues to let this go, his Yongjia Shopping Center will go bankrupt sooner or later. Who gave you the right to ask the store to drive away all the customers and only serve you? Chun Fan spoke up and refused to indulge Su Zhouchuan. Huh, are there any more thorns? Looking at Chun Fan, who stood up, Su Zhouchuan sneered. Who gave me this right? My father gave me this right. Is that not okay? My dad is the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center. I can do whatever I want. Su Zhouchuan answered with great pride. Haha, you actually dare to go against my boyfriend in Yongjia Shopping Center on my boyfriend's territory. Are you crazy? Next to him, Su Zhouchuan's girlfriend also echoed proudly. He, on your boyfriend's territory? Your father is the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, right? Well, from now on, he is dismissed. Chun Fan sneered and spoke in a domineering manner. Judging from the attitude of this staff member, it seems that Su Zhouchuan has been doing evil and lawless in Yongjia Shopping Center for a long time. As the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, Su Li must have known about this, but he allowed his son to do so. In this case, there is no need to keep this deputy general manager. Why spend your own money to keep such a useless thing? Haha, from now on my dad is dismissed from his position. Who do you think you are? Su Zhouchuan laughed wildly, as if he had heard some huge joke. Who I am? I am Chun Fan, the new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. Chun Fan replied calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into deathly silence. New owner of Yongjia Shopping Center? He is the new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center? Oh my god! Everyone looked at Chun Fan in amazement, especially Su Zhouchuan. He was stunned on the spot. He seemed to have heard his father say yesterday that Yongjia Shopping Center had a new owner, but he forgot the new owner's name. It can't be this guy. Humph, you want to scare me? Do you think I can be scared? I'm going to call my dad right now and have him expose your scam. Su Zhouchuan didn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was younger than him, could be the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center, so he called his father to ask for details. Son, what's wrong? Su Li's lazy voice came from the phone. At this moment, Su Li was drinking tea and listening to music in the office, looking very happy. Dad, I'm at Yongjia Shopping Center. There's a kid pretending to be the new owner of your Yongjia Shopping Center. Dad, quickly call someone to take this kid down. Su Zhouchuan filed a complaint. What? You dare to pretend to be the owner of our Yongjia Shopping Center? You are really courting death. Su Li sneered. Okay, I'll send someone over now to arrest that guy. Su Li agreed with his son and didn't take the matter to heart at all. Just before Su Li was about to send someone, he asked another casual question. By the way, what's the name of the guy pretending to be the owner of our Yongjia Shopping Center? Chun Fan, Dad. That kid's name is Chun Fan. Su Zhouchuan replied. What? The teacup in Su Li's hand fell directly to the ground and shattered into pieces. What do you think the name of the guy who pretended to be the owner of our Yongjia Shopping Center is? Chapter 35. Only one step away from breaking through the 10 billion worth. Su Li asked cautiously. Chun Fan, what's wrong, Dad? Su Zhouchuan answered indifferently. Chun Fan. That person's name is Chun Fan. Su Li stood up suddenly. His face turned pale with fright. That's the new owner of our Yongjia Shopping Center. He's not a fake. Where are you now? Su Li asked anxiously. Su Zhouchuan told Su Tai his location. 3 minutes later, Su Li rushed over in a hurry. From a distance, he saw Chun Fan standing there with a cold expression. Boss, why didn't you notify us when you came? Su Li hurried over and spoke to Chen Fan in a flattering manner. Seeing this scene, everyone in the store was stunned. It turns out that this young man is really the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. Why didn't I notify you? If I had, how could you have seen this scene? Chen Fan spoke coldly. He really disliked this Su Li. What are you still standing there for, you bastard? Come over here now. Su Li angrily scolded his son next to him. Hearing this, Su Zhouchuan immediately came over trembling. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize to your boss? Su Li wanted to make up for his previous mistake. No need to apologize. I've already notified the personnel department. You can pack up and leave my Yongjia shopping center. Chen Fan ordered. At this time, the store staff brought over the clothes that had just been packed. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui took their packed clothes and left the store. Su Li was stunned at the spot. Originally, he would have retired in a few years, received a pension, and lived a comfortable retirement life. Now, because of this rebellious son, he has been dismissed from his post. Su Li was extremely angry. In a fit of rage, Su Li pulled out his crocodile leather belt, intending to give this rebellious son some childhood memories. Soon, screams resounded throughout the Yongjia shopping center. Su Zhouchuan dreams back to childhood. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were preparing to put the clothes they bought in the car first. I didn't expect that Mr. Chun is also the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. Mr. Chun is really young and promising. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, she became more and more curious about Chen Fan. She roughly learned from her sister that Chen Fan was from the wealthy Chen family, but had severed ties with the Chen family and was considered an abandoned young master of the Chen family. But even with this identity, Mr. Chen became more and more powerful, which made Xiao Ruoshui admire Chen Fan in her heart. In a way, she and Mr. Chen are the same type of people. I'm sorry to have made President Xiao laugh. Chen Fan spoke. Having such a subordinate, Chen Fan felt ashamed. After putting their things away, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui continued shopping in Yongjia Shopping Center. When they arrived at the supermarket, Chen Fan saw the freshly cut beef and mutton and immediately had an idea. Boss Xia, do you want to eat barbecue? Chen Fan asked Xia Ruoshui. Barbecue. I haven't eaten it. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruoshui looked a little gloomy. When she was a child, her family was strict and she had no chance to eat snacks. Now she manages the huge Xia group. For social events, Xiao Ruoshui goes to various high-end restaurants and eats top-notch private dishes or French cuisine. She never eats barbecue. Not only barbecue, but also some other snacks. She had never eaten them. Never eaten it? That's a shame. How about this, Mr. Xia? You stay at my house tonight, and we'll have a barbecue dinner. Chen Fan suggested. The yard of his villa is very large, perfect for barbecue. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Afterwards, Chen Fan bought various barbecue ingredients, as well as a barbecue grill, smokeless charcoal, and other barbecue materials. Just then, the system's voice came. Bye. Mission release. Go shopping with Xiao Ruoshui. Task reward. 100x consumption rebate card, up to 500 million. Task reward, 51 experience points. Mission accomplished, 100x consumption rebate card received. To some extent, Chen Fan's net worth increased by nearly 500 million. Now, Chen Fan's net worth is only one step away from breaking through 10 billion. After buying the ingredients, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui returned to the villa area of Yujing Villa. The two of them started to prepare the ingredients in the yard. Although Xiao Ruoshui's cooking skills were not very good, she had no problem doing the basic things like cutting vegetables. Just as Chen Fan was preparing for the barbecue, Wei Jingxiong suddenly called. Mr. Chen, are you free tonight to have dinner together? Chen Fan picked up the phone and Wei Jingxiong invited him. Tonight, sorry, Boss Wei. I have an appointment tonight. His barbecue has already started. That's a shame. What about tomorrow? Mr. Chen should be free tomorrow, right? Wei Jingxiong asked again. Tomorrow is fine. Chen Fan nodded. Well, I'll treat you tomorrow morning. Mr. Chen must come then. Invited by Wei Jingxiong. No problem. Chen Fan agreed to the other party, and the two parties reached an agreement. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan finished his first barbecue. Chen Fan asked Xiao Ruoshui to give it a try. Xiao Ruoshui picked up a string curiously, tasted it, and immediately her eyes lit up. This tastes very different from the barbecue we eat in restaurants. Xiao Ruoshui sighed. After eating too much barbecue in high-end restaurants, this kind of barbecue has a different flavor and is really delicious. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded. He already knew how to grill, and now he has acquired top-notch cooking skills. The barbecue he makes now tastes absolutely amazing. It would be boring to just eat like this, so Chen Fan turned around, went to the wine cellar, took out a few bottles of wine, and poured a glass each for himself and Xiao Ruoshui. Anyway, Xiao Ruoshui lives next door and doesn't go out at night, so it's no problem if she drinks too much. Looking at the wine that Chen Fan brought over, Xiao Ruoshui hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. Xiao Ruoshui has a very low alcohol tolerance and usually never drinks during social events. But now Mr. Chen poured her a glass of wine personally, and Xiao Ruoshui was under a lot of pressure due to recent work, so she decided to drink a little. Xia Ruoshui's face turned red as soon as she took a sip. After drinking a glass, Xia Ruoshui, who was originally aloof and quiet, suddenly became a chatterbox. Because both of them were from wealthy families, they had a lot of common topics, and they got along better and better as they talked. Mr. Xia is almost done. Why don't you stop drinking? Seeing that Xia Ruoshui seemed to have drunk too much, Chun Fan advised her. It's okay, I can hold my liquor pretty well. I didn't drink too much. Xia Ruoshui waved her hands, her face flushed. Xia Ruoshui, who originally had a cool temperament, now had a different kind of charm. By the way, Mr. Chun, we are good friends now. There is no need to call him Mr. Chun or Mr. Xia. It's awkward, Xia Ruoshui suggested. At home, Mr. Chun, Mr. Xia, and others always feel like they are working. How about this? I will call you Ruoshui from now on, and you can call me Chun Fan. Chun Fan nodded. He had the same feeling. Ruoshui. Xia Ruoshui was stunned when she heard this name. Usually, only her parents and elders in the family would call her like this. This name is quite intimate. If another man called her like that now, Xia Ruoshui would have been angry and would have turned around and left. But now that Chun Fan said this, for some reason, Xia Ruoshui didn't feel the slightest bit of resistance in her heart. At this moment, even Xia Ruoshui didn't know why this happened. Chapter 36, gathering hundreds of people to fight Chun Fan. Chun Xingrong was frightened. More than half an hour later, Xiao Mingming came back. Just as she was about to open the door, she smelled a fragrance. The next second, Xiao Mingming came to Chun Fan's villa like a greedy cat, following the scent. When Xiao Mingming saw Chun Fan and his sister eating happily, she burst into tears out of envy. If I had known, I would have come back sooner. Xiao Mingming spoke up. She had always been obsessed with Chun Fan's cooking skills. After saying that, Xiao Mingming picked up a skewer of lamb and started eating. After eating for a while, Xiao Mingming accidentally heard Chun Fan calling her sister Ruoshui, and her sister actually agreed happily and didn't look angry at all. Xiao Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, is the relationship between Senior Chun and my sister progressing so fast? It seems that my plan was successful today. Since this plan was so successful, it is necessary to do it again. At this rate, if everything goes well, it probably won't be long before my sister and Senior Chun can confirm their relationship. Xiao Mingming was thinking in her mind. After dinner, Xiao Mingming and Xia Ruoshui left. Chun Fan simply washed up and went to rest. He couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. At present, his net worth is over 8 billion, and he only needs the last few billion to break the 10 billion mark. If I'm a little luckier, when tomorrow's reward comes, I'll become the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. How can I not be excited and happy? The next morning, after class, Chun Fan drove away from the school. In front of the school gate, Chun Haoyu saw this and hurriedly called his sister Chun Itsue. Chun Fan has left school. Okay, I understand. Chun Itsue nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chun Itsue looked at the tall and strong young man next to her. Brother Xingrong, Chun Fan has already left Jiangzhou University. This tall young man is Chun Itsue's fourth uncle Chun Jinping's eldest son, Chun Xingrong. Chun Xingrong is currently doing very well in Jiangzhou. He is one of the leaders of a certain underground force and has nearly 100 younger brothers under him. Good. Chun Xingrong nodded. After saying that, he sent a message to his younger brother, asking him to follow Chun Fan's car. With Brother Xingrong stepping in this time, Chun Fan will definitely not be able to escape. Chun Itsue spoke excitedly. This time, in order to deal with Chun Fan, Brother Xingrong called over 20 to 30 of his men. It was absolutely a sure thing. In the eyes of Chun Itsue and Chun Xingrong's father, Chun Xingrong's dealing with Chun Fan was a dimensionality reduction attack, and Chun Fan had no chance of resistance at all. Brother Xingrong is their hope. Of course, your previous tricks were too time-consuming. Why not just go for it? Truth comes out from under your fists. Chun Xingrong clenched his sandbag-sized fists and said with a fierce look in his eyes. This time, he was going to use his fists to beat Chun Fan into submission and make Chun Fan go back obediently and kowtow to his grandfather to admit his fault. Soon, Chun Xingrong received news from his younger brother. Boss, the boy got off at Tan's restaurant and seemed to be going in to eat. I report to Chun Xingrong. Tan's Cuisine is one of the famous private restaurants in Jiangzhou. It is not open to the public and only serves their members. It is one of the famous high-end restaurants in Jiangzhou. That kid Chun Fan is still interested in eating Tan's food. Haha, I will beat him to a pulp in a moment. After saying that, Chun Xingrong waved his hand, took with him 20 or 30 younger brothers who had been prepared, and set off in a mighty manner. 10 minutes later, Chun Xingrong, along with Chun Itsue and his younger brothers, arrived at the Tanjiakai restaurant in a threatening manner. At this time, the younger brother who was following Chun Fan came over and told Chun Xingrong Chun Fan's location in the baggage room inside. Chun Xingrong immediately rushed in with his men and kicked open the door of the private room. In the private room, Chun Fan was looking at his mobile phone. Wei Jingxiong just sent him a message saying that he had some things to deal with and would be half an hour late. Chun Fan, I finally found you. Chun Xingrong looked at Chun Fan with an especially ferocious smile on his face. What do you want me for? Chun Fan asked back. What do I want you to do? Of course I want to beat you up. Chun Xingrong spoke. If you know what's good for you, go back now, kneel down and apologize to Grandpa, return to the Chen family, and then go to meet the daughter of the Su family, and I can forgive you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being cruel. Chun Xingrong looked like he was ready to take action. Let me go back to the Chen family, dream on. Chun Fan retorted. Chun Fan, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn now. Brother Xingrong, teach him a lesson. Chun Itsue was fanning the flames. Good. Chun Xingrong asked his younger brothers not to take action yet, as he wanted to personally educate this ignorant cousin. Coming in front of Chun Fan, Chun Xingrong swung his sandbag-sized fist violently and hit Chun Fan hard. Just when Chun Xingrong thought he could crush Chun Fan with his skills and strength, an accident happened. Chun Fan suddenly stood up, dodged slightly, and easily avoided Chun Xingrong's fist. In a flash, Chun Fan grabbed Chun Xingrong's arm and exerted force suddenly. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Chun Xingrong fell heavily to the ground. Chun Xingrong screamed in agony. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. What was going on? Next to her, Chun Itsue was even more dumbfounded. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't it be Brother Xingrong who knocked Chun Fan to the ground? How come the tall and strong Brother Xingrong is lying on the ground now? Chun Xingrong's younger brothers hurried over and helped Chun Xingrong up. Damn it! Chun Xingrong stood up with difficulty, his face grim. Even he couldn't believe it. How could he, who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, fall down just by facing Chun Fan? It turned out that I was no match for Chun Fan. Is this your confidence? Chun Fan looked at Chun Xingrong. The top-level fighting skills I got from the system before were really useful. Chun Fan, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I underestimated you. Chun Xingrong still spoke confidently. I can't beat you. But what about my brothers? You dare to hit me? Do you think my brothers will agree? No. Chun Xingrong's younger brothers shouted in unison. At a glance from Chun Xingrong, the 20 or 30 younger brothers he brought with him immediately rushed into the huge box and surrounded Chun Fan in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. He is not Chun Fan's opponent, but he has so many younger brothers. With so many people, he doesn't believe that he can't teach Chun Fan a lesson alone. Get started. Chun Xingrong was so furious that he ordered his men to teach Chun Fan a lesson. Let's see who dares to move. But before Chun Xingrong could finish his words, a majestic voice came from behind. Chun Xingrong turned his head angrily. He wanted to see who dared to go against him. However, when he saw the appearance of the person clearly, he was instantly shocked. Chapter 37 learned the secret of the Chen family and Chun Fan's plan to deal with the Chen family. At this moment, the person who walked into the private room was the Jiangzhou boss, Wei Jingxiu. Boss Wei, Chun Xingrong asked in a trembling voice. Not to mention that he is now just one of the leaders of an underground force in Jiangzhou. Even the boss of their force would be respectful when seeing Wei Jingxiu. Are you going to tear down my restaurant? Wei Jingxiu asked in a cold voice. Hearing Wei Jingxiu's words, Chun Xingrong and others were stunned. His restaurant? Boss Wei, is Tan's cuisine your business? Chun Xingrong asked in surprise. Exactly. Wei Jingxiu nodded. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Jingxiu had previously thought about annexing Chun Fan's Wangjiang Pavilion. It was only after knowing Chun Fan's identity that Wei Jingxiu changed his mind. I'm sorry, Boss Wei, it's my fault. Let's take this kid away now and deal with it outside. Chun Xingrong quickly spoke up, intending to take Chun Fan out by force. Presumptuous. What Chun Xingrong never expected was that after hearing what he said, Wei Jingxiu not only did not calm down, but became even more furious. You actually wanted to do something to my guests. You were so nice. A terrifying smile flashed across Wei Jingxiu's face. There are not many people in Jiangzhou who dare to do this. What? What do you mean, Boss Wei? Chun Xingrong didn't quite understand. What do I mean? Mr. Chun Fan is my guest. If you attack my guest now, isn't that like stomping on my face? Wei Jingxiu replied coldly. What? Chun Fan is Wei Jingxiu's guest. This is a joke. What is Chun Fan's identity? Why should he be invited to dinner by a big shot like Wei Jingxiu? I am Wei Boss. Chun Xingrong wanted to explain, but was stopped by Wei Jingxiu. Let your boss come and tell me that you are not qualified. Wei Jingxiu ordered. Knowing that he was not qualified to talk to Wei Jingxiu, Chun Xingrong had no choice but to contact his boss, Bai Ling Yuan. Knowing that Chun Xingrong had offended Wei Jingxiu, Bai Ling Yuan hurried here. Get out! Wei Jingxiu angrily scolded Chun Xingrong's subordinates. Faced with a reprimand from the Jiangzhou boss, Wei Jingxiu's younger brothers did not dare to disobey in the slightest and hurried out to make room. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was late for something. Don't worry. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for something like this happening in my restaurant. Wei Jingxiu apologized to Chun Fan. Someone served the food. Soon, waiters began to bring in various delicacies. Chun Fan and Wei Jingxiu chatted while eating. Seeing Chun Fan chatting and laughing with the Jiangzhou boss Wei Jingxiu and having dinner together, and the two of them clearly acted as if they were equals. This made Chun Itsue and Chun Xingrong even more dumbfounded. How did Chen Fan gain Wei Jingxiong's approval? Chen Yitze couldn't figure it out. The last time Chen Fan visited Wei Jingxiong, it was possible that he was using the name of Xia Group. But now, Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were chatting and laughing, which was not right. Wei Jingxiong is a powerful figure in Jiangzhou with a strong and domineering personality. Not to mention that Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng have a special relationship. Even if Chen Fan is with Xia Ruoshui, the president of Xia Group, it is impossible for Wei Jingxiong to be like this. At this moment, Chen Yitsue had to admit that Chen Fan was able to be on par with Wei Jingxiong entirely because of herself. But why is this? How could Chen Fan, an abandoned young man who had severed ties with their Chen family, be on equal footing with Wei Jingxiong? Chen Yitsue couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. As for Chen Xingrong, he was even more dumbfounded. Chen Yitsue and the others were outsiders and were not involved in the underground world, so they didn't know what was going on. But as a man in the industry, Chen Xingrong is more aware of the value of Chen Fan being on par with Wei Jingxiong. Even his boss can't do this. Chen Fan, who used to be below their Chen family in status and whom he looked down upon, now possesses such terrifying abilities and status. By the way, Mr. Chen, I asked you to come here today because I have something very important to discuss with you. I'm sure you will be very interested. Wei Jingxiong said mysteriously. I must be interested? Wei Jingxiong's words aroused Chen Fan's curiosity. It's inconvenient with outsiders here, right now. I'll talk to Mr. Chen privately later. I won't let you down, Wei Jingxiong assured. A few minutes later, Chen Xingrong's elder brother, Bai Lingyuan, arrived. Your little brother actually attacked my guest. What should I do? It's up to you to decide. Without waiting for Bai Lingyuan to speak, Wei Jingxiong gave him a choice. Boss Wei, it's my fault for not disciplining you properly. Bai Lingyuan quickly apologized. Why are you still standing there? Come over here and kneel down to admit your mistakes to Boss Wei and his guests. Bai Lingyuan ordered. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Chen Yitsue was stunned when she heard this. Doesn't this mean that Brother Xingrong should kneel down and admit his fault to Chen Fan? How could this happen? Shouldn't Brother Xingrong be attacking Chen Fan from a lower dimension? How come in the end, it became Chen Fan's dimensionality reduction attack on Brother Xingrong? Chen Xingrong hesitated for a moment, finally took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Boss Wei, Chen Fan, Chen Xingrong was wrong. Chen Xingrong knelt on the ground to apologize and kowtowed. From now on, I will withdraw from the underground world of Jiangzhou. Chen Xingrong knew the rules. After what happened today, he would no longer be able to survive in the underground world of Jiangzhou. All his hard work and efforts over the years have gone to waste. In the Chen family, he couldn't compete with his other cousins, so he came out to mix in the underground world. Now, all his efforts over the years have been in vain. It turns out that Chen Fan is not the loser, but I am the one. At this moment, Chen Xingrong's eyes were dull, and he seemed to be disabled. Next to her, Chen Yitsue was also completely desperate. Go away. Wei Jingxiong waved his hand. He had something important to say to Mr. Chen. Thank you, Boss Wei. Thank you. Bai Lingyuan quickly led his men out. After a while, Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were the only ones left in the room. Mr. Chen, I know something about you and the wealthy Chen family. Wei Jingxiong went straight to the point and spoke directly. The important matter I'm talking about is related to the Chen family. Mr. Chen, do you know that the old man of the Chen family secretly left Jiangzhou and went to another place these 2 days? I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head. I know the reason why Mr. Chen secretly left Jiangzhou this time. Wei Jingxiong explained. I accidentally learned about this yesterday. It's related to the Chen family secret. I think Mr. Chen would definitely be interested, so I invited him to dinner. The secret of the Chen family? After hearing what Wei Jingxiong said, Chen Fan immediately became interested. Mr. Chen left Jiangzhou quietly with his eldest son, this time to discuss cooperation with Wanhing Software Group, a large company in Zhonghai province. Wanhing Software Group? Hearing the name, Chen Fan frowned. He had heard of this company. Wanhing Software Group is one of the leading enterprises in Zhonghai province and is extremely strong. However, in his impression, the Chen family has not been involved in the software industry. What would the Chen family do in Wanhing Software Group? Noticing Chen Fan's doubts, Wei Jingxiong explained. It is reported that Wanhing Software Group wants to build a large industrial park in Jiangzhou and now needs a real estate developer in Jiangzhou. If we take over this project from Wanhing Software Group, we can conservatively estimate that we can make tens of billions. It is for this reason that Mr. Chen quietly went to Wanhing Software Group in order not to attract the attention of other large real estate companies in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen is very fond of this project and is determined to win it. Wei Jingxiong has only told Chen Fan this news. Is that so? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The Chen family is indeed involved in the real estate industry, and it is also one of the Chen family's pillar industries. After listening to Wei Jingxiong, a bold idea emerged in Chen Fan's mind to attack the Chen family. Chapter 38. 8th day after the severance of relations, reward of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 8th day of severing the relationship, I will be rewarded with 5% of Yontai Real Estate Group shares, becoming the fourth largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your study. Please check it. Looking at the system's reward for today, Chun Fan's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Today's reward is even more generous than yesterday's. The market value of Yontai Real Estate Group is about 30 billion yuan, and 5% of its shares are worth a full 1.5 billion yuan. More importantly, with the addition of these 1.5 billion, Chun Fan's net worth instantly exceeded 10 billion. From now on, Chun Fan is the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. With assets worth hundreds of billions, Chun Fan can be considered one of the real rich people in Jiangzhou. It had only been 8 days since he severed his relationship with the Chun family, and he had gone from being an ordinary poor student with only a few $100s in his pocket to a wealthy man worth tens of billions. It's so cool to have a system. Including today's, Chun Fan holds 9% of the shares of Yontai Real Estate Group, becoming the fourth largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. Now, it seems that the word bold can be removed from Chun Fan's bold idea. Since the Chun family attaches so much importance to Wanting Software Group's project of building a large industrial park in Jiangzhou and is so determined to win it, Chun Fan must get involved. Now that he has a net worth of tens of billions, Chun Fan has certain trump cards in his fight against the Chun family. Moreover, he is also the fourth largest shareholder and vice president of Yontai Real Estate Group. With these two identities, it is much more convenient. If we only talk about the real estate industry, Yontai Real Estate Group is stronger than the Chun family. If he could represent Yontai Real Estate Group, he could snatch this project of building a large software park, which the Chun family was determined to obtain from the Chun family. Mr. Chun and other members of the Chun family will definitely be very happy. You can also make a lot of money from it, killing two birds with one stone. The more Chun Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. Mr. Chun, if you need any help, you can come to me. We are friends. Wei Jingxiong spoke with a hint of meaning. The reason why he told Chun Fan the secret of the Chun family was to do Chun Fan a favor. As for the damage to the Chun family's interests, what does it have to do with him, an outsider? Thank you, Mr. Wei. Chun Fan nodded. He took note of Wei Jingxiong's kindness. After deciding to attack the Chun family's business, there are now two problems facing Chun Fan. First of all, he didn't know anyone from Wanting Software Group. If he wanted to attack the Chun family and take the project away from them, he had to first get to know the senior management of Wanting Software Group, and the more powerful the position of the senior management, the better. Chun Fan asked Wei Jingxiong next to him, and Wei Jingxiong said that he didn't know anyone from Wanting Software Group either. Let's put this matter aside for now. The second problem is that Chun Fan has to find a way to convince the shareholders of Yontai Real Estate Group to agree to his plan to attack the Chun family. This question is a bit simple. There are billions of profits involved. Who wouldn't be tempted? As the fourth largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group, it would be easier for him to convince others. Just as Chun Fan was thinking, he suddenly received a call. The call was from Yang Xingping, chairman of Yontai Real Estate Group and the group's largest shareholder. Yang Xingping first congratulated Chun Fan on becoming a shareholder of their Yontai Real Estate Group. Secondly, he wanted to meet with Chun Fan so that they could get to know each other. By the way, Mr. Chun, I am hosting a cocktail party tomorrow and have invited many wealthy people from Jiangzhou. I wonder if Mr. Chun would like to come and attend? Invited by Yang Xingping. Can. Chun Fan nodded. It just so happened that he also wanted to meet with Yang Xingping to talk about sniping the Chun family's business. Now that Yang Xingping took the initiative to invite him, he naturally agreed. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the invitation to Mr. Chun in a moment. Where should I send it to? Yang Xingping asked it. Just send Chairman Yang to Jiangzhou University. Chun Fan replied. Jiangzhou University? Yes, I have classes at Jiangzhou University in the afternoon. Chun Fan replied. Still attending classes at Jiangzhou University? Yang Xingping was extremely surprised when he learned that Chun Fan was still a student. Mr. Chun is too young to be successful. After dinner, Chun Fan left. During the afternoon break, Chun Fan received an invitation from Yang Xingping. When Chun Fan saw the handwriting on the invitation, which invited Mr. Chun Fan and his female companion to attend a cocktail party tomorrow night, he was stunned because he didn't have a female companion. But if you go alone, it shouldn't be a problem. After the afternoon class, Chun Fan returned to the villa. In the evening, Xiao Ruoshui brought some fruit to Chun Fan. When Xiao Ruoshui looked at Chun Fan again, she felt a little embarrassed. Chun Fan, I can't drink much. Did I do anything wrong last night? No. Chun Fan shook his head. Xiao Ruoshui was quite cute when she was a little drunk yesterday. There is a contrasting beauty between Xiao Ruoshui when she is drunk and Xiao Ruoshui at ordinary times. Xiao Ruoshui accidentally saw the invitation that Chun Fan had casually put aside. Chun Fan, have you also received Chairman Yang's invitation? Xiao Ruoshui asked in surprise. Ruoshui, you are also invited? Chun Fan asked. Yes, but I didn't have a male companion, so I didn't want to go. Xiao Ruoshui spoke. If she went without a male companion, there would definitely be some annoying suitors to bother her, which gave Xiao Ruoshui a headache. Rather than that, it would be better not to go. I don't have a female companion either. How about we go together tomorrow? Chun Fan invited suggestions. Xiao Ruoshui's eyes lit up when she heard Chun Fan say this. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Now that I have a male companion, I shouldn't have any suitors harassing me at the cocktail party tomorrow. Besides, Chun Fan would be a good male companion. Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui chatted for a while, and Chun Fan suddenly thought of wanting software group, so he asked Xiao Ruoshui if she knew anyone there. What Chun Fan didn't expect was that he got an unexpected answer when he just asked casually. Chapter 39. The terrifying strength of the Xiao family, Mr. Chin's most valued grandson. Wanting Software Group? Yes, our Xiao family has some shares in Wanting Software Group. Xiao Ruoshui spoke. What? Chun Fan was very surprised. He knew that the Xiao family was very powerful, and the Xiao group in Jiangzhou was just one of the Xiao family's industries. But he never expected that the Xiao family would be so powerful that even a behemoth like the Wanting Software Group had shares in it. A vice president of Wanting Software Group is my cousin. Xiao Ruoshui continued. Why are you suddenly asking about Wanting Software Group? That's right, Chun Fan roughly told Xiao Ruoshui about his plan to attack the Chin family and snatch the Wanting Software Group project from the Chin family. Well, let me contact my cousin Xiao Wenyu first to see what's going on at Wanting Software Group, and then we'll talk about it. Xiao Ruoshui spoke. Chun Fan helped me last time, and this time it's finally my turn to help Chun Fan. Xiao Ruoshui will definitely do her best. Xiao Ruoshui took out her cell phone and called her cousin Xiao Wenyu. Hey, Ruoshui, why did you think of calling me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Xiao Ruoshui's cousin Xiao Wenyu. Xiao Wenyu's father married into the Xiao family, so Xiao Wenyu took his mother's surname. Sister Wenyu, I heard that your Wanting Software Group is planning to build a large industrial park in Jiangzhou, right? Xiao Ruoshui asked. Yes, we discussed it in a meeting this afternoon. But Ruoshui, why are you asking about this? Doesn't the branch you manage in Jiangzhou have real estate business? Xiao Wenyu asked in confusion. If the company managed by Xiao Ruoshui also has real estate business, Wanting Software Group's first cooperation partner will naturally be Xiao Ruoshui. Have you decided which real estate company to hand over this project of building a large industrial park to? That hasn't been decided yet, but according to Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter, he seems to want to hand the project over to Jiangzhou's Qin Construction Company. Sister Wenyu, a good friend of mine's real estate company, has also taken a fancy to this large industrial park project. I wonder if you can help. Xiao Ruoshui tried to say. I can't help you. I'm not in charge of this matter, and I don't have a good relationship with Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter. There's nothing I can do. Xiao Wenyu said regretfully. Sister Wenyu, please help me. As long as this is done, if we compete at this year's family annual meeting, I will take the initiative to admit defeat. Xiao Ruoshui said through gritting her teeth. The Xiao family organizes an annual meeting every year, at which time competition and evaluation will take place within the Xiao family. In previous years, Xiao Wenyu was no match for Xiao Ruoshui. Now, in order to help Chun Fan, Xiao Ruoshui paid a heavy price. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyu immediately noticed something unusual. Ruoshui, this is not like your character. Is your good friend a man or a woman? Xiao Wenyu asked gossipingly. He is a boy. Xiao Ruoshui answered a little embarrassedly. Hey, I understand. I'll try my best on this matter. I'll contact you as soon as I have any news. Xiao Wenyu chuckled and immediately understood. Given Ruoshui's personality, the person who could make her do this must have a complicated relationship with her. The other person might even be her brother-in-law. Thank you, Sister Wenyu. After a few polite words, Xiao Ruoshui hung up the phone. Just when Chun Fan was discussing this matter with Xiao Ruoshui, Jiangzhou, Chun family. Chun Jinping, the fourth son of the Chun family, called Mr. Chun. Father, how is the negotiation going for Wanheng Software Group's project to build a large industrial park? Chun Jinping asked curiously. It's almost done. I had a good chat with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group, who is in charge of this matter. Vice President Han will come to Jiangzhou for inspection in 2 days. You should prepare well in the next 2 days and make sure to entertain Vice President Han and satisfy him. Sign the contract directly with us then. Mr. Chin instructed. As long as they can take down Vice President Han, this project will belong to the Chin family. At that time, billions of profits will flow into the wallets of the Chin family. When he thought of this, Mr. Chin couldn't help but smile. By the way, how's the matter with that little bastard Chin Fan going? Mr. Chin asked specifically. Father, I don't know how that kid Chin Fan got in touch with Wei Jingxiong. Now Wei Jingxiong wants to protect him. Xingrong and the others have failed again. Chun Jinping said helplessly. Useless. Even Xingrong couldn't solve the problem of that little bastard Chin Fan. Mr. Chun was furious. Let Chin Fan, that little bastard, be proud for a while. We will first take down the Wanheng Software Group project. This is our top priority. After we take down the Wanheng Software Group, we will deal with Chun Fan, that little bastard. Mr. Chin thought about it and made a judgment. The matter of Wanheng Software Group will be concluded within the next few days. Billions of profits are involved, and Mr. Chun is determined to get it. He can only put Chun Fan's matter aside for the time being. Father, how about I call Faming back and let him deal with that little bastard Chin Fan? Suddenly, the eldest brother of the Chin family next to him suggested. Chun Faming, the eldest son of the Chun family's eldest son and the eldest grandson, is the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Chin family. He ranked first in the city in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a top university in the country. Chun Faming is called the unicorn son of their Chin family by Mr. Chin. He is the hope of their Chun family's future. Mr. Chun thinks highly of Chun Faming and thinks that the future of the Chun family depends on Chun Faming alone. Let Faming come back, can't we? Mr. Chin refused outright. Faming is the hope of their Chin family. Time is so precious and must not be wasted on dealing with that little beast Chun Fan. Chun Fan, he doesn't deserve it. There's no need for Faming to intervene against that little bastard Chun Fan. Let's ask the third brother to call Wen Jing back and let her deal with Chun Fan. Mr. Chin hesitated for a moment and decided to let Chun Wen Jing come forward. Chun Wen Jing is second only to Chun Faming in the Chun family and is considered the second among the younger generation of the Chin family. If Chun Wen Jing was placed in other wealthy families in Jiangzhou, with her excellence, she would be the best among the younger generation. Unfortunately, the Chin family had Chun Faming, a unicorn son, who completely suppressed Chun Wen Jing's brilliance. Yes, father. Chun Jinping nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chun Jinping went to contact Chun Wen Jing. On the other side, after receiving the call and hearing that it was his grandfather's order, Chun Wen Jing, who originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, had to agree. She will return to Jiangzhou in the next 2 days to deal with Chun Fan. Time passed little by little, and at noon the next day, just after Chun Fan finished class, the voice of the system came. The rewards for the 9th day of severing ties are here. This time, the reward was beyond Chun Fan's expectations. Chapter 40. On the 9th day of severing ties, he became a major shareholder of the 30 billion group. Bye. On the 9th day of severing the relationship, I was rewarded with 5% of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares and became the 3rd largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. After seeing today's reward, Chun Fan was overjoyed. Another 5% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group? Great! Compared with other rewards, Yongtai Real Estate Group's share reward is better during this period. With these 5% shares, Chun Fan now owns 14% of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares, and he has successfully become the 3rd largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, Chun Fan's chances of persuading other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group are much greater. The success rate of my plan to snipe the Chin family has also increased a bit. Moreover, the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group 5 are worth a full 1.5 billion. With him, Chun Fan's net worth has exceeded 11.5 billion. It would be best if the rewards for the next few days were all shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, so that I could directly become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chun Fan said expectantly. It's exciting to think about becoming the largest shareholder of a large group with a market value of 30 billion. At that time, it would become easier for me to deal with the Chun family. In the afternoon, Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuixinlu, once again went to look for his backer, Fan Hongkai, the owner of Fan Group. Today he received news that Wei Jingxiong and Chun Fan had dinner at Tan's restaurant yesterday. Now Luo Zhixin is certain that Chun Fan and Wei Jingxiong have a special relationship. If he had known this would happen, Luo Zhixin would not have taken action against Wangjiang Pavilion before. But now it was too late to say anything. In order to protect himself, Luo Zhixin could only ask his backer Fan Hongkai to step in. Xiao Luo, you are so short-sighted. A small restaurant owner has driven you insane. Fan Hongkai said with great disgust. You are mine, so take a long-term view. What about being the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, or having a close relationship with Wei Jingxiong? That's nothing. That Chun Fan is nothing in my eyes. Fan Hongkai didn't take Chun Fan, the small boss of the restaurant, seriously at all. The Wangjiang Pavilion was worth at most 10 billion yuan and was not worth mentioning at all. I'm going to attend a cocktail party hosted by a big shot tonight. How about this? I'll take you with me so you can learn more and broaden your horizons, so you don't have to treat a small restaurant owner as your enemy every day. Fan Hongkai is in a good mood today and plans to give Luo Zhixin some advice. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fan. Thank you, Mr. Fan. Luo Zhixin was overjoyed and instantly excited. If he could take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet some important people tonight, he would completely ignore that Chun Fan. At that time, I only need to say one word and Chun Fan will be scared to death and will obediently hand over Wangjiang Pavilion with both hands and ask me to accept it. In the evening, Chun Fan received Xiao Ruoshui. Tonight, Xiao Ruoshui wore a black evening dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbones, absolutely beautiful and flawless. When Chun Fan saw Xiao Ruoshui for the first time, he was stunned. More than half an hour later, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at the manor of Yang Xingping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chun Fan asked Xiao Ruoshui to get out of the car first and go in, and he went to find a parking space. Yang Xingping had invited quite a few guests tonight, and the parking spaces were too tight. He didn't see any vacant ones just now. Xia Ruoshui got out of the car and walked into the manor first. When Xia Ruoshui, the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangzhou, arrived, the scene immediately became lively. The next second, many wealthy people and bigwigs in Jiangzhou came over and greeted Xia Ruoshui. President Xia, you probably don't have a male companion yet, right? How about letting me be your male companion tonight? At this time, a tall and handsome boy took the initiative to step forward and invite. After hearing this, some men around immediately got angry. They had the same intention, but they hadn't said it yet. How could someone dare to say it before them? But when these people who were not convinced saw the appearance of this tall man clearly, they were immediately convinced. This tall and slender man is Qian Bowen, the eldest son of the Qian family, a wealthy family in Jiangzhou. He is the number one of the younger generation of the Qian family and has been designated as the future head of the Qian family. They can't compare with Qian Bowen at all. No, I have a male companion. Faced with Qian Bowen's invitation, Xia Ruoshui refused without hesitation. Among the annoying suitors that Xia Ruoshui mentioned before, one of them was Qian Bowen. You have a male companion? Why didn't I see it? Qian Bowen glanced around and continued to pester Xia Ruoshui. President Xia, you are not pretending to have a male companion just to reject me. You don't have a male companion at all, so you should consider me. Qian Bowen said persistently. Who said Ruoshui doesn't have a male companion? Just then, a faint voice was heard. Then, in the surprised gaze of everyone, Chun Fan walked over. Xia Ruoshui naturally put her arm around Chun Fan to prove to everyone that Chun Fan was her male partner. Qian Bowen and other men immediately looked at Chun Fan with envy and jealousy, and they were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. Before, Xia Ruoshui had no scandals in Jiangzhou. She attended various cocktail parties and dances alone and never had a male companion. How come there is suddenly such a male companion today? Compared with others, Qian Bowen was more embarrassed. What did you call President Xia just now? Qian Bowen asked in disbelief. He simply couldn't imagine what he had just heard. Ruoshui, is there any problem? Chun Fan asked back calmly. Ruoshui? This guy calls President Xia Ruoshui such an intimate name? Noticing how Chun Fan addressed Xia Ruoshui, everyone was even more surprised. If it was someone else calling President Xia like this, President Xia would have turned hostile and left long ago. But now, President Xia was still holding this guy's arm, as if he had already tacitly accepted this intimate name. This further proves that the relationship between the two is not simple. Xia Ruoshui, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, finally has a boyfriend. Instantly, everyone was so jealous that their teeth were itching. This kid got such a good deal. Damn it, President Xia, you chose such a mediocre guy as your male companion. You really have a problem with your vision. Looking at Chun Fan, Qian Bowen was furious. In terms of looks, handsomeness, family background, etc., he is better than this boy in every way. Yet Xia Ruoshui chose this boy as her male companion, instead of herself. In a fit of anger, Qian Bowen turned around and went somewhere else. Chun Fan saw that Xia Ruoshui didn't like being surrounded by so many people, so he took Xia Ruoshui to the side. Chun Fan took 2 glasses of juice and handed one to Xia Ruoshui. Mr. Yang's manor is pretty good. Chun Fan glanced around the entire manor and said with emotion. The last time he went away Jingxiong's manor, he felt a little envious. If I have a chance, I would also like to build a manor as big as this and live in it to see what it feels like. Chun Fan has never lived in a manor since he was a child. It is indeed good. Xia Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Just as Chun Fan and the other person were chatting, a cry of surprise was heard. Chun Fan, how did you sneak in when the security guard wasn't paying attention? Chapter 41. The whole audience was shocked. Chun Fan is the 3rd largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chun Fan turned his head in surprise, only to see a middle-aged man with shifty eyes standing there, looking at him sarcastically. Who are you? Chun Fan thought about it and realized that he didn't know this guy. I am the boss of Zuixin Luo Jixin. The man with shifty eyes introduced himself proudly. Oh, you are the boss of Zuixin Lu who dares not confront me head-on and make small moves behind my back. Chun Fan said with disdain. Didn't this guy send people to his store to cause trouble last time? But he easily solved the problem and sent them to the police station. After hearing what Chun Fan said, Luo Jixin felt a little embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. What happened last time was just an accident. How did you, a small restaurant owner, come to Chairman Yang's estate? Did you sneak in when the security guards weren't paying attention? Luo Jixin is sarcastic. If you can come in, why can't I? It should be more reasonable for me to come in than for you. Chun Fan spoke with a hint of meaning. Whether in terms of popularity, strength, reputation, etc., Chun Fan's Wangjiang Pavilion can beat Luo Jixin's Zuixin Lu. You! After hearing what Chun Fan said, Luo Jixin became furious. Mr. Luo followed me here. Is there any problem? A powerful voice came. Then, Luo Jixin's backer, Fan Hongkai, chairman of Fan Group, walked over with confident steps. Mr. Fan, this guy is the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion that I told you about before, Chun Fan. Luo Jixin whispered to Fan Hongkai. It's him. Looking at Chun Fan and then at Xiaohua Shui, who was sitting next to him, Fan Honkai felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that this boy seemed to have become Xiaohua Shui's male companion. TSK, at such a young age, he has become a gigolo. He really has no shame at all. Fan Honkai said with a look of disgust. It turns out that this guy is a gigolo of Xiaohua Shui. He is just a small restaurant owner. Not far away, hearing what Luo Zhixin and Fan Honkai said, Qian Bowen, the eldest son of the wealthy Qin family, was immediately filled with contempt for Chun Fan. However, while he despised her, he was also envious of Chun Fan. Xiaohua Shui, whom he couldn't catch up with, was actually caught by Chun Fan, and he even got to eat Xiaohua Shui's clothes. How hateful. I guess this kid can come here thanks to Xiaohua Shui, a useless person with no skills. Qian Bowen mocked Chun Fan in his heart to comfort himself. Snort. The more Qian Bowen saw Chun Fan and Xiaohua Shui together, the angrier he became. Mr. Chun, just wait for me. I won't let you go. Qian Bowen threatened Chun Fan in his heart. Out of sight, out of mind. In a fit of anger, Qian Bowen left early. If he continues to stay here, he will probably be so angry that his life will be shortened. Living like a gigolo? After hearing what Fan Honkai said, Chun Fan responded without hesitation. What's wrong with being a gigolo? You want to be a gigolo, but you can't have it even if you're like this. What did you say? Fan Honkai was furious, as if he had been reminded of something sad. Boy, just wait for me. Your Wangjiang Pavilion will be closed down within 3 days. If it doesn't, Fan Honkai, will take your last name. Fan Honkai Suore. If I can't deal with others, it will be easy for me to deal with you, a small boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, the host of this cocktail party, Yang Xingping, the boss of Yongtai Real Estate Group, came over after entertaining other guests. Are you Mr. Chun Fan Chin? Yang Xingping asked tentatively. I'm Chun Fan. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Yang Xingping. The two sides shook hands and became acquainted. It is a great honor for my humble home to have Mr. Chin here today. Mr. Chin will sit next to me in a while, and we will have a good chat. When they first met, Yang Xingping was particularly polite to Chun Fan. Seeing this scene, Fan Honkai next to him was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? How come the dignified Chairman Yang actually came over to greet this kid and even asked the small boss of Wangjiang Pavilion to sit next to him? Are you kidding me? Those who can sit next to Chairman Yang are all big shots, and even he does not have the qualifications. How can this guy, who is just a small restaurant owner, be worthy of her? Chairman Yang, this guy is... Fan Honkai wanted to remind Yang Xingping that Chun Fan was just a small restaurant owner. But before he could finish his words, Yang Xingping took the initiative to introduce. Mr. Chun is the new third largest shareholder of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is his first time here, so let's get to know each other. As soon as Yang Xingping said this, the smiles on Fan Honkai and Luo Zhixin's faces froze. What? What did Chairman Yang just say? Chun Fan is the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Oh my god! Does Chun Fan have such a terrifying identity? Even Fan Honkai dared not offend this person with this identity. After he finished speaking, Yang Xingping noticed that Chun Fan, Fan Honkai, and Luo Zhixin looked at him in a strange way, so he asked in confusion. Did anything happen before I came here? Nothing. It's just that Mr. Fan wants my Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant to close down within 3 days. Chun Fan said casually. He was really curious about who gave Fan Honkai the confidence to close his restaurant within 3 days. Fan Honkai suddenly became restless and thought to himself that he was doomed. What? A cold light flashed in Yang Xingping's eyes. Chun Fan became the third largest shareholder of their group. Yang Xingping specially invited Chun Fan because he wanted to get to know Chun Fan and establish a good relationship with him. But unexpectedly, Chun Fan was threatened by Fan Honkai as soon as he arrived. Fan Honkai, it seems that inviting you here was the most wrong decision I ever made. Yang Xingping said in a cold voice. I really didn't know that Mr. Yang was the major shareholder of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to say this even if I had the guts. Fan Honkai answered helplessly. In front of the huge Yongtai Real Estate Group, he is nothing at all. Humph. If you dare to attack any of Mr. Chin's industries, you can expect revenge from our Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Xingping threatened. From now on, I will not invite Fan Honkai, the chairman of Fan Group, to any cocktail parties or dances I organize. Someone get Fan Honkai and his friends out. Yang Xingping announced loudly. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused here. After hearing Yang Xingping's announcement, all the guests immediately started talking. Fan Honkai is so despicable that he could force the good-tempered Chairman Yang to do this. At this moment, Fan Honkai was regretting his decision to the core. After what Mr. Yang said just now, his reputation in Jiangzhou's upper-class circle is completely ruined. So he quickly begged Chun Fan for mercy. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin. I didn't recognize Mr. Chin's identity just now, so I offended you. I apologize to you. Seeing this, Fan Honkai lost his arrogance and became extremely humble. Even Fan Honkai acted like this, and Luo Zhixin begged Chun Fan for forgiveness in a trembling voice. The Yang family's bodyguards came over and threw Fan Honkai and Luo Jixin out in a very embarrassed manner. That night, Fan Honkai and Luo Jixin lost all face and became the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou upper-class society. At this moment, Chen Fan no longer wanted to pay attention to the two clowns Fan Honkai and Luo Jixin. Now that Yang Xingping had appeared, it was time for him to get straight to the point. Boss Yang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Can we find a place to talk about it in detail? Chen Fan spoke. Oh. Yang Xingping was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded to indicate that it was no problem. Soon, under the leadership of Yang Xingping, Chen Fan and Xiaohua Shui came to the study room inside. Yang Xingping had just sat down when Chen Fan suddenly said something shocking. Chapter 42. On the 10th day of severing ties, the reward is Jiangzhou's top manor. Boss Yang, I have a project with a profit of billions. Are you interested? Billions in profits? Yang Xingping, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Their Yongtai Real Estate Group's annual profit may not even reach billions. Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, right? Yang Xingping asked cautiously. Of course not. Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Chen, can you please tell me? Yang Xingping asked impatiently. For businessmen, the most important thing is profit. I wonder if Mr. Yang has heard that Wanheng Software Group plans to invest in building a large industrial park in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan asked. I have heard of it, but I don't know the details. I don't know anyone at Wanheng Software Group. Yang Xingping answered helplessly. At present, the Chen family's Chen's real estate company has set its sights on this project. I plan to snipe Chen's real estate company and seize this industrial park project with a profit of billions. Chen Fan explained. The Chen family's Chen's real estate company, Mr. Chen. You're not related to the Chen family, right? Yang Xingping guessed. I used to be a member of the Chen family, but I have severed my relationship with the Chen family. Chen Fan spoke up and said that this was not a secret and that it could be found out by asking around. Is that so? Yang Xingping nodded. He understood what Mr. Chen was doing. Mr. Chen, billions of dollars in profits are indeed very considerable. The question is, Mr. Chen, will you make some unprofitable deals in order to deal with the Chen family? Yang Xingping asked meticulously. Of course not. I will never do a deal that would hurt the enemy by 1,000 while hurting myself by 800. Chen Fan spoke. Yang Xingping was in hesitation. He was not very familiar with Chen Fan. They had just met, so he didn't dare to believe what Chen Fan said. Moreover, doing so might offend the Chen family. Chairman Yang, I can vouch for Mr. Chen. If there is any problem, you can come to me. At this critical moment, Xiaohua Shui spoke up and took the initiative to vouch for Chen Fan in an extremely considerate manner. Hearing Xiaohua Shui say this, Yang Xingping's eyes lit up. He just met Chen Fan and didn't trust Chen Fan, but he knew Xiaohua Shui's reputation in Jiangzhou. With Xiaohua Shui, the president of Xia Group, guaranteeing Chen Fan, this was okay. By the way, Chairman Yang, the vice president of Wanheng Software Group, is my cousin. Xiaohua Shui added. Hearing this, Yang Xingping's eyes lit up. Billions in profits, billions in profits. Done. If you want to offend the Chen family, then offend the Chen family. Okay, Mr. Chen, I promise you, as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, I will give you full authority over the Wanheng Software Group's projects. You can make all decisions on behalf of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Xingping gritted his teeth and spoke. As for the board of directors, I will handle it. The two sides shook hands and formally reached a consensus. His goal has been achieved. Yang Xingping will handle the matter with the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and the rest will be handled by Wanheng Software Group. Chen Fan began to think about it in his mind. Jiangzhou, the wealthy Zhu family. Last time in front of Wei Jingxiong's manor, Zhu Hongyi, who admired Chen Fan so much and wanted to recognize Chen Fan as his elder brother, was walking back and forth in the yard. He still hadn't figured out how to get his idol's approval. Just then, Zhu Hongyi's elder sister Zhu Yao came out with a bag. Sister, it's so late. What are you doing? Zhu Hongyi asked in surprise. Oh, my best friend Chen Wenjing is flying back to Jiangzhou today. I'm going to the airport to pick her up. Zhu Yao explained. My sister's best friend Chen Wenjing? Isn't that someone from the wealthy Chen family? Sister, I'll go with you. Zhu Hongyi spoke. He was just trying to find a way to please the idol who had severed ties with the Chen family. Chen Wenjing seemed to have a relatively high status in the Chen family, so maybe he could get some information from Chen Wenjing. What are you going to do? Zhu Yao refused. Sister, I beg you. Zhu Hongyi pleaded quickly. Finally, under Zhu Hongyi's persistence, Zhu Yao had to agree. Zhu Hongyi drove straight to Jiangzhou Airport. After waiting at the airport for a while, Chen Wenjing walked out of the airport dragging her suitcase. Chen Wenjing and Zhu Yao met their best friend and chatted for a long time. Zhu Hongyi took the suitcase on his own initiative. Seeing that it was her best friend's younger brother, Chen Wenjing was not on guard. On the way to Chen's house, Zhu Yao chatted with Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing also told Zhu Yao the news that she had returned on her grandfather's orders to deal with Chen Fan, and even told her part of her plan. Earlier, Zhu Hongyi wrote down everything Chen Wenjing said. Humph, you still want to deal with his idol. Tomorrow I will tell my idol about your plan. Zhu Hongyi felt sarcastic in his heart. The next morning, Chun Fan had no classes. Not long after I got up, the system's voice suddenly came. Bye. On the 10th day of severing the relationship, you will be rewarded with a top-level manor in Jiangzhou, manor location. Jiangzhou Liming District. Huh. Looking at the system's rewards today, Chun Fan was somewhat surprised. Just yesterday, he discussed with Xiaorua Shui, saying that he was a little envious of Yang Xingping and Wei Jingxiong's manor, and wanted to build one too. Unexpectedly, today the system rewarded me with a manor, and it is the top one in the whole Jiangzhou. The system is so user-friendly, he likes it. I received such good news just after waking up. Today is really a good day. A faint smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. After a simple meal, Chun Fan drove out and headed straight for his manor, according to the address given by the system. More than 40 minutes later, Chun Fan arrived at his destination. Looking at the building in front of him, Chun Fan was stunned. Chapter 43. A way to severely slap the Chun family in the face. Chun Fan is invincible. Is this my own manor? This is too outrageous. This is not a manor. It's more like a palace. Looking around, this manor covers at least dozens of acres of land, which is much larger than the manors of Wei Jingxiong and Yang Xingping that Chun Fan had seen before. Chun Fan estimated that even if the two of their manors were added together, the area might not be as large as his manor. Are you Mr. Chun Fan? At this moment, the manor manager who had been waiting inside the manor came over. Right. Chun Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chun. Once you sign this contract, the manor will belong to you. Our boss has already received the money. As he spoke, the manor manager handed 2 contracts to Chun Fan. Chun Fan took a look and found no problem, so he signed each of them. He kept one copy and gave the other to the previous owner of the manor. From now on, this huge manor belongs to Chun Fan alone. By the way, Mr. Chun, do you need me to show you around and introduce this manor? The manor manager asked politely. Need. Chun Fan nodded. Then please follow me. As he spoke, the manor manager called for a small sightseeing car. Mr. Chun, the entire manor covers more than 40 to 50 acres of land. It's so large that if we walk bit by bit, it will probably take most of the day to introduce it. Let's take a sightseeing bus and take a general look first. Introduction by the estate manager. More than 40 or 50 acres of land. This is too big. Chun Fan was a little shocked. This area was even beyond his expectations. I really need to listen to his introduction, otherwise I might get lost at home easily in the future. Chun Fan and the manor manager got on a small sightseeing car and began to tour the entire manor. Mr. Chun, this manor was built in the early years by our boss, who hired a foreign architect to imitate the architectural style of the world's top palace, the Palace of Versailles. It cost 8 or 900 million just to build the entire manor. That was 800 million or 900 million 6 or 7 years ago. Introduction by the estate manager. At the height of the real estate boom, the entire estate was valued at more than 2 billion yuan. Even with the current downturn in the real estate industry, it is conservatively worth 140 to 150 million yuan. The entire estate is equipped with a private tennis court, a private golf course, a private library, and a private wine cellar. Listening to the manor manager's introduction, Chun Fan was a little dazed for a moment. There are even private tennis courts and private golf courses, which is simply outrageous. Compared with this manor, the Chun family's Chun family courtyard is simply a younger brother. Fortunately, this manor was built in a slightly remote location. If it was built in a better location, this piece of land would be worth more than tens of billions. Including this manor, Chun Fan's net worth reached 13 billion. After visiting the front of the manor on the sightseeing bus, they came to the back. As soon as he arrived behind the manor, Chun Fan's eyes were attracted by a huge and beautiful lake in the distance. This lake was dug by humans and belongs to you. Account manager introduction. It is indeed a top-notch manor. It even has a lake of its own. Chun Fan has broadened his horizons today. After the general tour, the manor manager left, and Chun Fan sat alone in the first living room of about 700 to 800 square meters. Today's system reward is really good. Chun Fan likes it very much. Just as Chun Fan was sighing, a strange phone call came in, and Chun Fan subconsciously picked up the call. Excuse me, are you Brother Chun Fan? I'm Zhu Hongyi, the fat guy who wanted to recognize you as his boss in front of Boss Wei's manor. The call was connected, and Zhu Hongyi's voice came from the other end. Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? Chun Fan asked. Brother Fan, I got some information about the Chun family, and I want to report it to you. As he spoke, Zhu Hongyi told Chun Fan everything he had heard about Chun Wenjing's plan last night. Chun Wenjing is back. Chun Fan raised his eyebrows. Chun Wenjing is one of the few people in the entire Chun family who has a good relationship with Chun Fan. When Chun Fan was in his 3rd year of high school, Chun Wenjing even tutored him in his studies. Chun Wenjing is considered to be quite outstanding in the Chun family. Brother Fan, there is something I want to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Zhu Hongyi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Oh, what? From what I heard from Chun Wenjing yesterday, she seemed to be somewhat impressed by your decision to simply sever ties with the Chun family, Brother Fan. From what she said to my sister, It seemed that she was also forced to become your enemy. Zhu Hongyi said. Chun Fan nodded. He didn't doubt Zhu Hongyi's words. Before, when they were in the Chun family, the relationship between the two was pretty good. More importantly, in the Chun family, her situation and Chun fans were actually not that different. It was just that because she was too outstanding, she was treated much better. In fact, in the eyes of Mr. Chun, only the eldest grandson, Chun Faming, whom he called the unicorn of the Chun family, is his real grandson. Others are not important. Even a granddaughter as outstanding as Chun Wen-jing, in the eyes of Mr. Chun, is probably only worth a future marriage. After listening to Zhu Hongyi, a plan emerged in Chun Fan's mind. Chun Wen-jing is also a smart person, and he knows his position in the Chun family very well. If he can persuade Chun Wen-jing to rebel, he will definitely be able to severely slap the Chun family and Mr. Chun in the face. Moreover, if Chun Wen-jing could be persuaded to rebel and kept in the Chun family would have a time bomb, which would pose a greater threat to the Chun family. Inciting Chun Wen-jing to rebel and dealing a blow to the Chun family is definitely much more valuable than destroying her plan. Thinking about it, Chun Fan decided to give it a try. After talking to Zhu Hongyi for a few words, Chun Fan hung up the phone and started to make some arrangements. Chun Fan made a backup plan first, so that if the rebellion failed, he could easily break Chun Wen-jing's plan. Taking a step back, even if the rebellion fails, Chun Fan will not suffer any loss, but if it succeeds, that would be great. No matter what, Chun Fan is invincible. After arranging all this, Chun Fan took the initiative to send a message to Chun Wen-jing, asking her to come out and meet him. On the other side, after seeing Chun Fan's message, Chun Wen-jing was a little confused. After hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. Chun Wen-jing is now very curious about this once ordinary cousin. In fact, if it wasn't for the old man's order, she would not be willing to take action against Chun Fan. I heard that Chun Fan's life now is much better than when he was in the Chun family, and he even made friends with big shots like Wei Jingxiu. She was very curious about how Chun Fan did it. Half an hour later, the two met in a cafe in Jiangzhou. After seeing Chun Fan again, Chun Wen-jing was stunned. The current Chun Fan and the former Chun Fan seemed to be two different people. The former Chun Fan was quite ordinary. But now Chun Fan is calm and indifferent in his every move, which is a temperament formed because he has enough confidence. Just when Chun Wen-jing was about to say hello, Chun Fan suddenly said something shocking. Chapter 44. Learn the Chun family's secrets and how to attack them. Do you want to sever ties with the Chun family? Chun Fan spoke. Chun Wen-jing was stunned when she heard Chun Fan's words. Her originally calm heart suddenly felt a little nervous. Ever since her mother passed away, she actually had no feelings for the Chun family. Chun Wen-jing controlled her expression very well. After a brief pause, she smiled slightly. I don't have your courage and strength. Chun Wen-jing sat down, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Chun Fan. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were good to me before. Although they are missing, I cannot be ungrateful. The old man specially called me here to deal with you this time, and I have also made a detailed plan. Chun Wen-jing hesitated for a moment, but did not hide anything from Chun Fan and told him the truth. I don't want to deal with you, but if I don't, the old man will definitely punish me. How about this, we pretend to fight and put on a show and end up with a tie. In this way, you won't suffer any loss, and I can also explain to the old man. How about it? Chun Wen-jing's decision was a huge risk. Once the old man found out, she would be finished. The fifth uncle and fifth aunt mentioned by Chun Wen-jing are Chun Fan's parents. They disappeared mysteriously a year ago. Chun Fan, the Chun family, and even the police station have been searching for a long time, but unfortunately, there was no news at all. It was as if Chun Fan's parents had disappeared from the face of the earth. Since Chun Fan got the system, he secretly sent people to look for the whereabouts of his parents, but unfortunately, there was still no news. Chun Fan looked a little gloomy. His parents love him very much, and he will never give up. He must find his parents. It is precisely because he no longer has the protection of his parents that Chun Fan's status in the Chun family has become the lowest this year. Coming back to his senses, when Chun Fan looked at Chun Wen-jing again, he felt that the possibility of him inciting her to rebel was relatively high. You should know who Chun Shanhai is, and you also know that people like us are not important to him at all. Only Chun Faming is his grandson. Chun Fan spoke. When Chun Wen-jing heard the name Chun Faming, her emotions fluctuated. If it weren't for Chun Faming, Chun Wen-jing would be the number one among the younger generation of the Chun family, and would not be in such an embarrassing position now. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, you will probably be used by Chun Shanhai to form an alliance with a big family. Chun Fan said again. Chun Wen-jing's face darkened instantly. This was the thing she was most reluctant to mention. She worked so hard and fought so hard just to avoid the possibility of becoming a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, no matter what she did, the old man just didn't value her. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was a high probability that she would be used for marriage in the future. I can help you escape this fate, and even help you realize your dreams. Chun Fan spoke. Chun Wen-jing's eyes suddenly lit up. It didn't matter whether her dream came true or not. As long as she could escape the fate of arranged marriage, she was willing to try any method. I am not you. I don't have the courage and strength to sever ties with the Chen family. Chen Wenjing answered helplessly. When Chen Wenjing heard that Chen Fan had taken the initiative to sever ties with the Chen family and refused the marriage proposal, she was excited and wanted to follow Chen Fan's example. But on second thought, even if she severed ties with the Chen family, she would probably not be able to escape the old man's clutches. She alone could not compete with a huge Chen family. She severed her relationship with the Chen family today, and she probably won't be able to hold out for a few days before she is defeated by the Chen family. As long as you stand on my side, I can help you. Chen Fan spoke. Chen Wenjing was a little moved, but her reason suppressed the impulse. She was not clear about Chen Fan's strength, and did not know who would be the future winner in the confrontation between Chen Fan and the Chen family. What if she agreed to Chen Fan, left the Chen family, and stood on Chen Fan's side? What if the Chen family won one day in the future? If she wants to rebel against the Chen family, she must first see how strong Chen Fan is. Thank you for your kindness. I'll think about it. Chen Wenjing neither agreed nor refused. Let me tell you something. The old man has not been in Jiangzhou in recent days. He is now trying to win projects from Wanheng Software Group. In 2 days, at the invitation of the old man, Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group will quietly come to Jiangzhou. The old man has already made arrangements. When the time comes, we will bribe Vice President Han, and the Wanheng Software Group's project will belong to the Chen family. Chen Wenjing lowered her voice and told Chen Fan an important secret, as a favor to Chen Fan. Oh! Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. This information from Chen Wenjing was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chen Fan instantly came up with a way to snipe the Chen family and seize the Wanheng Software Group project. With this method, sniping the Chen family will be easy. Hey Wenjing, are you back in Jiangzhou? Just then, a surprised voice was heard. A young man with dyed yellow hair walked over and looked at Chen Wenjing excitedly, his eyes full of greed. Seeing this yellow-haired young man, Chen Wenjing felt a huge headache. The blonde young man was named Sun Yuanxiu. He was the son of Sun Yongtai, a big shot in Jiangzhou, and one of her suitors. One of the reasons why Chen Wenjing was unwilling to stay in Jiangzhou was that she didn't want to see this disgusting Sun Yongtai. Sun Yuanxiu's reputation in Jiangzhou is extremely bad. Go aside and give me your seat. Sun Yuanxiu domineeringly ordered Chen Fan to give up his position to him. After saying this, Sun Yuanxiu pestered Chen Wenjing again, which made Chen Wenjing very annoyed. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he suddenly received a call from another neighbor he knew at Yujing Villa, Zhao Linyong. Chen Fan picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. My brother-in-law wants to meet you. Zhao Linyong explained. Today he went to his brother-in-law's house and accidentally told his brother-in-law about Chen Fan. Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law immediately became interested in Chen Fan and wanted to get to know him. After saying that, Zhao Linyong handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Is this Mr. Chen? Hello, I am Sun Yongtai. The voice of Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law, Sun Yongtai, came from the phone. Oh. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan showed a strange expression on his face. It's Mr. Sun, hello. Chen Fan greeted the other party. Are you deaf? I told you to give up your seat. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Chen Fan had not stood up and given up his seat to him obediently, Sun Yuanxiu said in a very arrogant tone. You're still on the phone? Give me your seat first, and let the grandson who is talking to you on the phone wait for a while. Sun Yuanxiu's domineering order. Ah? Are you sure you want to ask this grandson, who's on the phone with me, to wait a minute? Chen Fan asked seriously. Of course. Sun Yuanxiu nodded without hesitation. Well then, you talk to him yourself. As long as he agrees, I will give you the position immediately. Chen Fan smiled kindly and handed the phone to Sun Yuanxiu. Sun Yuanxiu was not polite either. He took the phone and ordered arrogantly. Hey grandson, I have something to talk to this guy about. Wait a minute before I tell you about your business. Chapter 45, Terrifying Mission Rewards. Chen Wenjing was shocked after seeing Chen Fan's strength. On the other side of the phone, Sun Yongtai was just about to exchange pleasantries with Chen Fan when he suddenly heard someone on the phone dare to speak to him like that, and he immediately became furious. Who is he? He's a big shot in Jiangzhou. Many wealthy people and bigwigs in Jiangzhou have to be polite in front of him, and no one has ever dared to scold him. Now someone dares to call him grandson? This Chen Fan is so brave. Oh, something is wrong. The voice just now was obviously different from Chen Fan's. But why does this second voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, Sun Yongtai realized and remembered. Hey grandson, didn't you hear me? Get out of the way first. Seeing that the person on the other end of the phone had not responded, Sun Yuanxiu said impatiently. You little bastard, say that again? Sun Yongtai was furious. I'll say it again. If you hear me say you have no grandson, get out of here first. And who the hell are you to call me a little bastard? Sun Yuanxiu is still very arrogant. Who am I? I am your father. Sun Yongtai yelled, furious. My father. I'm still your father, fuck. Sun Yuanxiu blurted out subconsciously. Just after he finished speaking, Sun Yuanxiu was suddenly stunned. Something was wrong. The voice on the phone just now really sounded very much like his father's Sun Yontai. Dad, is that you? Sun Yuanshu asked with a trembling voice. What do you think? At this moment, Sun Yontai was so angry that he was out of breath. Dad, is it really you? Sun Yuanshu had an ugly expression as if he had eaten shit. Next to him, Chen Wenjing was stunned when she heard Sun Yuanshu address the other person on the phone. The person on the other end of the phone turned out to be Sun Yuanshu's father, Sun Yontai. A big shot in Jiangzhou? She didn't know what happened just now, and she didn't feel anything. But now when she thinks back, a big drama happened just now. As for Chen Fan next to him, he couldn't help but complain. It was really hard to hold back laughter. The show just now was so exciting. When Chen Fan met Sun Yuanshu, this good son, he felt sorry for Sun Yontai, a big shot in Jiangzhou for a second. What the hell are you doing now? Sun Yontai reacted quickly. He did not immediately lecture his son about the issue of how he addressed him, but instead thought of another important point. My brother-in-law said that this phone number belonged to the mysterious owner of Villa number 8 in Yujing Villa, but now it is in the hands of my son. Moreover, his son had just been so presumptuous and arrogant that he said he had something to do with this kid and asked him to go away first. What does this prove? It proves that at this moment, my son is provoking the mysterious owner of Villa number 8 in Yujing Villa. As for the issue of how his son addressed him, he could use family rules to resolve it himself later. It was their family affair. However, the matter of his son offending the owner of Villa number 8 in Yujing Villa was difficult to resolve. What am I doing? Sun Yuanxi was confused. I didn't do anything. I just told that kid to get out of the way and give me the seat so I could get closer to Chen Wenjing. Sun Yuanxi's explanation was unclear. Tell this kid to get out of here. Is that kid the owner of this phone? Sun Yontai asked cautiously. Yeah, what's wrong? 2 seconds later, Sun Yontai got the answer he guessed, but was unwilling to accept. Real? Did my son really have a conflict with the owner of Villa number 8 of Yujing Villa? And he was so arrogant that he told Mr. Chan to get out. You bastard. You feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble for me every day, right? Just when Sun Yuanxi was confused, Sun Yongtai's furious voice was heard. What's wrong? Sun Yuanxi didn't understand. The owner of this phone is a very powerful person. I took the initiative to get to know him. Now you are my good son. Sun Yongtai said with gritted teeth. He also wants to get to know the other person, make friends with him, and expand his network of contacts. Now everything is fine, thanks to my good son. Now things are going against my goal. What? Is the owner of this phone a big shot? After listening to what his father said, Sun Yuanxu's face was full of surprise. When he looked at Chun Fan again, his face was full of awe and fear. Next to him, Chen Wenjing was also stunned after hearing what Sun Yuanxu said and seeing Sun Yuanxu's expression. What Sun Yuanxu said just now was most likely said by his father. Who is Sun Yuanxu's father? He is a big shot in their Jiangzhou. In Sun Yongtai's eyes, Chun Fan was actually a big shot, and Chen Wenjing became a little restless. She did hear last night that Chun Fan had risen and even had a good relationship with Wei Jingxiong, but Wei Jingxiong was just an ordinary Jiangzhou boss. But Sun Yongtai is different. Sun Yongtai's status and position in Jiangzhou are higher than Wei Jingxiong. Now, even Sun Yongtai calls Chun Fan a big shot. Doesn't this mean that Chun Fan's identity and strength are far more powerful than he had guessed? At this moment, Chun Wenjing's heart was really shaken. Chun Fan really has the ability to defeat the Chin family. Dad, what should I do now? Sun Yuanxu asked. What do you think? Sun Yongtai asked angrily. The next second, Sun Yuanxu suddenly hugged Chun Fan's thighs and cried to Chin Fan with snot and tears. Boss, I was blind, and I bumped into you. Don't take me seriously. I was wrong. At this moment, Chun Fan also picked up the phone again. On the phone, Sun Yongtai's apologetic voice came. Mr. Chun, I'm so sorry. I didn't discipline him well enough and gave birth to such a bastard. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. Afterwards, I will come to your house to apologize. Mr. Chun, please don't bother with this prodigal son. Chun Fan was quite disgusted to be hugged by a grown man in broad daylight. He waved his hand, and Sun Yuanxi was about to leave as if he had been pardoned. But as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Chin Fan. One more thing. You say. I'm all ears. Sun Yuanxi didn't dare to show any disrespect. Don't pester Chun Wenjing anymore, and don't appear in front of her again, understand? Chun Fan ordered. I understand, Miss Chun. I will never harass you again, and I will never appear in front of you again. Sun Yuanxu quickly assured. Seeing that Chun Fan didn't say anything, Sun Yuanxu left quickly. Chun Wenjing immediately looked at Chun Fan with great gratitude. Thank you. Chun Wenjing was really grateful to Chun Fan for helping her solve this big problem. At this moment, Sun Yongtai's voice came from the phone again. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for not getting on with that bastard. I will remember your kindness. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help you. In Jiangzhou, Sun still has some strength and connections. In order to express his gratitude to Chin Fan, Sun Yongtai specifically said that he owed Chin Fan a favor and that he would definitely help Chun Fan whenever he asked. By the way, is Mr. Chin at home tonight? I want to go to his house and apologize to him in person. Finally, Sun Yongtai asked. Just as Chen Fan was about to answer, the system's voice came. Bye. Task release. Agree to Sun Yongtai's request to come and apologize. Task reward, a top-quality antique from a large museum, guaranteed price of more than 9 figures. Task reward, 61 experience points. Chapter 46, Successful Rebellion. Mr. Chun returns and suddenly changes his actions. Looking at the system's task this time, Chun Fan was a little surprised. The reward for this mission is actually a top-notch antique, and it is also the museum's treasure trove. It is definitely a treasure. This task must definitely be taken. Moreover, the experience points rewarded this time are as high as 61 points. With these experience points, Chun Fan's experience points have reached 360 points, which is another step forward towards upgrading to level 2. I'm home tonight. Chun Fan spoke and agreed to Sun Yongtai's request. Okay, Mr. Chun, see you tonight. Sun Yongtai said politely. Seeing Chun Fan hang up the phone, Chen Wenjing said with some emotion. I didn't expect that you can now make friends with a big shot like Sun Yongtai. Now, who do you think will be the winner, me or the Chen family? Chun Fan asked. Chen Wenjing was silent for a while and finally spoke. You. She had just seen Chun Fan's strength, and it shocked her. The most important thing is that Chun Fan is still young. He is only 19 years old this year and a sophomore in college. As long as Chun Fan is given a certain amount of time, surpassing the Chun family is a foregone conclusion. And now Chen Fan has become very terrifying. I still say the same thing. As long as you stand by me, I can help you escape the unfair fate of marriage. And just be yourself. Chun Fan spoke. Chun Wenjing looked serious, his mind spinning rapidly. And finally, he gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Okay, I promise you. After knowing Chun Fan's strength and her inner determination not to be a bargaining chip, Chun Wenjing finally agreed to Chen Fan. But I can't sever my ties with the Chen family right away. I still need to prepare and make some arrangements. Chun Wenjing spoke. No problem. Chen Fan nodded. Now that Chun Wenjing has severed ties with the Chun family, the blow to the Chen family and the old man of the Chen family is just that. But if at a critical moment, Chun Wenjing suddenly announced that she would sever ties with the Chun family and stand on her side, it would be the biggest blow to the Chen family and Mr. Chun. Moreover, the value of Chun Wenjing continuing to stay in the Chun family is much greater than severing ties with the Chun family immediately. Thank you for your understanding. Chun Wenjing said sincerely. When are you ready to sever ties with the Chun family? You can contact me, and I will help you arrange it later. Chun Fan spoke. Chun Wenjing nodded. From now on, she and Chen Fan were in the same boat. Her fate was in Chun Fan's hands. I hope Chen Fan will not disappoint her expectations. Chen Fan must surpass the Chen family. You made the right choice. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Chen Fan knew Chun Wenjing very well. In fact, the reason why Chun Wenjing can become the second young person of the Chen family and is so outstanding is not because of his great talent, but because of his hard work. When Chun Wenjing was in her senior year of high school, she only slept 3 or 4 hours a day in order to get into a good university. Her fighting spirit made Chun Fan admire her. He successfully instigated Chun Wenjing to rebel, and now he has an extra general on his side. When you return to the Chen family, you must pay attention to when Vice President Han of Wanhing Software Group will come to Jiangzhou and what agreement he has reached with the Chen family. Chen Fan warned. Contact me as soon as you have any news. The method that Chen Fan just thought of to snipe the Chen family is very important as to when Vice President Han will come to Jiangzhou. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Chun Wenjing nodded. Chen Fan is willing to help her. She will definitely not let Chen Fan down. She will show her worth. After chatting with Chen Fan for a while, Chen Wenjing left. When she returned to the Chun family again, she unexpectedly discovered that the old man of the Chun family, Chen Shanhai, and the eldest son of the Chen family had returned from Wanting Software Group. Not only Chen Wenjing, but other people in the Chen family were also surprised. Father, didn't you say that you would come back with Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group in 2 days? Why did you come back suddenly? Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. Things have changed, so I came back early. Mr. Chen asked seriously. No need to wait 2 days. Vice President Han will come to Jiangzhou quietly tomorrow afternoon. Are you ready for the place I asked you to prepare? Chapter 47, an unexpected incident occurred. A major change occurred in Wanhing Software Group. Don't worry, father. I have already booked all the rooms in Tinyu Tower, one of the most upscale tea houses in Jiangzhou. We can discuss it in detail there when the time comes. Chen Yuzhen replied. Tinyu Tower, that's a good place. Mr. Chen was very satisfied with this place. The place had been settled, and all that remained was to bribe Vice President Han. Chen Wenjing heard everything that happened between Mr. Chen and Chen Yuzhen. So when no one was paying attention, Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan all the news about Vice President Han changing the date and arriving tomorrow, as well as about Tinyu Tower. After receiving the news from Chen Wenjing, Chen Fan was stunned. I didn't expect the Chen family to suddenly change their plan. Fortunately, I managed to persuade Chen Wenjing to defect, otherwise, there would be real trouble. After learning the news, Chun Fan also began to make arrangements. Time passed little by little, and at night there was a knock on the door. Chun Fan stood up and went to open the door. At this moment, accompanied by Zhao Linyong, a neighbor of Chun Fan Yujing Villa, a man who was wearing casual clothes but still could not conceal his majesty, was standing there. Mr. Chun, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, Sun Yongtai. Zhao Linyong introduced both parties with a smile. Brother-in-law, this is the Chun Fan I told you about, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun is too young. Looking at Chun Fan, Sun Yongtai couldn't help but sigh. Hello. The two sides shook hands and became acquainted. Afterwards, Chun Fan invited them into the villa. After coming in, after a few pleasantries, Sun Yongtai went straight to the point and apologized to Chun Fan for his son's matter. To express my apology, Sun has specially prepared a small gift. Please accept it, Mr. Chun. As he spoke, Sun Yongtai took out a document from his bag and placed it in front of Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked down and his eyes suddenly fixed. There were only a few big words on the cover of the document. Agreement on the voluntary donation of part of the shares of Tingyu Tower. Not only Chun Fan, even Sun Yongtai's brother-in-law looked surprised. He never expected that his brother-in-law would actually take out some shares of Tingyu Tower and give them to Mr. Chun as a gift. His brother-in-law was really generous. I guess Mr. Chun also knows about Tingyu Tower. Sun Yongtai spoke. Yes, I have heard of it. Chun Fan nodded. Especially just now, Chen Wenjing sent a message saying that the place where the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group secretly met this time was in Tingyu Tower. Seeing that Chun Fan knew about Tingyu Tower, things would be easier. Sun Yongtai said again. To be honest, Tingyu Tower is one of my hidden businesses. In Jiangzhou, our Tingyu Tower is still very powerful. Mr. Chen, this is the voluntary donation contract for 30% of Tingyu Tower's shares. As long as Mr. Chen signs it, Mr. Chen will also be one of the owners of Tingyu Tower. Sun Yongtai's gift was a little beyond Chun Fan's expectations. Tingyu Tower is very famous in Jiangzhou. Without saying more, it is worth at least 300 to 400 million yuan. 30% of the shares are worth at least 100 million yuan. When we met for the first time, Sun Yongtai gave me a gift worth 100 million right away. It was really generous. This is not good. Chun Fan spoke. What's wrong with that? This is a little gift from Sunday. Mr. Chen should not refuse it. As long as Mr. Chen accepts, we will all be the owners of Tingyu Tower in the future. We can run the business together and discuss anything together. Sun Yongtai said with a smile. In fact, he had prepared two gifts, one of which was a share of Tingyu Tower, and the other was a car key, which was the key to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 or 9 million. Sun Yongtai thought that if he felt that Chun Fan was ordinary after meeting him, he would give Chun Fan the Rolls-Royce Cullinan as a gift. If he finds that Chun Fan is not a simple person and is worthy of close friendship, he will take out the shares of Tingyu Tower. When he just met Chun Fan and chatted with him, Sun Yongtai became more and more certain that Chun Fan's future achievements would be limitless, so he took out the shares of Tingyu Tower. Standing next to him, Zhao Linyong couldn't help but sigh as he watched his brother-in-law's generosity. Otherwise, how could my brother-in-law become a big figure in Jiangzhou and have his current status and position? My brother-in-law's courage and vision are not comparable to ordinary people like them. How many people would be willing to give a gift worth 100 million? At this moment, Chun Fan also understood what Sun Yongtai meant. Sun Yongtai wanted to use the shares of Tingyu Tower to strengthen the relationship between the two and expand his network of contacts. Okay, then I would like to thank Mr. Sunday. Chun Fan agreed. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. How could he refuse when someone was so proactive and enthusiastic in making friends with him? What's more, becoming one of the bosses of Tingyu Tower would be of great help to him in sniping the Chun family later. Don't forget that the Chun family and Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group plan to conspire in Tingyu Tower and even booked the entire Tingyu Tower for this purpose. Now that he has become one of the bosses of Tingyu Tower, the success rate of sniping the Chun family will increase. Moreover, Sun Yongtai expanded other people's network and also expanded his own network at the same time, which was a win-win situation. Seeing that Chun Fan agreed, Sun Yongtai also smiled. The two sides exchanged contact information and agreed to have tea together at some time. After staying for a while, Sun Yongtai left. After Sun Yongtai left, Chun Fan continued to arrange the attack on the Chun family tomorrow. It happened so suddenly that he was a little flustered. Not long after Sun Yongtai left, the system's voice came. Bye. Agreed to Sun Yongtai's request to come and apologize. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving top treasure, a Ru Kiln Azure Glaze Sunflower Wash Basin. The treasure has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on obtaining 61 experience points. Ru Kiln Azure Glaze Sunflower Wash Basin? Oh my god. This time the system rewarded me with a Ru Kiln piece. Oh my god. Chun Fan marveled at the dinner. Ru Kiln is one of the 5 famous kilns in the Northern Song Dynasty. Since ancient times, Ru Kiln has been a royal treasure. Even the emperor regarded it as a treasure. At present, after 1,000 years, There are only a handful of Ru kills left in the world. It is definitely the top-level antique treasure. No matter which museum it is placed in, Ru Kiln is definitely the treasure of the museum. Even many provincial museums do not have treasures like Ru Kiln. But now, the system actually rewarded him with a Ru Kiln piece. Chun Fan couldn't help but be excited. Chun Fan couldn't wait to come to the study. From a distance, Chun Fan saw an extremely luxurious brocade box on his desk. Chun Fan stepped forward and carefully opened the brocade box. Then, a jade-like, sky-blue brush washer came into Chun Fan's sight. This is the extremely precious item that the system rewarded me with a Ru Kiln Celadon glazed sunflower wash basin. Chun Fan had never seen such a treasure of the museum's level before, but now he had the opportunity to hold it in his hands and play with it. It's great to have a system. Chun Fan gently picked up the Ru Kiln piece and examined it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more Chun Fan felt the superb skills of the ancients. It was so beautiful. After playing with it for a while, Chun Fan put the Ru Kiln Celadon glaze sunflower wash basin back into the brocade box. With great curiosity, Chun Fan checked it on the internet. The current conservative estimate of the Ru Kiln Celadon glaze sunflower wash basin is between 300 and 400 million yuan, and the appreciation value of this Ru Kiln piece is infinitely high. After all, there are only so many of them left in the whole world, and they cannot be created again. The reward for this mission is really good. Chun Fan put away the Ru Kiln Celadon glaze sunflower-shaped wash basin that he was satisfied with. Late at night, when Chun Fan was still preparing, he suddenly received a call from Xia Ruoshui's cousin, Xia Wenyu, who was the vice president of Wanheng Software Group. Chun Fan, Han Jiahui can't go to Zhengzhou tomorrow, and he can't even leave the company in the past few days. Xia Wenyu suddenly said something shocking. Something big happened in our company. Chapter 48. On the 11th day of severing ties, the reward is the best hotel in Zhengzhou. Han Jiahui is the vice president of Wanheng Software Group that Mr. Chun had won over. Ah! Chun Fan was stunned. What's going on? Chun Fan was stunned. Well, it's like this. Just now, the company was suddenly attacked by a mysterious hacker group. Many of the company's secrets were leaked. The chairman quickly called all of us senior executives together to deal with this crisis. Xia Wenyu thought about it and decided to tell Chun Fan the company's secret. I estimate that the problem will not be solved in 4 or 5 days. During this period, the chairman ordered that all senior executives of the company must be on standby at their posts, and no one is allowed to leave. Therefore, Han Jiahui will definitely not be able to go to Zhengzhou. If Han Jiahui wants to go to Zhengzhou quietly, he must wait until the company's crisis is over, at least 4 or 5 days later. Is that so? Chun Fan nodded. This sudden situation is actually good news for Chun Fan. Han Jiahui will come tomorrow, but time is too tight and he is not well prepared, so his success rate is not very high. But if Han Jiahui comes to Zhengzhou again in 4 or 5 days, Chun Fan will be well prepared and the success rate of sniping the Chun family will be extremely high. More importantly, if Chun Fan is given 4 or 5 days, he is confident that his net worth will exceed 20 billion, and he may even go further and become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, Chun Fan will be more confident, and after successfully sniping the Chun family, he will also be able to get more of the billions of profits. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wenyu. Chun Fan thanks Xia Wenyu for the timely news. After the matter is completed, Sister Wenyu will definitely not be treated unfairly. If you want to thank someone, don't thank me, go thank Ruoshui. Sometimes I envy you. If you can get Ruoshui, you must have saved the world in your previous life. Xia Wenjia spoke. The reason why she helped Chun Fan was naturally because of her cousin Xia Ruoshui. If it weren't for Ruoshui, she wouldn't have helped Chun Fan, whom she didn't even know. Chun Fan nodded. It was indeed all thanks to Ruoshui. Okay, I'm hanging up now. I'm in a company and it's easy for people to find me. If there's any breaking news, I'll contact you as soon as possible. Xia Wenyu said this and hung up the phone. Not long after Xia Wenyu contacted Chun Fan, Chen Wenjing also hurriedly contacted Chun Fan. She told Chun Fan that Mr. Chun, who had been resting, suddenly went to Zhonghai in a hurry for some reason. Before leaving, he asked Chen Yuzhen to delay the booking of Tingyu Pavilion for a few days, as if something had happened. The old man tossed and turned for the whole night, exhausted, and before he left, he complained that these unpromising descendants made his old bones suffer like this, and that he would definitely live several days less. After listening to this, Chun Fan sneered. No matter how good the Chun family's plan is, it will be useless if they can't resist accidents. I see. Thank you. Chun Fan nodded, which indirectly proved that what Xia Wenyu said was true. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan stretched himself and finally had a good sleep tonight. With the Ru Kiln that he got tonight and the shares of Tingyu Tower given by Sun Yongtai, his net worth increased by several hundred million. If nothing unexpected happens, once the reward appears tomorrow, my net worth will exceed 15 billion. For one person to own 15 billion is already a terrifying number, not to mention for ordinary people, even for many wealthy people. He was one step closer to surpassing the Chun family bankrupting the Jinling Su family and trampling the Jinling Su family under his feet. At night, Chun Fan had a good sleep. The next morning, Chun Fan went to class leisurely. As soon as Chun Fan finished class, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 11th day of severing ties, I will be rewarded with 100% ownership of the top 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, Wankai International Hotel. Huh? Wankai International Hotel? Chun Fan was a little surprised by today's reward. Wankai International Hotel is the top and number 1 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou. Wankai International Hotel has 52 floors and a total of 373 rooms. It also has 3 pillar-less banquet halls of more than 800 square meters. Each banquet hall can accommodate nearly 1,000 people. In addition, Wankai International Hotel also has 6 large conference rooms, a top-notch restaurant, and a spa center of more than 1,000 square meters. Even the most ordinary and cheapest room at the Wankai International Hotel costs more than 2,000 yuan a night. I didn't expect that this time, the system would actually reward me with the Wankai International Hotel. That's great. According to what Chun Fan knows, the value of Wankai International Hotel should be around 1.3 to 1.4 billion. What a pity! He was only 100 million or 200 million away from being worth 15 billion. Chun Fan said with a little regret. At this moment, Chun Fan suddenly received a call from Yang Xingping, chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mr. Chun, are you free this afternoon? I told him about our plan to compete for the Wanhing Software Group project. Several other major shareholders of the company want to meet with you to discuss it in detail. Yang Xingping explained. But don't worry, Mr. Chun. I pretty much told them everything. You just need to come over and show your face, so we can have a brief chat. Just as Chun Fan was about to answer, a message suddenly came from the system. Bye. Task release. Go to Yongtai Real Estate Group and persuade other shareholders. Task time, 5 hours. Task reward, 2 high-end residential buildings worth about 300 million. Task reward, 53 experience points. Looking at the system's tasks, Chun Fan was suddenly overjoyed. The system is so user-friendly. I just lamented that my net worth is just a little bit away from exceeding 150. Unexpectedly, the system immediately gave me a task, with the reward being 2 high-end residential buildings worth 300 million yuan. This is great. If he completes the mission and gets these 2 buildings, Chun Fan's net worth will immediately exceed 15 billion. Okay, I agree. I'll meet Chairman Yang this afternoon. Chun Fan agreed to the other party. Time flies. At around 2 p.m., Chun Fan went straight to Yonai Real Estate Group. On the other side, in the chairman's office, several other powerful shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group came. Several major shareholders sat on the sofa and listened to Yang Xingping's story. Everyone, if you win the Wanhing Software Group project, you can get billions of profits. You are all shareholders of the company, and you will also have a share in it. Aren't you tempted? Originally, he had already said almost everything to the other shareholders. But with the arrival of Fang Ziyuan, the company's second largest shareholder, things became different. Fang Ziyuan, this old man, has been extremely conservative and cautious throughout his life. To put it bluntly, he's a coward to death. When he heard that this project was in competition with a wealthy Qin family, he immediately disagreed. The profit is indeed very high, but the problem is that this project is in competition with the Qin family. As a dignified and wealthy family, how strong is the Qin family? The means of the Qin family's head, Qin Shanhai, are very powerful. I don't need to say more. Fang Ziyuan said in a sophisticated manner. Yes, what Director Fang said makes sense. The Qin family is not easy to mess with, and Qin Shanhai is even less easy to mess with. After Fang Ziyuan finished speaking, several people in the office echoed him. You're always afraid to take action. If you are afraid of this or that, the company will not develop. If you are complacent and wait for death, then that's it. Yang Xingping retorted. That's billions of dollars in profit. As long as we win the project, what does it matter if we offend the Qin family? What Chairman Yang said makes sense, but you're talking about victory. If we win, we'll have no problem getting the project, but what if we lose, don't get the project, and offend the Qin family? Wouldn't that be a loss of both the wife and the army? When Qin Shanhai has time, given his character, he will definitely take revenge on us. Aren't you afraid? Fang Ziyuan questioned. In an instant, the scene fell into silence, and even Yang Xingping was unable to answer. Just then, a sudden voice was heard. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Chun Fan slowly walked in. Chapter 49, Chun Fan's black card of the first royal bank of the oil country was exposed, and his net worth exceeded 15 billion. Director Chin is here. Let me introduce him to you. This is Director Chin Fan, the third largest shareholder of our group. This is Director Fang Ziyuanfang, and this is... Yang Xingping introduced them to each other. Yang Xingping asked Chun Fan to sit down. Facing Chun Fan, Fang Zuan did not have a good attitude and asked directly. I heard that Director Chun was also a member of the Chun family before, but he severed his relationship with the Chun family. This time, it was Director Chun who proposed and was mainly responsible for competing with the Chun family for the Wanhing Software Group project. Yes, what's the problem? Chun Fan nodded. Is there any problem? Huh, Mr. Chun. Have you ever thought about what will happen if you fail? Failure doesn't matter to Mr. Chun. Anyway, Mr. Chun has already torn his face with the Chun family and is confronting each other tit for tat. Fong Ziyuan questioned. But what about us? If Mr. Chun fails, we will be the ones who suffer. Why are you so sure we will fail? Chun Fan asked back. Why? It's very simple. I don't believe in Mr. Chen's ability and strength. Fong Ziyuan did not pretend and told the truth. After all, Chun Fan was too young, almost the same age as his grandson. He suspected that Chun Fan did not have the ability to snipe the Chin family. I think there should be no doubt about my strength. As he said that, Chun Fan stood up and wanted to go get a glass of water. As a result, Chun Fan stood up a little too much and a card fell out of his pocket. Snap! Seeing this, a shareholder nearby helped pick it up. The shareholder thought it was just a black card and was about to return it to Chun Fan. However, when he accidentally saw the entire appearance of this black card, he was stunned. Oh my god, this. The shareholder was shocked. Noticing the abnormality of this shareholder, others also looked over curiously. What's wrong? Lao Lu, is there any problem with this card? The others asked in confusion. This is a MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country. The first shareholder exclaimed. Everyone present was wealthy, and naturally had heard of the horror of the MasterCard black card issued by the First Royal Bank of the oil country. In an instant, other shareholders gathered around and looked at it curiously. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan couldn't keep calm anymore and came over excitedly. Mr. Chun, is this MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country yours? The first shareholder asked as he handed the black card to Chun Fan respectfully. Yes, it must have fallen out of my pocket just now, thank you. Chun Fan took the black card. Director Chun, are you a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the oil country? Fong Ziyuan asked in a slightly nervous voice. Yeah, what's the problem? Chun Fan nodded casually. After getting a positive answer, everyone present gasped. My god, Director Chun is actually a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the oil country. In the entire Jiangzhou, I guess except Director Chun, no one else has a black card of this level. No wonder Director Chun is so confident. No wonder he dares to attack the Chun family. They have the strength to do so. Director Chun, I agree with your plan to snipe the Chun family. I agree. Shareholders expressed their agreement. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh. Youth are to be feared. I am short-sighted. I agree with Director Chun. When Fong Ziyuan looked at Chun Fan again, there was no longer the contempt and suspicion in his eyes, but a hint of awe. At this point, all shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group agreed to Chun Fan's sniper plan. The sound of the system also came. Bye. Go to Yongtai Real Estate Group and convince other shareholders. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning 2 high-end residential buildings, worth about 300 million. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished. 2 buildings worth 300 million yuan were acquired, and instantly, Chun Fan's net worth exceeded 15 billion yuan. In addition, Chun Fan also gained 53 experience points. At present, Chun Fan has collected 413 experience points, which is almost 1/3 of the upgrade. As long as he accumulates 1,500 experience points, Chun Fan's system can be successfully upgraded to level 2. By then, the daily rewards will be greatly increased, conservatively estimated to be several billion per day. Later, when Chun Fan's system is upgraded to level 3, level 4, or even higher, the rewards will probably be hundreds of billions every day. When he thought of this, Chun Fan's heartbeat quickened. We must find a way to upgrade as soon as possible. After convincing other shareholders, Yongtai Real Estate Group's side was completely settled. After leaving here, Chun Fan quietly went to a very special place. Chapter 50, Day 12 of Severing Relations. Reward, Top International Golf Course. The place Chun Fan came to was Tingyu Tower. Afterwards, the Chun family and Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group will have a secret meeting here. And now, Chun Fan is already one of the owners of Tingyu Tower. After Chun Fan arrived at Tingyu Tower, he immediately called the manager over. One of his plans revolved around Tingyu Tower. Chun Fan asked the manager to make some special arrangements and reminded him that the news of his coming must not be known to other people, especially those from the Chun family. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I'll arrange for someone to go right away. It will probably be done tomorrow afternoon. You can take some time to take a look. As for the news of your coming, I will keep it absolutely confidential and will not let anyone else know. The manager made repeated assurances. Well, I'll come over to check in the next 2 days. After making the arrangements, Chun Fan left. The next morning, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 12th day of severing ties, the reward is 100% ownership of the largest international golf course in Jiangzhou, Guanshan International Golf Course. Looking at today's rewards, Chun Fan was a little surprised. Guanshan International Golf Course is the largest and top golf course in Jiangzhou, bar none. Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course covers a very large area and is a standard championship-level golf course with 18 holes, and a par of 72. At the same time, Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course is also the preferred leisure and entertainment venue for countless dignitaries, bigwigs, and wealthy people in Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had only heard of Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course before and had never been there. Unexpectedly, now he has become the owner of Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course. More importantly, the total value of Guanshan International Golf Course is approximately 1.7 billion. Now, I have become the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, and my net worth is close to 17 billion. In a few days, your net worth will reach 20 billion. Chen Fan said with great anticipation. After the net worth reaches 20 billion, the distance to surpass the Chun family and step on the Jinling Su family is even closer. At noon, Chen Fan was preparing to go out for lunch. By the way, is there a high-end restaurant in my Wankai International Hotel? Chen Fan suddenly thought of it. I just got the Wankai International Hotel yesterday, and I haven't been there yet. Now is a good time to go to the hotel's high-end restaurant for a meal, try the food there, and take a look at the Wankai International Hotel. Thinking of this, Chen Fan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom and headed straight for Wankai International Hotel. When Chen Fan arrived at the lobby of Wankai International Hotel, he saw a familiar figure arguing with the hotel manager from afar. This familiar figure was none other than Xia Ruoshui. Chen Fan came over in surprise and asked, "Ruoshui, what happened?" Chen Fan. After seeing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui was also a little confused. The Wankai International Hotel broke the contract, so I came here to argue with them. Xia Ruoshui answered with a headache. Break the contract? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. What's going on? It's like this. Tomorrow, under the arrangement of the Xia family, dozens of representatives selected from other companies of the Xia family will come to the Xia Group branch in Jiangzhou to visit and study for 3 days. Xia Ruoshui explained to Chen Fan. As early as a week ago, I booked a room for them at the Wankai International Hotel. They were going to come tomorrow morning, but now the people at the Wankai International Hotel told me that my reservation failed, and there are no rooms left. The holidays are coming soon, and rooms in major hotels are very limited, especially 5-star hotels. Moreover, she needs dozens of rooms at a time, and it would be too late to book them now. President Xia, I'm sorry. This matter is all the fault of that intern. She did not report the news of your reservation, which led to this problem. We have already fired that intern. The hotel manager explained. Intern? An intern again? After hearing this excuse, not to mention Xia Ruoshui, even Chen Fan was frowning. Can you please stop putting all the blame on the interns? Can an intern make the decision on matters like this? Are you sure it's the intern's problem, not yours? Chen Fan questioned the lobby manager. Chen Fan certainly couldn't just stand by and watch something like this happen in his own hotel. Yeah, what's wrong? The lobby manager stammered in his answer. Seeing this, Chen Fan became even more certain that there was definitely something wrong. In that case, you have to give me an answer. Xia Ruoshui requested. President Xia, I've already apologized to you. What else do you want from me? Don't be so unreasonable. The lobby manager turned the tables and accused Xia Ruoshui of being unreasonable. Xia Ruoshui was so angry that she laughed. She just wanted an answer and hadn't said anything yet, but the other party just did this. Call the general manager of your hotel to me. At this moment, an unquestionable voice came. Chen Fan stood up. Call our general manager. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? The lobby manager said arrogantly, not taking Chen Fan, a passerby, seriously at all. Just because I'm the owner of Wankai International Hotel? Chen Fan replied calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell into deathly silence. What? The originally arrogant lobby manager's face suddenly turned pale. Was he hallucinating? The man in front of me actually said that he was the owner of their hotel? The lobby manager pinched his thigh hard and felt the pain instantly. He immediately realized that it was not an illusion. You are our boss. The lobby manager asked with fear in his voice. Yeah, why? Do you want me to prove it? Chen Fan asked back. No, please wait a moment. I will go and call the general manager right now. The lobby manager went to find the hotel general manager in a panic. 3 minutes later, the hotel general manager came to Chen Fan with great humility. Chapter 51, looking for your sister? Your sister and I are in the hotel. After coming over, the hotel general manager said respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Dong Junliang, the general manager of the hotel. Manager Dong, right? Did you know that Ruoshui booked dozens of rooms with you a week ago? Chen Fan asked directly. Dong Junliang was stunned when he heard what Chen Fan said. Ruoshui? Who is Ruoshui? When he noticed Xia Ruoshui next to him, he suddenly realized that the boss was talking about President Xia. No, the boss directly called President Xia Ruoshui. Is that so intimate? Does the boss have a special relationship with President Xia, the most beautiful female president in Jiangzhou? I don't know, boss. Dong Junliang replied. I swear. He is usually so busy with all kinds of things to deal with. It is just a normal matter of booking a room. He just needs to follow the process and doesn't need him at all. Ruoshui had someone book dozens of rooms in our hotel a week ago and was going to check in tomorrow. But today, she was suddenly told that there was a problem with the reservation. Then the lobby manager pushed all the responsibility onto some intern. Do you think it's possible? Chen Fan asked back. An intern? Absolutely impossible. Booking dozens of rooms at once is considered a big business. An intern definitely doesn't have the right to do that. Dong Junliang answered affirmatively. Well, then, you need to thoroughly investigate this matter in front of me. Find out what's going on and whether there's anyone behind this. Chen Fan ordered. Chen Fan suspected that this matter was not that simple. Ruo Shui is the president of the Xia Group, and his status in Jiangzhou is very powerful. If there is no supporter behind him, even if the lobby manager has 100 guts, he would not dare to do this. If you can't find out the truth, then you don't have to be the general manager anymore. Yes, boss, I'll get to the bottom of this. Dong Junliang was shocked and agreed immediately. After saying that, Dong Junliang looked at the lobby manager meticulously. If you don't give me a clear answer, you won't just be fired. Being stared at like that by the boss and the general manager, the lobby manager instantly got scared and told everything. It turned out that the room Xiao Shui had booked previously was indeed successfully booked. However, yesterday, the hotel's senior manager Huang suddenly ordered him to cancel all the rooms Xiao Shui had booked. So what happened just now happened. Was it Huang Li's order? Dong Junliang asked with a frown. Yes. Now, let Huang Li come over here. A few minutes later, Huang Li realized that his crime had been exposed and confessed everything. Huang Li met Kong Junpeng, the grandson of the chairman of Yum Brands at the club yesterday. Kong Junpeng unexpectedly learned that Xia Ruoshui had booked dozens of rooms at the Wankai International Hotel. Booking so many rooms at once must have an important use. So in order to cause trouble for Xia Ruoshui, Kong Junpeng instigated Huang Li to cancel these dozens of rooms. Why did Kong Junpeng do this? Dong Junliang asked in confusion. Mr. Kong said that the bastard Kong Junpeng said that the Xia group dared to compete with their Yum group. This hotel room is just a temporary interest. Later, they will make the Xia group pay a heavy price. Huang Li repeated Kong Junpeng's words verbatim. It was the people from Yum Brands who did this. After hearing this answer, Chen Fan and Xiao Shui looked at each other. Although they were surprised, they were not confused. Yum Brands, right? Great. You two have done things that go against the interests of the hotel in order to please Kong Junpeng. From now on, you are fired from the hotel. Afterwards, the hotel will hire a lawyer to sue you too. Dong Junliang announced. What? No, general manager, boss, please don't sue us. Huang Li and the lobby manager panicked instantly and begged for mercy. In the end, the two were forcibly taken out by the hotel security. Boss, I'll arrange for someone to rebook those rooms for President Xiao right now. Dong Junliang made arrangements immediately. When Chen Fan was reopening the room, his cell phone rang. Chen Fan saw that it was Xia Mingming calling, so he picked up the phone. Senior Chen, I didn't find my sister, and she didn't answer the phone. Have you seen her? Xia Mingming asked. Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are staying at the hotel. Chen Fan answered casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan realized that something was wrong and that he had not expressed himself clearly. On the other side of the phone, after listening to what Chen Fan said, Xia Mingming opened her mouth wide and was completely stunned. My sister and Senior Chen are checking into a hotel. This. It seems that the timing of my call is not right. Well, Senior Chen, I'm going to hang up now. You and sister should get busy first. Xia Mingming stammered, and at the moment she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly explained. You misunderstood, I mean? But before Chen Fan could finish speaking, Xia Mingming hung up the phone in a panic. Ruo Shui, I didn't explain myself clearly just now. Your sister probably misunderstood me. Please explain it to me when you get back. Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruo Shui apologetically. It's fine, Xia Ruo Shui said with a helpless smile. In a short while, the room was arranged. It was handled well this time. I was the only one here today. Otherwise, the matter would have been left unresolved. You should be more careful next time. Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. I will definitely increase my management of the hotel in the future. Dong Junliang guaranteed. Chen Fan asked Dong Junliang to leave, then looked at Xia Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui, you probably haven't eaten yet. Let's go to the hotel restaurant and have lunch and talk about the problems of Yum Brands. Good. Xia Ruo Shui agreed. The two came to the hotel's high-end restaurant and chatted while eating. Last time Yum Brands instigated the shareholders of Fading Group to unite and kick itself out of the management of Fading Group. Chen Fan was busy and had no time to settle the account with them. Now, they want to make trouble for Ruo Shui in their own hotel again, and they're getting more and more excessive. They think they have a good temper, right? Yum Brands has a strong foundation and is difficult to deal with. Xia Ruo Shui said. If you and I join forces, I don't believe we can't bring down Yum Brands. Chen Fan spoke. Yum Brands is too arrogant to cause trouble for me and Ruo Shui again and again. If they don't take action, do they really think they are easy to bully? Afterwards, Chen Fan talked with Xia Ruo Shui about the specific matters. We cannot rush this matter and need to do it step by step. Xiao Shui will first collect some specific information about Yum brands, and then the two will discuss it in detail later. After dinner, Xiao Shui was in a hurry to go back to the company. Chen Fan had no classes in the afternoon, so he planned to go back to the villa. But just as he got on the bus, he suddenly received a message from Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi was going to play golf with some friends in the afternoon, and he invited Chun Fan to join him. As soon as Chun Fan finished reading the message, the system's voice came. Chapter 52. Rewarding with the world's top supercar and showing off being a top member of a golf course? Bye. Task release. Relax and agree to Zhu Hongyi's request to go to the golf course. Task time, 3 hours. Mission reward, one of the world's top supercars, Aston Martin. Task reward, 57 experience points. After seeing this task, Chun Fan was no longer sleepy. If you ask Chun Fan what he wants to do most now, of course he wants to upgrade the system to level 2. By then, the daily rewards will increase a lot. At that time, surpassing the Chen family and stepping on the Jinling Su family will be much easier. Naturally, the more tasks the system issues, the better. After completing this task, Chen Fan will be able to collect 470 points. The Aston Martin awarded this time is also one of the world's top and most expensive supercars. It is limited to 77 units worldwide and only 5 units in China. In China, the landing price is about 50 to 60 million yuan. In front of it, even Chen Fan's Lamborghini Bull is a younger brother. Aston Martin is equipped with an engine with a maximum torque of 750 Newton meters, a maximum power of 760, a maximum speed of 354, and an acceleration of 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. It is one of the well-deserved performance supercars. With it, Chun Fan's Lamborghini can be retired. Which golf course are you going to? Chun Fan asked. Of course, it is Guanshan International Golf Course. Zhu Hongyi replied immediately. Go to Guanshan International Golf Course? It would be more convenient to go to your own territory. Okay, see you at Guanshan International Golf Course at 2:30 p.m. Chun Fan sent a message to Zhu Hongyi. It was only about 1 o'clock, and it was still early, so Chun Fan went back to the villa to rest for a while. At around 2 o'clock, Chun Fan drove his Lamborghini Bull and headed straight for Guanshan International Golf Course. At Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi and several of his companions had already arrived at the gate of the golf course. Old Zhu, is what you said true or false? Is your eldest brother so awesome? Yes, Lao Zhu. You are not lying to us, are you? Just now, Zhu Hongyi introduced to them how awesome and powerful his elder brother Chun Fan was. Zhu Hongyi's companions were shocked and a little skeptical. How could I possibly be lying to you? My eldest brother is an absolute boss, on par with Wei Jingxiong. Zhu Hongyi said proudly. On par with Wei Jingxiong. Several companions instantly showed respect to Chun Fan. Old Zhu, brother Fan will be here soon. You must introduce him to us. Yes, let us also get to know such a big man. The companions said excitedly. Just when Zhu Hongyi readily agreed, a harsh voice was heard. Mr. Zhu, just keep bragging. You say your elder brother is on an equal footing with Wei Jingxiong. How dare you say that? Not far away, a thin boy came over, surrounded by several people. The thin boy was named Luo Xingwen. He was the son of a wealthy man in Jiangzhou and a sworn enemy of Zhu Hongyi. If you want to know who is really amazing, it's my eldest brother, the future crown prince of Yum. Bronze, Kong Yunping. Young Master Kong is number 1. My eldest brother is a top diamond member of Guanshan International Golf Course. Luo Xingwen showed off very proudly. TSK, who is Kong Junpeng? How can he compare with my big brother? While they were arguing, a Lamborghini slowly stopped not far away. Chun Fan is here. See? This is my big brother, Brother Fan. Zhu Hongyi introduced excitedly. After saying that, he excitedly ran over to greet Chun Fan. TSK, I thought I was some powerful guy, but I just drive a shabby bull? This is far inferior to the 20 million plus Bugatti Veyron that my eldest brother, Kong Xiao, drives. One of my eldest brother's cars can buy 3 of this kid's. Luo Xingwen said disdainfully. That is, our Master Kong is really awesome. Luo Xingwen's people agreed. After hearing these words, Zhu Hongyi's companions felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, driving a Lamborghini was a bit of a downgrade for a big shot like Brother Fan. Under the leadership of Zhu Hongyi, Chun Fan came over and Zhu Hongyi introduced several companions to Chun Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Several companions greeted Chun Fan politely. Not far away, Luo Xingwen and his companions were still talking in a sarcastic tone. He's the big brother, but he drives a broken Lamborghini. How shameful. If I drive a Lamborghini, I wouldn't dare to be the big brother. Shiver. At this time, the voice of the system came. Bye. Take some time off, agree to Zhu Hongyi's request, go to the golf course, mission completed. Congratulations on winning. The world's top supercar, an Aston Martin. Congratulations on obtaining 57 experience points. Mission accomplished. The next moment after the task was completed, Chun Fan's cell phone rang. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun Fan? The Aston Martin you ordered has arrived. Where should I send it to? The voice of an Aston Martin staff member came over the phone. "Oh, I'm at Guanshan International Golf Course. Just ship it here for me." Chun Fan answered casually. "Okay, Mr. Chun, we'll be there in a moment. Please sign for it then." After Chun Fan hung up the phone, Zhu Hongyi asked curiously, "Brother Fan, what did you buy?" "Nothing. Just bought an Aston Martin." Chun Fan replied calmly. Not far away, Luo Xingwen was about to come over to ridicule, but he unexpectedly heard Chun Fan's words and immediately froze in place, as if struck by lightning. "What? Just bought an Aston Martin? Just casually? WTF, WTF, WTF?" Luo Xingwen was deeply shocked. Aston Martin is a top-of-the-line supercar with only 77 units produced worldwide. There are only 5 Aston Martins in the whole country, and each one is worth as much as 50 or 60 million yuan. The elder brother of Zhu Hongyi in front of him actually bought an Aston Martin. OMG! Compared with the Aston Martin, his elder brother Kong Juanping's ordinary Bugatti Veyron seems very ordinary. Even Luo Xingwen was extremely shocked, not to mention his companions. They all looked at Chun Fan in amazement, their faces full of disbelief. He just bought an Aston Martin casually. Brother Zhu Hongyi is so awesome. Just as they were shocked, a Bugatti Veyron stopped not far away. Luo Xingwen's elder brother, Kong Junpeng, who deliberately caused trouble at the Wankai International Hotel, arrived. Chapter 53. Chun Fan's global limited edition supercar appears, stunning the audience and making a huge gamble. After getting off the car, Kong Junpeng came over. Seeing that Luo Xingwen and other younger brothers had strange expressions on their faces, Kong Junpeng asked in confusion what had happened. When Kong Junpeng learned what had happened, his expression changed slightly. "Are you Chun Fan, the major shareholder of Fading Group?" Kong Junpeng asked. "Exactly." Chun Fan nodded. After getting a positive answer, Kong Junpeng immediately showed deep hostility towards Chun Fan. He knew from his grandfather that Fading Group and Xia Group were birds of a feather, and naive, and dared to be enemies with their young group. What's even more abominable is that Chun Fan, the major shareholder of Fading Group, actually helped Xia Ruoshui solve the trap set by Yum Brands, causing their plan to fail. This made Kong Junpeng hate Chun Fan as well, but Kong Junpeng didn't have time to take action against Chun Fan for the time being. Unexpectedly, he would meet this bastard Chun Fan at Guanshan International Golf Course. Very well. He would teach this ignorant Chun Fan a lesson for the sake of his grandfather and Yum Brands. He wanted to let Chun Fan know that anyone who went against their Yum Brands would have a bad ending. Kong Junpeng was plotting against Chun Fan, and Chun Fan was also planning something. Now that he has met Kong Junpeng, Chun Fan will naturally not let him go. "Where is this Aston Martin you're talking about?" Kong Junpeng asked. "There are only 5 Aston Martins in the whole country." To be honest, he also wants to broaden his horizons. "It's not here. It was this guy named Chun Fan who said he bought an Aston Martin. We haven't seen the actual car yet." Luo Xingwen explained. "What? This guy said it himself? There's no car in stock." Luo Xingwen sneered. "I also said that I have a Pagani Huayra, which is limited to 5 units worldwide. Who doesn't brag about boasting? I also bought an Aston Martin. I'm really bold to brag," Luo Xingwen said with faith. There are only 5 Aston Martins in the entire country. Not to mention Jiangzhou City. There is not even one in the entire Zhonghai province. This guy must be trying to scare you. There is no way he can buy an Aston Martin. After hearing what their eldest brother said, Luo Xingwen and others suddenly realized. Yes. How could a world-class supercar like Aston Martin appear in a second or third-tier city like Jiangzhou? Brother is really smart. He saw through this kid's trick right away. Luo Xingwen and others started to speak up and mock Chun Fan. Who does he think he is? He bought an Aston Martin. Why didn't you say anything? Kong Junpeng wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but before he could finish his words, a trailer was slowly approaching from a distance. And on the trailer was a brand new Aston Martin. Seeing this scene, Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen, and others were so shocked that their jaws dropped. There really is an Aston Martin. Could it be that Chun Fan bought it? No, absolutely impossible. Kong Junpeng said foolishly, comforting himself in his heart. 2 minutes later, the trailer slowly stopped in front of everyone. The Aston Martin staff got out of the car and asked politely, "Excuse me, who are you, Mr. Chun Fan? The Aston Martin you ordered has arrived." In an instant, Kong Juanping's toes were pressed against the ground, and he was extremely embarrassed. He just believed that Chun Fan was bragging, but Chun Fan actually bought a legendary world-class supercar Aston Martin. For a moment, Kong Junpeng was so jealous that his saliva was almost flowing. Not to mention him, even the best of the younger generation of wealthy families do not own a supercar of this level. Chun Fan possesses it, and is definitely the first among the younger generation in Jiangzhou. Im Shen Fan. Chun Fan went over and signed for the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin drove off the trailer and parked alongside. Wow, it's so cool. It's worthy of being the world's top supercar. No wonder it's called the Suit Thug. It's really elegant and handsome. Brother Fan is awesome. Zhu Hongyi and others quickly ran over and watched curiously. Even Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen and others couldn't control their legs and wanted to go over to appreciate this level of supercar. But there was nothing they could do. They could only watch from afar with envy and jealousy. Brother Fan, can we go in and take a look? Zhu Hongyi asked excitedly. No problem. Chun Fan threw the car keys over. Thank you, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is awesome. Zhu Hongyi and his companions were very excited. Luo Xingwen and others were so jealous that their teeth were itching. Why was Zhu Hongyi's boss so awesome? When compared with him, their own boss instantly became not that awesome. As for Kong Junpeng, his face turned pale. He also wants to own this Aston Martin. Suddenly, Kong Junpeng had an idea that would kill two birds with one stone. He could teach Chun Fan a lesson and get the Aston Martin at the same time. Chun Fan, do you dare to bet with me? Kong Junpeng Sudoni spoke. Oh, what's the bet? Chun Fan asked. We are already at Guanshan International Golf Course, so of course we will compete in golf. We'll play 2 out of 3 to see who's better at golf. As for the bet, let's bet on your Aston Martin and my Bugatti Veyron. If you win, my Bugatti Veyron will be yours. If you lose, your Aston Martin will be mine. How about that? Kong Junpeng suggested. Mr. Kong, you are ugly, but you are dreaming. How much is your Bugatti Veyron worth? How can it compare with my eldest brother's Aston Martin? Besides, you have been driving this Bugatti Veyron for many years. Why are you still showing it off? Zhu Hongyi was the first to stand up and refute. Why? Don't you dare. If you're a man, don't refuse. Kong Junpeng provoqued. Why not? But the stakes are too small. Chun Fan said kindly, it's boring to play with such a small bet. How about this? We each take out 500 million. If you win, I will not only give you 500 million, but also give you this Aston Martin. If you lose, you only need to give me 500 million. As soon as Chun Fan said this, the whole place fell into dead silence. 500 million at stake. My God, what a gamble. That's too much. Zhu Hongyi and others looked at Chun Fan with admiration. He was worthy of being their boss. Such courage was awesome. Chun Fan repeated Kong Junpeng's words to him. What do you think? Do you dare? If you are a man, don't refuse. Chapter 54 rewards top-level skills. Chun Fan's amazing operation. Just as Chun Fan finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly came. Bye. Task. Find a way to get Kong Junpeng to agree to the 500 million bet. Task reward. Top golf skills. Task reward. 50 experience points. Huh. Chun Fan was a little surprised when he saw the sudden challenge from the system. This was the icing on the cake. Originally, Chun Fan was very confident in his golf skills because his father loved golf very much and Chun Fan had been with him since he was a child, so naturally his skills were not bad. It's a pity that the cost of Guanshan International Golf Course is too high and their status in the Chun family is very low, so Chun Fan and his father have hardly ever been here. I didn't expect that the system would issue a task and reward me with top golf skills. This is good. Originally, Chun Fan had 80% to 90% confidence. Now that he has received the task and obtained top golf skills, he has a 100% chance of winning and will definitely make money. I originally came here just to have some fun and relax, and now I've gotten 500 million for free. This is so cool. What's more, this challenge also gives 50 experience points, and Chun Fan has exactly 520 experience points. Just as Chun Fan was studying the system tasks, everyone's eyes were focused on Sun Junpeng, especially Luo Xingwen and others. Their boss dared to take out 500 million yuan and Aston Martin to bet, but their boss only needs 500 million yuan. Boss, don't be afraid. Sun Junpeng was extremely tortured by being stared at by so many people. 500 million is very, very much for him. Although he was a member of the prestigious Yum brands, all the money he had added up to only 70 or 80 million. For 500 million, he had to write an IOU. However, if he wins, not only will he get the Aston Martin that he covets so much, he can also get 500 million. A full 500 million. If I could get these 500 million, it would definitely make my father and grandfather look up to me, and I would no longer be the prodigal son in their eyes. More importantly, Sun Junpeng is extremely confident in his golf level, which is even better than some professionals. Do you want to agree? Faced with the temptation of 500 million and an Aston Martin, he couldn't help himself. What? Don't dare. How about this? Let's raise the stakes a little bit. The loser can say that he is a clown and not worthy of competing with the other party, and then make a video and post it online. How about that? Seeing that Kong Junpeng did not agree, Chun Fan added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Kong Junpeng was really moved. In this way, I can prove to my father and grandfather that I am not a prodigal son or a waste. Chun Fan, whom both his father and grandfather had failed to discipline, was defeated and taught a lesson by himself. This would definitely make his grandfather look at him with new eyes. Okay, I agree. In the end, Kong Junpeng gritted his teeth and agreed. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Let's make a bet. Zhu Hongyi found paper, pen, and ink. Chun Fan drafted a gambling agreement, wrote down all the conditions just now, and then signed and put his fingerprints on it. Kong Junpeng also stepped forward and signed and put his fingerprints on it. The bet is officially effective. At the same time, the system's voice came. Bye. Find a way to get Kong Junpeng to agree to the 500 million bet. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top golf skills. Congratulations on obtaining 50 experience points. A huge amount of memories flooded into Chun Fan's mind. From now on, Chun Fan was a top golf master. At the same time, 50 points are obtained. At this moment, Chun Fan has already collected a little more than 1/3 of the points needed for the upgrade, and he is only more than 900 experience points away from upgrading the system to level 2. Let's go! Afterwards, both sides entered Guanshan International Golf Course and came to a golf course. Guanshan International Golf Course is a standard 18-hole 72-stroke course. It would be a waste of time if we played all of it. How about we just keep it simple and compare the scores on the 3 par 4 holes? Suddenly, Kong Junpeng proposed. It would be a waste of time to finish 18 holes with 72 strokes normally. He couldn't wait to beat Chun Fan, get the 500 million and the Aston Martin, then go home immediately, show off in front of his father and grandfather, and get their praise. So why bother? A hole is a 4-stroke game, starting from the teeing area until the ball enters the hole. The total length of the pole hole is 300 meters. You need to hit it 4 times in a row to enter the hole. If you have a high level of ability and only need 3 strokes, you can score points. If you need 5 strokes to enter the hole, you'll get points and so on. Unlike other sports, in golf the smaller the score the better. Chun Fan nodded and agreed to Kong Junpeng's proposal. This can shorten the time and end the game faster. In the first game, Kong Junpeng started first. Standing in the teeing area, Kong Junpeng aimed at the ball in the distance and hit it out, and the golf ball went more than 210 meters away. When he came to the place where the golf ball stopped, Kong Junpeng hit it again, and the golf ball moved forward again. On just the 3rd shot, Kong Junpeng successfully hit the golf ball into the hole and got the duh. Mr. Kong is so powerful. He hit the hole in 3 strokes. Mr. Kong's golf skills are really amazing. Master Kong will definitely win this competition. Luo Xingwen and others shouted with joy and were extremely excited. Next to them, Zhu Hongyi and others had serious expressions. Kong Junpeng might not be good at anything else, but he was so good at golf that he could hole out in 3 strokes on a par 4 hole. His level was indeed very strong. Brother Fan is under a lot of pressure. Chun Fan, it's your turn. Kong Junpeng said proudly. He seemed to have already seen the 500 million and Aston Martin waving at him. Different from Zhu Hongyi and the others who were nervous and anxious, Chun Fan came to the teeing area very leisurely and hit the ball more than 270 meters in 1 stroke. Chun Fan moved forward to where the golf ball stopped and hit the ball directly into the hole with his 2nd shot. In the first game, there is no need to say who wins and who loses. Brother Fan is awesome. Damn, he holed out a par 4 in 2 strokes. Brother Fan is the hidden master. Brother Fan is sure to win. At this moment, it was Zhu Hongyi and the others' turn to shout excitedly. As for Kong Junpeng, his head was buzzing when he saw this. It was a par 4 hole, and Chun Fan got it in with just 2 strokes. Is his level so high? After losing the first game, Kong Junpeng suddenly felt pressured. The second game begins. Taking a deep breath, Kong Junpeng was extremely serious this time, and he played the first shot meticulously. The ball flew more than 280 meters. In the second game, Kong Junpeng finally got into the hole with only 2 strokes. After scoring the goal, Kong Junpeng showed a confident smile on his face. He won the second game without any hesitation. He just didn't believe that Chun Fan could get a hole in 2 like he did the first time. However, immediately afterwards, a scene that left him dumbfounded occurred. Standing at the teeing point 300 meters away, Chun Fan hit the golf ball into the hole with 1 stroke. For a moment, everyone was stunned. For a pole hole, the chance of a ball going into the hole is 1 in 2,500, and that requires a professional to play. But now, Chun Fan actually hit the hole in 1 shot. This was a 1 in 2,500 chance, and Chun Fan just happened to hit it. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Brother Fan is awesome. Zhu Hongyi and others shouted. In the second game, the winner has been decided. The winner of the bet has been decided. Chapter 55, 13th day of Severing Ties. Reward. Ownership of the first security group. How is that possible? How is this possible? Looking at Chun Fan, who hit a hole-in-one, Kong Junpeng was stunned. He has been playing golf for so many years, but he has only seen a hole-in-one on TV. No one has ever done it in real life. Not even many of the top golfers he knows. But now, right in front of him, this kid Chun Fan actually hit a hole-in-one. What a joke. Even Kong Junpeng was dumbfounded, let alone Luo Xingwen and his younger brothers. After being stunned for a moment, Kong Junpeng thought of something even more terrifying. He lost the bet. That was a full 500 million yuan. 500 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money, so if he wanted to pay off the bet, he could only ask his father or grandfather for it. If his father or grandfather knew about this, they would break his legs. He also wanted to be proud in front of his grandfather and father, and let them know that he was not a prodigal son. Unexpectedly, in the end, he really became a prodigal son, and a super invincible prodigal son who lost 500 million in one go. It's over. It's really over. Kong Junpeng broke out in a cold sweat. Master Kong, the winner has been decided. According to the bet, please take out 500 million. Zhu Hongyi looked at Kong Junpeng. Kong Junpeng stood there with a gloomy look on his face. 500 million is too much. He can't take it out. He absolutely can't take it out. Finally, Kong Junpeng made up his mind and prepared to do something shady. You cheated. Chun Fan is cheating. Someone come quickly. Someone is cheating. Kong Junpeng yelled. Luo Xinwen realized what Kong Junpeng meant, so he quickly followed suit and shouted. Soon, many staff members from Guanshan International Golf Course rushed over. I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course. I order you to catch this guy. He is cheating. He is cheating. Kong Junpeng pointed at Chun Fan and loudly ordered the staff of Guanshan International Golf Course. He wanted to use his status as a platinum member to force the people at Guanshan International Golf Course to capture Chun Fan. And then he would take the opportunity to take back the bet and destroy it directly. Without the bet, he could simply deny it. Mr. Kong, you are really cheating, right? Do you want to use your status as a member of Guanshan International Golf Course to bully others? Zhu Hongyi and others scolded him. It's obviously this guy who cheated. He should be arrested. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Luo Xingwen and others immediately refuted Zhu Hongyi. The staff of Guanshan International Golf Course didn't understand what was going on and didn't know what to do for a moment. What are you still standing there for? I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course, and my grandfather is the chairman of Yum. Bronze, can I order you around? Kong Junpeng tore off his temper and directly ordered these people to take action. Platinum members do have some privileges here. If you don't take action now, I will report to your supervisor that you are neglecting me, a platinum member, and I will ask you all to get out. Kong Junpeng roi d'Istirikali. Seeing this, the staff of Guanshan International Golf Course had to bow their heads. As small employees, they could not afford to offend the anger of the platinum members. Brother Fan, hurry up. This is Kong Junpeng's territory. You take the bet and leave first. We will block here. Zhu Hongyi quickly stepped forward and asked Chun Fan to go first. The most important thing now was to keep the document. Is this Kong Junpeng's territory? Chun Fan smiled faintly. Yes, I'm a platinum member of Guanshan International Golf Course. This is naturally my territory, Kong Junpeng said with great pride. Haha, you are wrong. This is not your territory, but my territory. Chun Fan spoke. Your territory? Who do you think you are? Where is your territory? Are you a diamond member of Guanshan International Golf Course? Kong Junpeng asked with great disdain. Only the top bosses in Jiangzhou can own Guanshan International Golf Course. Chun Fan in front of him is not worthy of it. Diamond members here, that's not the case. Chun Fan spoke slowly. But I am the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. After hearing Chun Fan's first sentence, Kong Junpeng was still proud. But after hearing Chun Fan's second sentence, Sun Junpeng was horrified. The owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? Chun Fan is the boss here. How is that possible? Sun Junpeng was frightened. He is the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. This is indeed his territory. What do I, a platinum member, mean? How can I compare with him? After knowing Chun Fan's identity, Luo Xingwen and others instantly quieted down and dared not make any more noise. Call your supervisor and security personnel. Chun Fan ordered the staff of Guanshan International Golf Course. The staff member quickly went to find the supervisor. Seeing this, Kong Junpeng became even more desperate. If the supervisor and the security personnel here came, he would have no chance of snatching the document from Chun Fan. Looking at the document in Chun Fan's hand, Kong Junpeng made up his mind and decided to use force. He was 1.89 meters tall and weighed more than 200 kilograms. He didn't believe that he would not be able to snatch the document if he took action himself. Take it here. Thinking of this, Kong Junpeng swung his sandbag-sized fist and rushed towards Chun Fan. Facing Kong Junpeng, who was rushing over, Chun Fan sneered. He had received top-level fighting skills from the system. Would he be afraid of fighting? Before Sun Junpeng could react, Chun Fan kicked him. The next second, Sun Junpeng was kicked out by Chun Fan and fell heavily to the ground. Damn it, he dared to attack Brother Fan. Brother, beat him up? Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi led his men to rush over, surrounded Sun Junpeng, and beat him up. On someone else's territory, Luo Xingwen and his men didn't dare to take any action. They could only watch Sun Junpeng get beaten tremblingly. Before long, Sun Junpeng was beaten black and blue. His face was disfigured, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Within 3 days, have your family send the 500 million to us, or I will come to your house and ask for it myself. Chun Fan waved the document in his hand and said. In the end, Sun Junpeng was rushed to the hospital by Luo Xingwen and others for treatment. Zhu Hongyi and others surrounded Chun Fan and admired him very much. Chun Fan and his friends continued to play golf and had dinner together in the evening. Time flies, and the next morning, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 13th day of the severance of relations, the reward is the ownership of the #1 security group in Zhonghai Province, Jiuxiao Security Group 5. Chapter 56, the terror of Jiuxiao Security Group, the opportunity to find missing parents. Jiuxiao Security Group? What kind of company is this? Chen Fan had never heard of this company. However, it is not easy for this company to rank first among all the security groups in Zhonghai province. With great curiosity, Chen Fan searched the internet for information about the Jiuxiao Security Group. Jiuxiao Security Group has been established for more than 10 years. The company is mainly engaged in asset protection, personal protection, armed protection in high-risk areas, overseas protection, etc. When the big shots and wealthy people in Zhonghai province want bodyguards, the first place they think of is Jiuxiao Security Group. Every member of Jiuxiao Security Group has been carefully selected, and each of them has extraordinary skills. More importantly, Jiuxiao Security Group has 3 special teams, which are composed of top retired Special Forces soldiers hired by Jiuxiao Security Group at a huge cost. Each special team consists of 20 to 30 people and is incredibly strong. These 3 teams are the reason why Jiuxiao Security Group ranks first in Zhonghai province. Jiuxiao Security Group's scope of work extends beyond domestic business to overseas, and it has a strong foundation. The more he looked, the more excited Chen Fan became. The stronger the Jiuxiao Security Group was, the better it would be for him. Currently, he already owns 5% of Jiuxiao Security Group. If one day, he can own 100% of Jiuxiao Security Group and make Jiuxiao Security Group his own, that would be even better. I hope the system can give me this opportunity. Now Chen Fan is considered a senior executive of Jiuxiao Security Group and has a certain say in the company. Suddenly, Chen Fan had an idea. Can I use the special team of Jiuxiao Security Group to investigate the whereabouts of my parents? The people he sent to investigate before were just ordinary people. They definitely could not compare with the top retired special forces of the Jiuxiao Security Group who had experienced many battles. Ever since getting the system, Chen Fan has never forgotten to look for his parents. His parents have been missing for a whole year, and even the police station has no information about them. Now Chen Fan no longer relies on anyone else. If he wants to find his parents, he may have to rely on himself. After obtaining partial ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, Chen Fan felt that this idea should work. After Chen Fan acquired partial ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, several more contact numbers appeared on his mobile phone, which were the senior executives of Jiuxiao Security Group. Thinking about this, Chen Fan directly dialed the number of the president of Jiuxiao Security Group. After the call was connected, Chen Fan stated his identity. "Oh, welcome Mr. Chen to become a member of our Jiuxiao Security Group." The president of Jiuxiao Security Group warmly congratulated Chen Fan. After a few polite remarks, Chen Fan proposed to recruit a few people with strong reconnaissance capabilities from the 3 special teams of the group to help him with some tasks. After listening to Chen Fan, the president of Jiuxiao Security Group was a little surprised. "Why? Is it difficult to handle?" Chen Fan asked. "Boss Chen, if they were ordinary bodyguards, it wouldn't matter, but those 3 special teams are the top priority of the company. It is not in compliance with regulations to assign them to serve the company's top executives alone." Jiuxiao Security Group said helplessly. "But since Mr. Chen has spoken, I will try to find a way to help him." After hesitating for a while, the president of Jiuxiao Security Group agreed. "Thanks." Chen Fan responded politely. Unfortunately, he currently only holds 5% of the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, which is too little. Not to mention 100%. Even if it is more than 50%, or even 30 or 40%, things will be much easier. If he could take down the entire Jiuxiao Security Group, then it would be easy for him to do whatever he wanted. I hope that more shares of Jiuxiao Security Group will appear behind the system. Chen Fan prayed in his heart. "Mr. Chen, you're too polite. I'll think of an idea. Once I figure it out, I'll contact you as soon as possible." The president of Jiuxiao Security Group answered. "Oh, thank you." After chatting for a few words, both parties hung up the phone, and Chen Fan waited for news from the president of Jiuxiao Security Group. At noon, Chen Fan had just finished class, and Zhu Hongyi was already waiting in the parking lot. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi came over and asked curiously, "Brother Fan, has the 500 million from Yum Brands arrived?" Chen Fan shook his head. "It's almost been a whole day, Brother Fan. Do you think Yum Brands will default on its debt?" Zhu Hongyi guessed. "That shouldn't happen. Yum Brands certainly has some dignity to protect, but they certainly won't give it out easily. It won't be easy to get Yum Brands to cough up the 500 million. Chen Fan's mind was spinning rapidly. What should we do then? Zhu Hongyi was somewhat helpless, as Yum Brands would definitely delay or something. "By the way, I heard you say that your friend recorded the whole thing that day, right?" Chen Fan asked. "Yes." Zhu Hongyi nodded. "That's easy. You can ask your friend to edit the video clip of Kong Juinping's ugly face when he wanted to break the contract, and then post it on major online platforms, and then have all your friends and followers forward it." Chen Fan ordered. By then, the video will surely spread throughout the wealthy circle of Jiangzhou, and Kong Junpeng and Yum Brands will definitely become the focus of everyone's heated discussions, creating public pressure on Yum Brands. Chen Fan wanted to add fuel to the fire. By then Yum Brands will have no choice but to pay out the 500 million. "Brother Fan, that's a good idea. I understand. Zhu Hongyi chuckled and then took action. Not long after, a video of Kong Junpeng, the grandson of Yum, brand's chairman, breaking a contract after making a bet was posted online. Zhu Hongyi immediately used his connections to start forwarding the video. Gradually, the wealthy circle in Jiangzhou began to know about this matter. On the other side, at Yum, brand's chairman Kong Yum, Brands looked at the prodigal son, Kong Junpeng, angrily. At this moment, Kong Junpeng's face was swollen like a pig's head, looking extremely funny. If his wife had not stopped him, Kong Baixing would have broken the legs of Kong Junpeng, the unfilial son. Your grandson has become like this now. Don't you care? You must avenge Junpeng. Looking at her grandson, Kong Baixing's wife said with heartache. Revenge is definitely necessary. Chun Fan will definitely not have a good ending if he dares to go against our Yum. Bronze. But right now, revenge is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the 500 million that this prodigal son bet with others. Kong Baixing said angrily. He felt the pain of having to pay 500 million yuan for no reason. What's more, the other party is their enemy. Kong Baixing is even more unwilling to let him give 500 million to the enemy for nothing. If he wants to take the 500 million from this stingy guy, it depends on whether Chen Fan has the means to do it. Just as Kong Baixing was planning to delay, Kong Junpeng's father arrived. Father, look at this. Kong Junpeng's father handed the phone to Kong Baixing. When Kong Baixing saw the video, he found that it was the scene of his grandson breaking the contract. Where did you see it? Kong Baixing asked quickly. It's him who is embarrassed when his grandson makes a fool of himself. But it's Yum. Bronze. I saw it on WeChat Moments. What? From Moments? You can see it from Moments. I guess other wealthy people in Jiangzhou have seen it too. Kong Baixing could no longer sit still. Now, he and the reputation of their Yum brands have been completely disgraced by this prodigal son. In a rage, Kong Baixing kicked Kong Junpeng several times. Kong Junpeng screamed in pain. Now his method of delaying and refusing to pay is no longer feasible. The matter must be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, he will become a laughingstock in the circle of wealthy people in Jiangzhou. He still has some dignity. Father, what should I do? Kong Junpeng's father asked. Kong Baixing thought for a while and suddenly smiled coldly. I have an idea. Chapter 57. Kong Baixing's evil plan made Chun Fan lose face and become a laughing stock. Oh, what's the idea? Kong Junpeng's father couldn't help but ask. Kong Baixing smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Just wait for good news. He wanted to take this opportunity to make Chun Fan lose face and become a laughing stock of countless people. The class this afternoon was late, so Chun Fan came to his manor to take a rest. Chun Fan has been living here these days. However, when Chun Fan just drove to the front of the manor, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a Rolls-Royce Ghost parked at the gate of his manor, and a man who looked very elegant was looking around. Chun Fan parked the car aside and got out. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun? After seeing Chun Fan, the elegant man took the initiative to ask. Who are you? I am Jiang Hanru. I am invited by Chairman Kong Baixing to come and talk to Mr. Chun about the bet. The elegant man took the initiative to introduce himself. Jiang Hanru? Chun Fan had heard of the other party. Jiang Hanru was one of the bigwigs in Jiangzhou. He was a humble person with extensive connections and a good reputation. He often played the role of peacemaker in some important occasions. Unexpectedly, Kong Baixing actually invited Jiang Hanru this time. It seems that the method of asking Zhu Hongyi and others to post the video has worked, and Kong Baixing can no longer sit still. The two walked into the manor together. Mr. Chun, to be honest, offending Chairman Kong is not a wise choice. On the way, Jiang Hanru spoke. Yeah, I can understand that Mr. Chun is young and full of energy, but Chairman Kong has been in Jiangzhou for so many years. He is not someone you can easily mess with. Mr. Chun, if you offend him, the consequences will be serious. These words were spoken by Jiang Hanru from the bottom of his heart, on behalf of himself. I have finished what I want to say. Now I will talk about the specific situation on behalf of Chairman Kong. Chairman Kong promised to give the 500 million to Mr. Chun, but he has a condition. Jiang Hanru introduced. Chairman Kong asked Mr. Chun to record a video explaining that the reason why Kong Junpeng broke the contract was entirely because of your provocation. I guess he was angry. The video he released was edited maliciously. Jiang Hanru stated Kong Baixing's conditions. As long as Mr. Chun agrees, the 500 million will be deposited into the account today. Chairman Kong will get face, and Mr. Chun will get money. Chun Fan sneered. Kong Baixing's wishful thinking is really sound. Here is the bet between me and Kong Junpeng. If I win, I can get 500 million without agreeing to any conditions from the other party. Now, Kong Baixing actually wants to post the video himself, saying that the video was maliciously edited and that Kong Junpeng was angered by himself. Kong Baixing wants to put all the abuse and public pressure on himself. By doing this, Kong Baixing saved his face, but he lost it. Bah! Tell Kong Baixing to let him dream. I won't agree to any of his demands. Chun Fan answered without question. The two walked into the living room of the manor. Mr. Chun, Chairman Kong's conditions are indeed a bit harsh, but we can negotiate and lower Chairman Kong's conditions a bit. Jiang Hanru spoke again. It is definitely not a good idea to break up with Chairman Kong, or even to the point of fighting to the death. Jiang Hanru was telling the truth. In the past, those who had gone against Kong Baisheng all had a bad ending. The best of them ended up going bankrupt. Mr. Chun is too young and does not have enough foundation and strength. It will be fine for Mr. Chun to compete with Yum Brands in a few years. Jiang Hanru's last two sentences were indeed from the heart. In his subconscious, Chun Fan was not even 20 years old, so how could he possibly compare to Kong Baisheng in terms of foundation and strength? Chun Fan will definitely lose if he fights Kong Baisheng. While Jiang Hanru was speaking, Chun Fan took off his coat and sat leisurely on the sofa. Jiang Hanru wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe in Chun Fan's hand, and his eyes widened. Mr. Chun, this watch of yours? Jiang Hanru asked in a trembling voice. Just now Chun Fan was wearing a coat, and he didn't see it. Now Chun Fan took off his coat. As a famous watch lover in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru immediately recognized the extraordinary Patek Philippe of Chun Fan. My watch? What happened to my watch? Chun Fan asked doubtfully. Mr. Chun, is this watch of yours the legendary Patek Philippe Grand Chime, which is limited to only 7 pieces worldwide? Jiang Hanru asked excitedly. At this moment, his way of addressing Chun Fan also changed to the more respectful you. Yes. Chun Fan nodded and thought a little more highly of Jiang Hanru. Jiang Hanru was the first non-professional who could recognize the extraordinariness of his Patek Philippe. Oh my God! Jiang Hanru covered his mouth. His heart was shocked to the extreme. Watches of this level may not be found in Jiangzhou, let alone in the entire Zhonghai province, or even in the entire country. It is Jiang Hanru's dream to own a top-level watch of this global limited edition, but of course it can only be a dream. Now Mr. Chun, who is so young, not even 20 years old, owns one. Oh my God! At this moment, Jiang Hanru was extremely excited. Mr. Chun, you are right to reject Kong Baisheng. If I were you, I would also reject him. Who is he to make conditions with you? At this moment, Jiang Hanru no longer dared to underestimate Chun Fan, let alone doubt Chun Fan's background and strength. Only people like Kong Baisheng can own such a top-level watch. Who the hell is Kong Baisheng? Thank you, Mr. Chun, for helping me broaden my horizons. If you need me in Jiangzhou in the future, please let me know. Jiang Hanru changed his position instantly and stood on Chun Fan's side without hesitation. Things had come to this, so Jiang Hanru said goodbye. Before leaving, Jiang Hanru respectfully added Chun Fan's contact information. As soon as he walked out of the manor, Jiang Hanru called Kong Baisheng directly. In the villa, seeing that it was Jiang Hanru calling, Kong Baisheng picked up the call excitedly. Boss Jiang, is it done? Kong Baisheng asked with great anticipation. With Boss Jiang stepping forward, there shouldn't be any problem. Although he had to pay 500 million, it was still very profitable as he could make Chun Fan lose face in Jiangzhou. Chapter 58. The world's most expensive motorcycle as reward, regretful ex-girlfriend? It's not settled. I don't care about this matter anymore. From now on, if Mr. Kong has anything, don't contact me. What surprised Kong Baisheng was that Jiang Hanru's extremely cold voice came from the phone. Without waiting for Kong Baisheng to ask anything, Jiang Hanru hung up the phone and directly blocked Kong Baisheng. Kong Baisheng was stunned for a moment. What was going on? His wishful thinking failed just like that? On the other hand, seeing that Kong Baisheng was still making his wishful thinking, Chun Fan decided to add fuel to the fire and forwarded the video himself. A few minutes later, even Jiang Hanru forwarded Kong Jianping's video to express his attitude. As a famous peacemaker in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru is a kind person with extensive connections. Seeing that Jiang Hanru made his attitude clear, many wealthy people and bigwigs in Jiangzhou also forwarded the video. All of a sudden, Yum Brand's reputation became worse and worse. In the villa, although Jiang Hanru failed, Kong Baisheng was still confident and did not want to let Chun Fan go. At this time, Kong Jianping's father brought bad news again. They knew that if the matter got bigger and bigger, their reputation would get worse and worse. If things continued to ferment, Yum Brands would really become a pariah. Why? Go give the money to Chun Fan. Kong Baisheng sighed softly and suddenly seemed to have aged several years. In this confrontation, Yum Brands lost and lost miserably. However, this is only the first game with Chun Fan. Chun Fan, don't be too proud. Winning the first game doesn't mean you will be the final winner. All right. Sun Jianping's father had no choice but to agree. 2 hours later, at Jiangzhou University, Chun Fan finished his get out of class and was about to leave the teaching building and return to the manor. At this moment, knowing that Chun Fan had severed ties with the Chun family and that she would no longer have the possibility of marrying into a wealthy family, her ex-girlfriend Song Manyu, with whom she had broken up, came over from the other side. Chun Fan? After seeing Chun Fan, Song Manyu was stunned. The last time I saw Chun Fan, he and Xia Mingming went to a restaurant for dinner together. At that time, Song Manyu guessed that Chun Fan had used some sweet words to hook up with the rich woman Xia Mingming, so she always wanted to expose Chun Fan's nature as a good-for-nothing scumbag. As a result, during this period, Chun Fan was almost never in school except for classes, and Song Manyu could not see Chun Fan at all. I didn't expect to meet Chun Fan here today. Hey, why isn't Xia Mingming here? Did Xia Mingming dump you? Song Manyu said sarcastically. Last time, Xia Mingming made her feel ashamed, and Song Manyu was extremely resentful towards Chun Fan. When they met this time, she naturally mocked Chun Fan without any hesitation and vented all her inner resentment to Chun Fan. Chun Fan sneered and was too lazy to waste time talking to this woman, Song Manyu. I've said it before, breaking off relations with the Chun family is the most wrong thing you've ever done in your life. How about this? Without the Chun family, you have nothing now. You've become a pauper, right? Song Manyu said again. Without the Chun family, you, Chun Fan, are nothing. If you rely on yourself, you will not have a good ending. If I were you, I would go back to the Chun family right away, kneel down and beg them to let me go back to the Chun family, even if they humiliate me again. Frog in the well. Facing the ignorant Song Manyu, Chun Fan couldn't help but speak. In Song Manyu's eyes, the Chun family is the sky. Little did she know that Chun Fan no longer took the Chun family seriously. After all, the Chun family was just a small, wealthy family in a second or third-tier city. What Chun Fan has to do now is to trample the top wealthy families in Jinling under his feet. After saying that, Chun Fan walked outside. After hearing Chun Fan call her a frog in a well, Song Manyu became angry and immediately chased after him, wanting to fight back. But just as she went out, she suddenly saw a top-of-the-line luxury car worth tens of millions parked in front of Chun Fan. Immediately afterwards, Kong Juanping's father came down. Chun Fan, this is a check for 500 million. After getting off the car, Kong Juanping's father directly handed a check to Chun Fan. Hearing this, Song Manyu was stunned for a moment. What? 500 million. 500 million. The mysterious man in front of him directly gave Chun Fan 500 million. Holy shit, does Chun Fan have 500 million now? This is definitely a huge sum of money for her. At this moment, Song Manyu felt a little regretful for breaking up with Chun Fan. If she didn't break up with Chun Fan, would she have gotten half of the 500 million? Chun Fan took the check and looked at it, and found that there was indeed no problem. Receipt. Kong Juanping's father said. Now that he had the money, the receipt was of no use, so Chun Fan gave it to him. Son Juanping's father tore up the document and looked at Chun Fan coldly. Chun Fan, you won the first round against us, but don't be complacent. This is just the beginning. Later, you will know the consequences of offending our Yum Brands group. The end result is that Yum Brands will go bankrupt. Chun Fan responded calmly. Humph. You are the one who wants to bankrupt Yum Brands. Do you have the qualifications? Chun Fan, just wait. Son Juanping's father uttered a few harsh words and turned to get in the car and left. Chun Fan casually put the check into his pocket and left. At the spot, thinking back to the exchange between Chun Fan and the people of Yum Brands, Song Manyu felt complicated, not knowing what she was thinking. On the way home, Chun Fan suddenly received a message from Wei Jingxiong, who invited Chun Fan to visit him because he had something to do. Chun Fan was just about to reply to Wei Jingxiong when the system's voice suddenly came. Bye. Task release. Accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and visit him. Mission reward. One of the world's top and most expensive motorcycles, worth more than 9 figures. Task reward. 58 experience points. Chapter 59, nothing special. I just acquired the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group. The most expensive motorcycle in the world. It's still 9 figures, so that means more than 100 million. Chun Fan was stunned when he noticed the reward for this system task. Are motorcycles still so expensive? Chun Fan was a little surprised, but also very curious about what a motorcycle worth over 100 million yuan looked like. This task must be completed. See you later. Chun Fan sent a message to Wei Jingxiong. More than 40 minutes later, Chun Fan arrived at Wei Jingxiong's manor. I haven't seen Wei Jingxiong for a few days, and he doesn't look very well, looking a little haggard. At this moment, in the living room of the manor, besides Wei Jingxiong and his military advisor, there was also a strange man. Mr. Chen is here, welcome. Let me introduce you. This is another big boss in Jiangzhou, Yuan Shi, who is my good friend. Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to introduce. Yuan Shi nodded to Chun Fan, a little arrogantly, acting like a Jiangzhou boss. Boss Wei said something happened. What is it? Chun Fan sat down and asked directly. I won't hide it from Mr. Chun. The truth is, my mortal enemy has recently recruited a group of elite fighters with strong skills from somewhere, and the people under Yuan Shi and I are having trouble holding back. Wei Jingxiong went straight to the point. I saw Master Chen's extraordinary skills last time. I want to ask if Master Chun has any excellent fighters, or if he knows someone similar. I'm in urgent need of manpower here. Wei Jingxiong asked. Standing next to him, Yuan Shi felt helpless as he listened to Wei Jingxiong asking Chun Fan for help. This Chen Xiao is probably just an ordinary rich kid. Would it be helpful to ask for help from such a young man? Yuan Shi expressed doubt. I don't really have many thugs under my command. Chun Fan shook his head. After receiving a negative answer, Wei Jingxiong sighed with some regret. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for coming here despite your busy schedule. Wei Jingxiong said sincerely. If you were short of staff, why don't you spend money and hire from other security companies? Chun Fan asked. Mr. Chun, you don't know this. I know the level of the average security company members. They are simply no match for those elite fighters. If we want to hire bodyguards who can rival or even outsmart those elite fighters, we need to go to a large security group. But we don't have connections or acquaintances, so we can't hire anyone. Wei Jingxiong answered helplessly. The bodyguards of those large security groups are very popular among many wealthy people. If they suddenly go to hire them now, it is unlikely that there will be ready-made ones. They will probably have to wait in line for a long time, but they can't wait. Is that so? How strong are the bodyguards of Jiuxiao Security Group? Chun Fan asked. Jiuxiao Security Group? Jiuxiao Security Group is the most powerful security company in Zhonghai Province. Not to mention their top special teams. Even the most ordinary bodyguards in Jiuxiao Security Group are very skilled. Wei Jingxiong said this with great admiration. Yuan Shi, who originally acted like a big boss, couldn't help but admire Jiuxiao Security Group after hearing about it. Well, then you can go to Jiuxiao Security Group to hire bodyguards. Chun Fan spoke. Mr. Chun, it's not that we don't want to go. We really want to go. Even if we can hire ordinary bodyguards from the Jiuxiao Security Group, they can easily crush the elite thugs in the hands of our mortal enemy. Wei Jingxiong said regretfully. But the problem is that we don't have the connections and relationships with Jiuxiao Security Group. Even if we have money, we can't hire people from a top-ranked company like Jiuxiao Security Group. No way. Chun Fan smiled slightly. Then he picked up the paper and pen on the table next to him and wrote down a phone number. Call this number and contact the people at Jiuxiao Security Group. Ask them to arrange a group of ordinary bodyguards for you. Just say that it was me who asked you to do so. Chun Fan gave Wei Jingxiong the paper with the phone number on it. Chun Fan's phone number belongs to a senior executive of Jiuxiao Security Group who is responsible for customers. It is just a normal way to hire bodyguards of Jiuxiao Security Group, and he doesn't even need to contact their president. Wei Jingxiong was surprised when he took the paper. Mr. Chen, do you have any connections with the Jiuxiao Security Group? Wei Jingxiong asked in surprise. Next to him, Yuan Shi didn't quite believe it. What was Jiuxiao Security Group? It was the #1 security group in their Zhonghai province. Could this young man in front of him be related to them? There is nothing special about it. I just acquired part of the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group. Chun Fan spoke slowly. In an instant, Chun Fan's words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of Wei Jingxiong and Yuan Shi. What? Chun Xiao acquired part of the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, which means Chun Xiao is currently one of the bosses of Jiuxiao Security Group. This is nothing special. Chun Xiao is already one of the bosses of Jiuxiao Security Group. Is there any more amazing relationship than this? Mr. Chun is so awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Yuan Shi suddenly stood up with a fawning look on his face and kept thanking Chun Fan. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance of a Jiangzhou boss and was extremely humble in front of Chun Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wei Jingxiong also stood up, expressing his great gratitude to Chun Fan. Fine. Chun Fan nodded. This can be regarded as a repayment for the favor Wei Jingxiong told me about the Chun family and Wanting Software Group project last time. By the way, I haven't contacted you for a few days. I wonder how Wanting Software Group is doing now? After returning, I will contact Ruo Shui's cousin Xiao Wenyu to check the situation. I guess that's about it. In the past few days, Chun Fan's net worth has skyrocketed, and the Yontai Real Estate Group has also been completely dealt with. Chun Fan is very well prepared, and his success rate in dealing with the Chun family has increased a lot. If Wanting Software Group has resolved any hacker crisis, Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group will probably come to Jiangzhou and collude with the Chun family. It is time for me to take action and snipe the Chun family. On the way away from Wei Jingxiong, the voice of the system came. Bye. Agree to Wei Jingxiong's request and visit him. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning the world's top and most expensive motorcycle. A motorcycle worth 350 million, now placed in your villa garage. Please check it. Congratulations on obtaining 58 experience points. Chun Fan was stunned when he saw the world's most expensive motorcycle that the system rewarded him with after completing the mission. Holy shit, a motorcycle worth 350 million is more expensive than my Aston Martin. It's outrageous. Chapter 60, the time to officially attack the Chun family has arrived, and Chun Fan's plan is implemented. Chun Fan wanted to take a look at what a motorcycle worth more than 300 million yuan looked like. Thinking of this, Chun Fan quickened his pace and headed straight for his villa in Yujing Villa. More than 20 minutes later, Chun Fan arrived at his destination and finally saw the motorcycle. The motorcycle is produced by Neiman and is limited to 45 units worldwide. It is the only super motorcycle that can be legally driven on the road and can reach a maximum speed of 300. In fact, when the motorcycle was first launched, it was not that expensive, only tens of millions. But as time goes by, the value of motorcycles is getting higher and higher. Not long ago, a motorcycle was sold at an auction house for 350 million. Chun Fan's motorcycle is black, very cool. It's just right. I'm tired of driving a supercar, so it would be nice to ride a motorcycle. Chun Fan spoke. After admiring his motorcycle for a while, Chun Fan returned to the villa and started to get down to business. Chun Fan called Xiao Wenyu and asked about Wanhing Software Group. I was just about to contact you. I think the matter should be resolved tonight. After working overtime for so many days, the boss will give all the senior executives a day off tomorrow. Xiao Wenyu spoke. I estimate that Han Jiaowei will go to Jiangzhou to conspire with the Chun family tomorrow afternoon or evening. You should be careful. Good. Chun Fan was excited. Tomorrow will be the time for him to target the Chun family and personally snatch away the Wanting Software Group project that Mr. Chun is determined to obtain from the Chun family. Tomorrow will be exciting. I just don't know how furious Mr. Chun from the Chun family will be tomorrow when the project is taken away by me. Just do as we planned. Chun Fan warned. Good. Xiao Wenyu nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan leaned back on the sofa. All his methods have been arranged, and Tingyu Tower is also ready, just waiting for the Chun family and Vice President Han to take the bait tomorrow. Time flies, and the next morning, Chun Fan went to class as usual. Chun Fan rode the motorcycle he had obtained and headed straight for Jiangzhou University. When Chun Fan rode his bike to the Jiangzhou University parking lot, there were no parking spaces left. Chun Fan searched for a long time before he finally found a place. Wait, kid, park your lousy motorcycle further away. You scratched my Ferrari. Can you afford the compensation? At this time, a thin man walked out from a brand new Ferrari 488 worth millions nearby and shouted loudly. I also scratched your Ferrari. You should be thankful that you didn't scratch my motorcycle. Chun Fan retorted. This Ferrari 488 probably can't even buy a wheel for my motorcycle. Good man, you are so arrogant. The thin man sneered. Because this is the edge of the parking lot, close to the road next to it, the quarrel here immediately attracted a lot of onlookers from passing students. At this time, Song Manyu and her best friend also passed by. Chun Fan. When she noticed Chun Fan, Song Manyu was stunned. After seeing Chun Fan get 500 million yuan with her own eyes yesterday, Song Manyu regretted breaking up with Chun Fan a little bit. All night, Song Manyu was hesitating whether to ask Chun Fan for forgiveness and get back together with him. After all, Chun Fan has 500 million yuan. Although it is not as much as the wealthy families, it is already a lot. If she is with Chun Fan, or even married to him, wouldn't she be able to get half of it? I didn't expect to meet Chun Fan here this morning. What surprised her was that, even though he had received 500 million yuan, Chun Fan did not buy a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce or a Lamborghini, but instead bought a junky motorcycle. What is Chun Fan thinking? Hey kid, be careful. If you scratch my Ferrari 488, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell your broken motorcycle. The thin man sneered. You got it the other way around? Chun Fan spoke. You got it wrong. My Ferrari 488 is worth more than 5 million, almost 6 million. How much is your broken motorcycle worth? The skinny man showed off with great pride. This motorcycle is worth 300 million. Before the thin man finished speaking, the boy watching nearby suddenly shouted excitedly. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was shocked. There's nothing wrong with their ears, right? This boy said that the motorcycle in front of him is worth 350 million yuan. What a joke. 300 million. Are you kidding me? The thin man couldn't believe that this broken motorcycle was worth hundreds of millions. This is the most expensive motorcycle in the world. I just saw it online last night, but I didn't expect to see the real thing at school today. The boy answered excitedly. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was stunned. Many people, including the thin man, didn't believe it, so they checked online and found out that the motorcycle was really worth more than 300 million yuan. When they got a positive answer, everyone was shocked. Now you think you can afford to pay for scratching my car? Chun Fan asked back. I can't afford to pay. I can't afford to pay. The thin man shook his head quickly. Boss, I was wrong. Who am I to park next to you? I will give up my seat now. The thin man looked at Chun Fan with great fear. If he really accidentally scratched someone's motorcycle worth hundreds of millions, even if he sold his Ferrari 488, it probably wouldn't be enough. Soon, the thin man drove away in a trembling car. Chun Fan also left in a cool manner. While everyone was amazed, Song Manyu was furious. Chun Fan just got 500 million yesterday, and today he spent 350 million to buy a broken motorcycle. Chun Fan is worth 500 million yuan, but after buying this motorcycle, he will only have 100 million yuan left. Chun Fan, this loser, is he sick? Song Manyu cursed in her heart. She just wanted to reconcile with Chun Fan and split the 500 million in half, but now, Chun Fan only has 100 million left. Spending more than 300 million to buy a broken motorcycle. Is Chun Fan crazy? Does he think he is a billionaire? He uses most of his wealth to buy a motorcycle worth 350 million. Can he afford it and maintain it? With so much money, wouldn't it be nice to buy a luxury house and a luxury car? and it is still uncertain whether the remaining 100 million has been wasted by Chen Fan. Chen Fan now has no mansion or luxury car, only a motorcycle. In this case, there is no point in me getting back together with Chen Fan. Chen Fan is indeed a prodigal son and a waste. With someone like you, Chen Fan, no one will be with you. Song Man Yu said angrily. You spent so much money on a broken motorcycle. If you can't afford it in the future, you'll end up sleeping on the street. Looking at Chen Fan's back, Song Man Yu cursed. She was waiting to see the moment when Chen Fan fell into despair. In the morning, a very important phone call came in regarding the Chen family. This call is from Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing wants to tell Chen Fan something important about the Chen family. Chapter 61. Day 14 of Severing Relations. Reward for the world's top hacker technology. Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan that just now, Mr. Chen returned to the Chen family and immediately began to make arrangements. It seemed that Vice President Han of Wanting Software Group would come to Jiangou tonight. Mr. Chen has also sent people to Tingyu Tower to prepare for the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han tonight. Moreover, according to what Mr. Chen said, Vice President Han came today and even took the contract for cooperation between the two parties. As long as both parties have a good talk, they can sign the contract tonight, and the Chen family can officially get the project with profits of tens of billions. Very good, I understand. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Chen Fan nodded. Thanks to Chen Wenjing, whom he had instigated, the specific time of the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han is now known. Very good, very good. At noon, the voice of the system came. Bye. The 14th day of severing ties. Reward for the world's top hacker technology. Looking at the system's rewards today, Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened. The world's top hacking technology, this is too awesome. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with the system's reward today. As the system voice came, an extremely large amount of memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind. It took a long time for Chen Fan to digest all of this huge memory. When he opened his eyes again, he was already one of the top hackers in the world. This skill is so useful that it can play an amazing role in many cases. With the acquisition of the world's top hacking technology, a bold plan suddenly came to Chen Fan's mind. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just talk about today's sniper attack on the Chen family. If Chen Fan had not obtained this world's top hacker technology, his success rate would be 80% to 90%. But now, as the world's top hacker, Chen Fan's success rate instantly reached 100%. 100%. He has absolute confidence that he will be able to successfully snipe the Chen family and take away the Wanting Software Group project that Mr. Chen is determined to obtain. Chen Fan found an empty phone, took out his cell phone, and called Xiao Wenyu. What's wrong? Is there any accident? Xiao Wenjia asked nervously. It's nothing, Sister Wenyu. Let me ask you, how did you handle the hacker attack a few days ago at Wanting Software Group? Chen Fan asked. In the end, the result was not very good. The level of our network security experts was average. We could only minimize the losses. But even so, we suffered huge losses. For this, the boss was very angry. The boss wants to take revenge on the other party, but unfortunately, he doesn't even know who the other party is. Xiao Wenyu answered helplessly. Sister Wenyu, go find your boss and tell him that I have a way to find out who the hacker who attacked your group is. I can even help you find the hacker's location. Chen Fan spoke. He is now one of the top hackers in the world, so this is a piece of cake for him. Those who attacked Wanting Software Group were probably just some powerful hackers. Definitely not the top ones. How could the world's top hackers attack the small Wanting Software Group? In Jiangzhou and Zhonghai, Wanting Software Group is indeed very powerful. But compared with the global super conglomerates and chaebols with assets of trillions or even tens of trillions, Wanting Software Group is too small, too small. Surpassing the Chen family and trampling the Jinling Su family underfoot is only Chen Fan's short-term goal. Now that he has the system, Chen Fan's long-term goal is to one day become, or even surpass, those super consortiums and chaebols with total assets of trillions or even tens of trillions and become the man standing at the top of the world. Of course, this goal is a bit big, and if we want to achieve it, we still have to take it step by step. However, as long as the system can be upgraded little by little, and the system level becomes higher and higher in the future, Chen Fan's goal can definitely be achieved. On the other side, after hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Wenyu couldn't help but ask, you are kidding, right? Even our network experts, who earn nearly 10 million yuan a year, can't figure out who the other party is, let alone find the location of the hacker. Are you sure you can do this? Of course I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Chen Fan said seriously. Sister Wenyu, after meeting your boss, you do this. Chen Fan told Xiao Wenyu his plan. This risk is too great. Xiao Wenyu was stunned. For Ruo Shui's sake, I'll go crazy with you. In the end, Xiao Wenyu gritted her teeth and agreed to Chen Fan. Doing this is too risky. If it weren't for the special relationship between Ruo Shui and Chen Fan, and the possibility that Chen Fan might become her brother-in-law, she would never agree to Chen Fan. As long as Chen Fan's plan is successfully completed, successfully sniping the Chen family is just a small matter. Later, Even the boss of Wanting Software Group will owe Chun Fan a big favor. In the afternoon, Chun Fan returned to the villa and began to prepare for the new plan. On the other side, Mr. Chun, who returned to the Chun family, had a smile on his face and looked very happy. The Wanting Software Group project that he had been working hard to plan for so long and was determined to win was finally going to be in his hands. Faced with the billions of profits that were about to come, it was hard for him not to be happy. By the way, how is that little bastard Chun Fan doing recently? Mr. Chun asked casually. Father, we have been busy recently. We are preparing for the project of Wanting Software Group. Wen Jing is also helping the family. We don't have time to take care of Chun Fan. Chun Yuzhen said helplessly. Well, fortunately, we got the project from Wanting Software Group today. Mr. Chun nodded. After we finish today, we will deal with that little bastard Chun Fan. More than 10 days have passed now. We must hurry up and not delay it for too long, or else the Su family will be dissatisfied. Yuzhen, come with me. Let's go over what happened tonight. Mr. Chun continued to make arrangements for today's meeting with Vice President Han. Around 6 p.m. at the airport, Han Jiahui, the vice president of Wanting Software Group, arrived in Jiangzhou smoothly. Chapter 62. The extremely proud Mr. Chun has the opportunity to become the #1 wealthy family in Jiangzhou. In order to keep the secret, Mr. Chun, as the patriarch of the Chun family, cannot go in person, and his eldest son, who is the future patriarch of the Chun family, cannot go either. Therefore, Mr. Chun sent his daughter Chun Yuzhen and granddaughter Chun Wenjing, two less conspicuous women, to pick up the plane wearing hats and sunglasses. Hello, Vice President Han. I am Chun Yuzhen from the Chun family. I'm here to pick you up on my father's orders. After the two sides met, Chun Yuzhen took the initiative to introduce herself. Well, I have brought the documents for cooperation with our Wanting Software Group. As long as your father's conditions satisfy me, we can sign the contract immediately and hand over the project to your Chun real estate company. Han Jiaowei spoke. That's great. Our Chun family will never let you down. Chun Yuzhen promised. Please. Chun Yuzhen led the way, followed closely by Han Jiaowei, and Chun Wenjing was at the end. Han Jiaowei has been contacted. While the two people in front were not paying attention, Chun Wenjing casually sent a text message. The next second, Chun Fan received the message. Sister Wenyu, what's going on? Chun Fan sent a message to Xiao Wenyu. Don't worry, I have done what you said, and everything is going according to plan. Xiao Wenyu replied. Seeing this, Chun Fan took action. The show is about to begin. On the other side, Old Man Chun Shanhai, Old Man Chun's second son Chun Min, and fourth son Chun Jinping also came to Tinyu Tower, waiting anxiously. Father, how confident are you that you can convince Vice President Han? Chun Jinping asked curiously. How sure are you? Haha, of course I'm 100% sure. Mr. Chun patted the things he had prepared on his desk and said with confidence. They have been preparing for today for so long, so there will definitely be no problem. He knows all about Vice President Han's hobbies. I'm 100% sure. That's great. Chun Jinping and others were extremely surprised. That was billions of profits, which would soon belong to their Chun family. We can also take advantage of this opportunity to connect with a huge Wanheng software group, and we may be able to cooperate with each other several times in the future. Then their Chun family may be able to go one step further and become the richest family in the entire Jiangzhou. This is not only their wish, but also the old man's lifelong wish. Why did the old man try so hard to please the Jinling Su family before? Wasn't it to get close to the Jinling Su family and let their Chun family go one step further and take the position of the first wealthy family in Jiangzhou? Not only Chun Jinping and the others thought so, but at this moment, Old Man Chun was also looking forward to becoming the #1 wealthy family in Jiangzhou. After finishing tonight's work and convincing Vice President Han to get the project from Wanting Software Group, he immediately made arrangements to deal with that little beast Chun Fan. I heard that little bastard Chun Fan has been very active recently, making friends with some big shots in Jiangzhou and getting very close to the Xia group. Haha, that's because the Chun family hasn't had the energy to deal with that little bastard Chun Fan recently. When today's work is done, that little bastard Chun Fan will start crying. He had to deal with Chun Fan within a week, within 5 days, make Chun Fan bankrupt, penniless, and homeless on the streets, and then go back to their Chun family to kowtow and admit his mistakes, and then joyfully go to marry the daughter of the Su family. He must hold on to the big tree of Jinling Su family. Only in this way can they have the possibility of becoming the first wealthy family in Jiangzhou. Father, Vice President Han is here. The second son Chun Min, who was waiting downstairs in Tinyu Tower, quickly went upstairs to report. 10 seconds later, led by Chun Yuzhen and Chun Wenjing, Vice President Han came to the second floor of Tinyu Tower to meet with the Chun family. Vice President Han is here, welcome, welcome. Mr. Chun quickly greeted him in a flattering manner. Master Chun, we meet again. This time on your territory, we can have a good chat. Han Jiaowei nodded. Both parties sat down. My time is limited. Patriarch Chun, please get to the point if you want to say anything. After sitting down, Han Jiaowei went straight to the point. Good. After saying that, Mr. Chun pushed a document in front of Han Jiaowei. Vice President Han, This is the purchase contract for a top-level manor in Zhonghai province. I've already paid the money. It cost 1.7 billion. As long as Vice President Han signs, the manor will be yours. Mr. Chen spoke. Of course, you can't bribe Vice President Han directly with money. Otherwise, it will be easily discovered. Mr. Chen heard that Vice President Han liked luxury houses, so he bought this manor specifically to cater to his tastes. The top manor in Zhonghai province? Han Jiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. As soon as he arrived, the head of the Chen family gave him a generous gift, which made his hard work in coming to Jiangzhou worthwhile. When the time comes, if Vice President Han likes it, he can live in it himself. Even if he doesn't like it, he can sell it. Very good. Vice President Han nodded, but did not express his attitude. But this manor alone doesn't seem to be enough. Please take a look, Vice President Han. As he spoke, Mr. Chun placed the second generous gift in front of Han Jiaowei. This generous gift is a dozen photos? Master Chen, what do you mean? Han Jiaowei asked in confusion. I heard that Vice President Han likes famous calligraphy and paintings, so he stored more than a dozen paintings and calligraphy in that manor, all of which were by famous calligraphers and painters such as Qi Baishi and Zhang Deqian. These dozen or so paintings are estimated to be worth around 300 million. Patriarch Chen said with a smile. True and false. Han Qiaowei couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly picked up the dozen or so photos. He really likes famous calligraphy and paintings, especially those of Zhang Deqian. Please rest assured, Vice President Han, these dozen or so calligraphy and paintings were all bought from auctions. They have appraisal certificates issued by top domestic appraisal professionals and are all authentic. Mr. Chen promised. He really spent a long time searching for these dozen or so calligraphy and paintings. Great, look at this painting, it's so elegant and lively, it's simply perfect. Vice President Han's voice was trembling with excitement. Han Qiaowei was happier to get this calligraphy and painting worth 300 million yuan than to give him 500 or 600 million yuan directly. Seeing this, Mr. Chun and other members of the Chun family smiled. They gave the right gift. This is more important than anything else. The total value of these two gifts is 2 billion. Mr. Chun didn't say anything. 2 billion is not a small amount. Master Chun, I really like these two gifts, but the project of our Wanting Software Group is really important and very profitable. I must find a suitable real estate developer for the company. Han Qiaowei began to talk incessantly, explaining the importance of their project and the profits it would generate. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Han Qiaowei's intention can be summed up in 3 words: more money. Faced with Han Qiaowei's insatiable greed, Mr. Chun gritted his teeth and had to bring out the real highlight. Vice President Han, I have a special document here. Mr. Chun spoke. This highlight is the most expensive of the 3 gifts and also the most special. Oh. The document basically states that for Wanting Software Group's project to build a large park, no matter how much profit the project makes, 30% of it will go to Vice President Han. Mr. Chen spoke. In short, the profits from this project will be divided 70% and 30% between the Chen family and Vice President Han. If the project is bigger and more money is invested, the profit of our Chen family will be higher, and the profit of Vice President Han will also be higher. Mr. Chen hinted. To put it bluntly, he just hopes that Vice President Han can make some more efforts in Wanting Software Group to expand the scale of this project. In this way, the Chen family's profits will be higher. Giving part of the profits to Han Qiaowei and tying Han Qiaowei to their boat will also make Han Qiaowei work harder for the project. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Han Jiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. The profits represented by this contract were quite terrifying, and he naturally understood the deeper meaning of Mr. Chen's words. Old Master Chen took the lead in signing the document on behalf of the Chen family, and then handed it to Han Qiaowei. As long as Han Qiaowei signed, the 70% to 30% agreement would be settled. Vice President Han, please. Good. Han Jiaowei couldn't wait to sign his name. After signing, Han Jiaowei took out another document from his briefcase in a very solemn manner. Upon seeing this, Mr. Chun and other members of the Chen family widened their eyes instantly. No need to say more about what this document is. We welcome Chen's real estate company to become a partner of our Wanting Software Group. Han Jiaowei spoke with a smile on his face. In an instant, Mr. Chun and other members of the Chen family were extremely excited. Pa pa pa. At this critical moment, a sudden burst of applause was heard. The next second, in the surprised and puzzled eyes of everyone in the Chen family, Chen Fan pushed open the door of the private room. Chapter 63 Chen Fan shows off his trump card, shocking everyone in the Chen family. After seeing Chen Fan, everyone in the Chen family was stunned. Didn't they book to New Tower? How did Chen Fan get in? Chen Fan, who asked you to come? That's right. You have severed your relationship with our Chen family. This is an internal gathering of our Chen family. You are not qualified to come. Go away. Everyone in the Chen family nervously scolded Chen Fan, saying that what happened between them and Vice President Han must not be known to outsiders. Roll! Mr. Chen scolded even more harshly. Chen Fan ignored the Chen family members and looked at Han Jiaowei. I am a representative of Jiangzhou Yongtai Real Estate Group. Today, I am here to talk to Vice President Han about Wanheng Software Group's project to build a large park. Chun Fan introduced himself. After hearing what Chun Fan said, everyone in the Chun family panicked. Why did they always feel that Chun Fan seemed to know something? And when did Chun Fan become the representative of Yongtai Real Estate Group? In the box, Mr. Chun and Han Jiaowei were the most shocked. However, both of them had seen all kinds of big scenes and quickly regained their composure. Han Jiaowei spoke first. Oh, I didn't expect that this gentleman is also interested in our Wanheng Software Group's project. How about this, Master Chun? You compete with this gentleman. Han Jiaowei looked extremely fair. I already know the conditions offered by Chin's real estate company, the head of the Chin family. They are very good and suitable for our Wanheng Software Group. Sir, what advantages does your Yongtai Real Estate Group have? Beside him, looking at Chin Fan, old man Chin's eyes exuded a terrifying cold light. Chun Fan, this little beast, had previously severed ties with the Su family in front of the Su family's daughter, which made his plan to curry favor with the Jinling Su family fail. Now he actually represents the Yongtai Real Estate Group and wants to compete with them and go against the Chun family. Chun Fan, this little beast, really deserves to die. At this moment, Mr. Chun hated Chun Fan to the extreme. However, despite his anger, Mr. Chun was still confident in winning the project of Wanheng Software Group. Vice President Han already knew his sincerity just now. He just didn't believe that this little beast Chun Fan could represent Yongtai Real Estate Group to make more profits. The Chun family has decided to take over the Wanheng Software Group project. Who the hell is this little bastard Chun Fan? How dare he compete with the Chun family? Just wait, Chun Fan. Once today's matter is over and the Chun family has enough energy, that will be the day for you, Chun Fan, to break through. Old Master Chun watched Chun Fan's performance coldly from the side. The advantage is that our Yongtai Real Estate Group is much better than Chin's real estate company in terms of both strength and project quality. Chun Fan spoke. That's it? Han Jiaowei asked. That's it. I won't bribe you like the Chin family did to get the Wanheng Software Group project. Chun Fan pointed it out directly. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the Chin family and Vice President Han changed. How do you know that? Old Master Chun asked in great confusion how this little beast Chun Fan knew that they had bribed Vice President Han. How do you know? It's very simple, because I'm the boss of Tingyu Tower. Chun Fan replied calmly. In an instant, everyone at the scene was stunned. By the way, I heard everything you said just now. Chun Fan replied with a smile. Chun Fan did not expose Chun Wenjing. Now is not the time for Chun Wenjing to completely confront the Chun family and stand on his side. Chun Wenjing can continue to lurk in the Chun family and play a lot of roles. Now, attacking the Chun family Wanheng Software Group's project is just Chun Fan's first step. Later, Chun Fan has more surprises left for Mr. Chun and the Chun family. If Chun Wenjing continues to lurk, it will have a more serious impact on the Chin family. Chun Wenjing is like a time bomb in the Chin family. Instead of detonating now, it is better to wait for a more critical and important moment to detonate. The effect will be better. Yuzhen, Mr. Chun looked at his daughter angrily. Tingyu Tower was a place that was found by Chun Yuzhen. At that time, Chun Yuzhen assured her that it was extremely safe. It turns out that the boss here is Chun Fan. They actually discuss things in Chun Fan's industry. Isn't this fat meat delivered to the door? Chun Yuzhen was almost crying after being scolded by her father. It was really not her fault. She really didn't know that this was Chun Fan's property. Damn Chun Fan. Even if you heard it, so what? We have already reached an agreement with Vice President Han. Mr. Chun said with faith. Old Master Chun gave Han Xiaowei a look, meaning that it was okay. Vice President Han, this was Jiangzhou, the Chun family's territory, and even if someone heard it, it was okay, he would handle the problem. Right. I now announce that Chin's real estate group has become a partner of our Wanheng Software Group. After saying that, Han Xiaowei directly signed the document to show his attitude. All that's left is for their boss to stamp it. Mr. Chin followed closely and signed as well. From now on, our Chin Real Estate Company has officially won the project of Wanheng Software Group. Old Master Chun held the document with great pride and waved it in front of Chin Fan. Even if you discovered our conspiracy, so what? The matter is settled. You, Chin Fan, are destined to be a loser. Chin Fan, you're late. How are you? Are you angry now? Everyone in the Chin family also boasted about it, being extremely arrogant. Facing the Chun family selection, Chun Fan remained extremely calm, as everything was completely in his plan. Vice President Han, you are selling out the interests of Wanheng Software Group and accepting bribes. Aren't you afraid that the boss of your Wanheng Software Group will find out? Chun Fan looked at Han Jiaowei. How would our boss know that? Han Jiaowei also said it proudly. This place is far away in Jiangzhou. Why would their boss know about this? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell your boss? Chun Fan continued to ask. You told our boss. Does our boss know who you are? Han Jiaowei sneered. When the time comes, I will also tell our boss that you are deliberately smearing the Chun family and maliciously competing with them because of your grudge with the Chun family. I am our boss's confidant. I want to see whether our boss will trust you, a complete stranger, or me, his confidant. At this moment, Han Jiaowei was extremely arrogant and confident. Seeing this, Mr. Chun and everyone in the Chun family were completely relieved. Yes, what Vice President Han said makes sense. Vice President Han is the confidant of the boss of Wanting Software Group. Who do you think you are, Chun Fan? Facing the boastful Han Jiaowei, Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'll tell you now who the boss of your Wanting Software Group believes in. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Fan clapped his hands. Suddenly, a special hidden door in the private room slowly opened. The next second, Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanting Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu, the vice president, slowly walked out. Chapter 64. The attack on Chun family was successful, and Mr. Chun was so angry that he vomited blood. Looking at the sudden appearance of Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu, everyone in the Chun family was surprised, but they didn't feel anything. But when Han Xiaohui saw Qi Wei, his face froze and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Han Jiaowei was really confused at this moment. What was going on? How come the boss appeared in Jiangzhou and here? Boss! Han Jiaowei spoke tremblingly. Boss! When they heard Han Xiaohui's address to this strange man, Mr. Chun and everyone in the Chun family were shocked. Is this strange man in front of me Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanting Software Group? This. At this moment, Qi Weiran's face turned ashen and looked extremely ugly. Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanting Software Group, was invited by Xiao Wenyu at the request of Chun Fan. At the beginning, Chun Fan's plan was to only invite Xiao Wenyu and let Xiao Wenyu make a video call to Qi Weiran so that Qi Weiran could witness it. After all, as the boss of the Wanting Software Group, it is highly unlikely that he would succeed if he suddenly invited the other party to Jiangzhou. But today the system rewarded him with the world's top hacker skills, which made Chun Fan change his plans. Chun Fan directly asked Xiao Wenyu to invite Qi Weiran to Jiangzhou on the pretext of helping Wanting Software Group find the mysterious hacker who attacked them. When he heard that he could help him find a hacker who attacked them, Qi Weiran immediately agreed. This private room was renovated by the manager of Tingyu Tower at the request of Chun Fan, for the purpose of attacking the Chun family. Chun Fan asked the manager of Tingyu Tower to quietly separate a small secret room in the private room. In the secret room, the conversation in the private room could be clearly heard. Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu arrived in Jiangzhou before Han Jiaowei and entered the secret room in advance. Qi Weiran heard all the conversations between Han Jiaowei and Mr. Chun just now. Boss, Han Jiaowei wanted to defend himself. Qi Weiran didn't listen to him at all. He just walked forward and slapped him hard. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Han Jiaowei's face swelled up instantly. Is this how you treat my trust? At this moment, Qi Weiran's eyes were full of anger. While no one was paying attention, Chun Fan stepped forward and took away both contracts signed by Han Jiaowei and Old Man Chun. This is evidence. The reason why Chun Fan showed up so late was to get them to sign so that he could keep the evidence. From now on, Han Jiaowei will be relieved of all his positions within Wanting Software Group. I will have the company's legal department sue you, and you can just wait to stay in there for a few years. Qi Weiran announced. Hearing this, Han Jiaowei collapsed on the ground, feeling hopeless. He was completely finished. The amount involved this time is quite large, and it would be fine if I only stayed in there for a few years. Hearing Qi Weiran's announcement, Mr. Chun and everyone in the Chun family felt a sense of the death of the rabbit makes the fox mourn for a moment. In your Chun real estate company, our Wanting Software Group will never cooperate with you. Qi Weiran looked at the Chun family again. After hearing Qi Weiran's words, Mr. Chun and the other members of the Chun family collapsed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Mr. Chun suddenly felt exhausted. He had worked so hard to prepare so much and spent so much energy and effort on the project of Wanting Software Group. And now it's all in vain? The Chun family failed. Our project in Jiangzhou will be handed over to Yongtai Real Estate Group represented by Mr. Chun Fan. Qi Weiran said again. At this point, Chun Fan's plan to attack the Chun family was declared a success. In an instant, Mr. Chun and everyone in the Chun family looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan, you are so cruel. So it's you who did all this. Everyone in the Chun family sighed. Why would the boss of Wanting Software Group appear here? It must be related to Chun Fan, the boss of Tingyu Tower. At this moment, the Chun family was filled with shock and surprise. More than 10 days ago, Chun Fan broke off relations with them. They firmly believed that Chun Fan's condition would get worse and worse, until he ended up wandering the streets with no clothes to wear and no food to eat. But now, not only has Chun Fan not become worse, he is even better than when he was in their Chun family, and not a little bit better. Now, the boy whom they once looked down upon has actually succeeded in intercepting important business of their Chun family. Incredible, incredible. Beside him, looking at Chun Fan, Mr. Chin's eyes went dark, and he almost vomited blood out of anger. Fortunately, the fourth son, Chin Jinping, supported Mr. Chun in time. Old Master Chin adjusted his breathing and calmed down. He really didn't expect that in just a dozen days, the man he thought was the most ordinary and incompetent among the younger generation of their Chin family actually rose up so strongly. And he also intercepted the project that he was determined to get. Damn it! This little bastard Chun Fan really makes me think highly of him. Chun Fan. Old Master Chun looked at Chun Fan with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he hated Chun Fan to the extreme. Last time, Chun Fan severed ties with their Chun family, ruining his plan to curry favor with the Jinling Su family. Today, another incident like this happened, intercepting the Chun family's project and causing the contract that he was determined to get to fly away. This little bastard Chun Fan really deserves to die. Old Master Chun threw away his son's support and suddenly walked to within a few dozen centimeters of Chun Fan, confronting him head-on. Chapter 65, The Crazy Chun Family, the terror of the world's top hackers. Looking at Chun Fan, Mr. Chin's eyes were full of anger and hatred. At this moment, Old Master Chun wanted to teach Chun Fan, this unfilial son, a lesson, but Chun Fan had already severed ties with their Chun family, so he couldn't do that. If it was before, he would definitely break Chun Fan's legs. Mr. Chin said coldly, Chun Fan, don't think you were so great just because you have snatched a business from our Chun family, ugh. In my eyes, you are still the most useless, incompetent, and trashy member of our Chun family. You are a million miles away from my grandson Chun Faming. In the eyes of Mr. Chun, only his grandson, Chun Faming, the unicorn son of their Chun family, is the most outstanding and the one who is most likely to achieve success in the future. Others, especially Chun Fan, are not qualified to be a stepping stone for Chun Faming. When the other members of the Chun family heard this, they felt helpless. Although the old man said that, in fact, with Chun Fan's current performance, even if he can't beat Chun Faming, he is probably about the same. If Chun Fan were still in the Chun family now, their Chun family would have two extremely outstanding young people. But since Chun Fan has severed his relationship with them, he is their enemy. The more outstanding Chun Fan is, the more they hate him. Next to him, Chen Wenjing looked at the ruthless old man Chun with complicated eyes. At this moment, she was a little glad that she chose to side with Chun Fan and had the opportunity to control her own destiny. Given the old man's overbearing personality and his preference for Chun Faming, no matter how well she performed, it would be useless. In the end, she would only be used by the old man for marriage, and her last bit of value would be squeezed out. But she would never accept this fate. Before she severed her relationship with the Chin family, she wanted to collect some interest for what she had done for the Chin family before. For today's incident, our Chin family only lost a little blood at most, and we didn't even get any injuries. But you, Chin Fan, have angered me. Mr. Chin spoke coldly. Chun Fan, you deserve to die. Although you succeeded this time, it doesn't mean you will succeed next time. We will never let you go. Just wait for the endless wrath of my Chun family. Everyone in the Chun family was in a state of panic, almost going crazy. Chun Fan sneered. They spoke as if what happened today had not happened. They would have lived in peace with themselves. They don't want to let me go, and I don't want to let the Chun family go. Today's attack on the Chun family's project is just the first step in teaching the Chun family a lesson. Indeed, this incident was a slap in the face to the Chun family. Strictly speaking, it only caused the Chun family to lose some energy and effort. The Chun family's assets did not suffer too much loss, and the Chun family's vitality was not damaged. However, later on, the conflict between Chun Fan and the Chun family will not be like this. That was when everyone in the Chun family felt truly distressed and truly hurt their bones. Just you wait. After giving Chun Fan a vicious look, old man Chun led everyone in the Chun family away. From beginning to end, Chun Fan and Chun Wenjing did not have any interaction, not even eye contact. Chun Wenjing was lurking very well. Aren't the Chun family members rampant? If Chun Wenjing continues to lurk in the Chun family, she can always provide herself with news and situations of the Chun family. When this time bomb explodes, it will definitely give them a big surprise. As the Chun family left, Chun Fan, Chi Weiran, the boss of Wanting Software Group, and Xia Wenyu went to a private room on the third floor to discuss things. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for helping me find a pest in the company, Chi Weiran said with emotion. He trusted Han Zhaohui so much and treated him as his confidant, but this guy used his trust to exchange for benefits. This time, he will definitely not let Han Zhaohui go easily. As for our cooperation with Wanting Software Group, we can sign a contract tomorrow and get things done. Chi Weiran spoke. He did this only to thank Shin Fan. On the way here, he had already investigated the strength and reputation of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chi Weiran is sure that Yongtai Real Estate Group is strong enough and has a good reputation. Most importantly, the quality of its projects is very good. Good. Chun Fan nodded. This project of Wanting Software Group has such high profits. As one of the major shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chun Fan can naturally get a piece of the big cake. Mr. Chen, I heard from Vice President Xia that you can help me find the hacker who attacked our Wanting Software Group. Is that true? After some polite exchanges, Chi Weiran went straight to the point. This was the issue he was most concerned about during his visit to Jiangzhou this time. Right. Chun Fan nodded. For him, one of the world's top hackers, these are all small things. Tell me the details of the matter. Chun Fan sat down and spoke slowly. Okay, here's what happened a few days ago. Chi Weiran answered quickly. After listening to it, Chen Fan immediately thought of which detail to start with. That mysterious hacker extorted a large sum of money. Where did you get the money from? Chen Fan asked. The other party asked us to transfer the money to a special account abroad. I sent someone to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Chi Weiran answered helplessly. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't find it. Give me that bank account. Chen Fan spoke. Since the other party wants money, no matter how special the bank account is, the mysterious hacker will always transfer the money. As long as we use this as a basis, we will eventually find the mysterious hacker or someone who has a very, very close relationship with him. Good. Chi Weiran spoke. Chen Fan turned on the specially prepared computer and started operating. Time passed little by little, and a few minutes later, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. Found it. Chapter 66. Cousin persuades Xiao Ruoshui to take the initiative and defeat Chen Fan. This mysterious hacker was indeed very capable and cautious. He transferred the money back and forth more than a dozen times, and after laundering it, he finally transferred the money to himself. He's hiding right here. Chen Fan pointed to a location on the computer and said to Chi Weiran. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chen Fan sighed. The address he found was less than 1 kilometer away from the location of their Wanheng software group. It was really darkness under the lamp. Ah, you found it already? Chi Weiran glanced at the Vacheron Constantine watch he was wearing. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes, and it was done already? Mr. Chun, you're not kidding. The network security experts in his company, who earned several $1 million a year, spent 2 or 3 days but found no clues. But in just a few minutes, before he could react, Mr. Chun had already found the hacker. Is Chun Fan so powerful? Beside him, Xiao Wenyu was also stunned. Is Chun Fan so powerful? Found it now? She thought it would take a day or 2 to get results. When she first started working with Chun Fan, she did so entirely for Xiao Ruoshui's sake and didn't hold out much hope. In the end, Chun Fan actually succeeded and even got rid of Han Xiaowei, who had a bad relationship with her. In a sense, Chun Fan also helped him. Now, Chun Fan only took a few minutes to find the hacker who had caused chaos in Wanting Software Group. Damn, Chun Fan's ability is too strong. This afternoon, when Xiao Wenyu met Chun Fan for the first time, she was curious. With Ruoshui's top conditions and cold personality, how could she fall in love with a seemingly ordinary Chun Fan? Only now did Xiao Wenyu understand. Chun Fan is so capable and decisive. He is indeed very charming. Well, I guess it was a small hacker team, not just one person. Chun Fan judged. Chi Weiran stepped forward and took a picture of the address, then immediately contacted his connections and notified his friends at the police station to arrest the man. Until this moment, his mind was still a little confused, and he had some doubts as to whether Chun Fan had found the right person. Also, Mr. Chi, there is something I want to remind you of. There are spies inside your Wanting Software Group. They colluded with both insiders and outsiders to steal the secrets of your Wanting Software Group. Chun Fan spoke. For a company as big as Wanting Software Group, network security must be difficult. But how could the other party succeed so easily? There must be an insider. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chi Weiran suddenly understood. After being enlightened by Mr. Chun, he immediately had several suspects in his mind. Half an hour later, Chi Weiran received a notification that a small hacker team had indeed been captured at that location. It has now been roughly confirmed that it was the other party that attacked their Wanting Software Group. Chi Weiran immediately perked up and said, "Oh my god, Mr. Chun found the address in just a few minutes, and it's correct." In an instant, Chi Weiran was extremely impressed by Chun Fan. Chi Weiran was overjoyed and excitedly grabbed Chun Fan's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you so much." He had been holding this anger in for so long and had been helpless, but today it was finally resolved by Mr. Chun. "Mr. Chun, I owe you a big favor. In the future, if you need me, Chi Weiran, just ask. I will never refuse within my ability." Chi Weiran promised to do something for Chun Fan within his ability, regardless of the cost. "Mr. Chi, you're too polite." Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. Chun Fan will naturally use this connection and this favor when he deals with the Jinling Su family at the critical moment in the future. As for the Chun family, Chun Fan can deal with it alone. Chun Fan has not forgotten the long-term mission given to him by the system, which is to bankrupt the Jinling Su family and trample the Su family underfoot. That is a full 100 billion reward. More than 10 days have passed now, so Chun Fan naturally has to seize the opportunity. Chun Fan and Chi Weiran agreed to sign the contract at Yontai Real Estate Group tomorrow morning. Chun Fan arranged the best suite in Wankai International Hotel for Chi Weiran to rest. Chun Fan and Xia Wenyu left and went to Yujing Villa. Xia Wenyu had finally come to Jiangzhou, so naturally she wanted to meet Xia Ruoshui and her sister. More than half an hour later, the Xia sisters met. While they were chatting, Chun Fan came to the side and called the president of Jiuxiao Security Group. He was very curious about how his matter was going. If we find a few reconnaissance experts from the special forces of Jiuxiao Security Group as soon as possible, we can find the whereabouts of our parents sooner. It has been a year since his parents disappeared. Chun Fan really wants to know where they are now. When the call was connected, the boss of Joseon Security Group told Chen Fan regretfully that he was still trying. But the old guys on the board of directors of Joseon Security Group were too stubborn and refused to agree on the grounds that it did not comply with the company's rules. It's a pity, Mr. Chun. You only have ownership of 5% of the group. If you could own 15% or 20%, those old guys wouldn't dare to disrespect you even if they were stubborn. The president of Joseon Security Group said regretfully. 15 or 20? Chun Fan frowned. This may be difficult for others, but for Chun Fan, it is not impossible. System, please give me more shares of Joseon Security Group as the rewards for the next few days. Chun Fan was looking forward to it in his heart, hoping that the humane system could hear it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Since others are helping him, Chun Fan naturally has to be polite. While Chun Fan was discussing matters with the boss of Joseon Security Group, Xiao Wenyu was chatting quietly with Xiao Ruoshui. Ruoshui, to be honest, I'm a little envious of you for finding a man like Mr. Chun. Ah! A blush appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's face. Mr. Chun is indeed very charming, especially the action tonight, which was done beautifully. Xiao Wenyu sighed deeply. It means that Mr. Chun belongs to you, Ruoshui. If it belonged to someone else, I'm afraid I would have already taken action. When are you going to bring Mr. Chun home so that your uncle and aunt can meet him? Xiao Wenyu asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui explained their relationship. They were not really together yet. She just had a good impression of Chun Fan. Ruoshui, this seems to be your first heartbeat. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you will regret it someday. Xiao Wenyu gave a reminder as someone who has experienced this. And if you really like Chun Fan, you'd better take the initiative and win him over as soon as possible, or reverse the situation, so that such a man will not be snatched away by other women. As the saying goes, it's easy for a girl to get a boy. With your beautiful face and perfect body, isn't it easy to get him? Listening to her sister's words, Xiaoruoshik fell in a deep thought for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking about. Just then, Xiao Ruoshui received a message from the company that there would be a very important social event tomorrow night, and she was required to attend. However, it seems that there will be a suitor at this social event whom she hates. Chun Fan, are you free tomorrow night? Xiao Ruoshui asked. Tomorrow night, yes. What's the matter? Chun Fan nodded. Can you accompany me to a social event tomorrow night? There will be a very disgusting person at the social event tomorrow night. Xiao Ruoshui asked expectantly. Before Xiao Ruoshui finished speaking, the system's voice came. Bye. Task release. Accept Xiao Ruoshui's invitation. Mission reward. Ownership of Joseon Security Group 4. Task reward. 53 experience points. Huh. Looking at the reward for the task, Chun Fan was pleasantly surprised. I just prayed, and after a while, the system issued a new task, and the reward was the ownership of Joseon Security Group 4. The system is so user-friendly. The system is awesome. Chapter 67. On the 15th day of severing the relationship, Chun Fan is rewarded with the thing he is most looking forward to. Chun Fan was deeply impressed by the power of the system. No problem. Chun Fan agreed to Xiao Ruoshui. Very good. Seeing that Chun Fan agreed, Xiao Ruoshui was also very happy. At night, Xiao Wenyu slept at Xiao Ruoshui's place, while Chun Fan went to his own home next door. It was still early, so Chun Fan came to the study alone, found a blackboard, and wrote down everything he knew about the Chun family's industries in Jiangzhou. At the same time, on the other side, Chun Fan wrote down his own industry. After what happened tonight, the Chun family will definitely take crazy revenge on me. Since this is the case, Chun Fan naturally will not sit idle and plans to strike first. As for which company or industry of the Chun family to target, Chun Fan still needs to study it carefully. This time, the attack on the Chun family is not like the last time, where he just slapped the Chun family in the face. This time, Chun Fan wants to make the Chun family suffer serious injuries and really bleed heavily. Time flies, and the next morning, Chun Fan went to Yongtai Real Estate Group. After a while, Chi Weiran, the boss of Wanting Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu arrived. The two parties formally signed the contract and became partners. Next to them, several shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, who were originally not optimistic, looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, they all felt that they were getting old, while Mr. Chun was young and promising. It had only been a short time since he successfully snatched the project of Wanting Software Group from the Chun family. This was a huge project worth billions. Mr. Chun is so awesome. Mr. Chun, if there is a chance, we can continue to cooperate next time. Chi Weiran simply ignored the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group and took the initiative to shake hands with Chun Fan. Welcome. Chun Fan responded politely. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your help last night. If you have any questions, you can contact me. If I have any questions, I will also contact Mr. Chun. I consider Mr. Chun a friend. After the contract was signed, the remaining specific negotiation details were left to the employees of both parties. Chi Weiran left, and the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group tried to please Chun Fan. Chun Fan finally emerged from Yongtai Real Estate Group when the system's voice came. Bye. On the 15th day of severing ties, the owner of Joseon Security Group 6 will be awarded. It's the ownership of Joseon Security Group again, and it's the ownership of 6. This is what Chen Fan is most looking forward to right now. Chen Fan immediately showed a look of joy. He already had 5 in his hand. With these 6, plus the task of accompanying Xiao Ruoshui tonight, he would have just enough ownership of 15 of Juxiao Security Group. According to what the president of Juxiao Security Group said, from now on, those old folks in Juxiao Security Group will not be able to refuse his request. Moreover, with the ownership of the 6 of Juxiao Security Group, Chen Fan's net worth officially exceeded 20 billion. Today is only the 15th day since I got the system, and my net worth has already exceeded 20 billion. The long-term challenge given by the system is as long as 100 days. There are still 85 days left. My net worth will surpass that of the Jinling Su family. Isn't it a foregone conclusion that the Jinling Su family will go bankrupt? As long as his long-term mission is completed, he will get a terrifying reward of 100 billion, which is definitely a double happiness. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised, while everyone in the Chen family was dejected and their faces were livid. Especially old man Chen, who was still thinking about how to teach that little beast Chen Fan a lesson. Chen Yuzhen suddenly rushed in and said to Mr. Chen in a panic, "Father, someone from the Su family in Jinling has arrived." "What? Someone from the Su family is coming?" Mr. Chen suddenly felt guilty and panicked. During this period, he was busy with the affairs of Wanting Software Group and did not deal with Chen Fan much. Up to now, not only has he failed to fulfill his promise to Miss Su, but he has seen Chen Fan becoming more and more powerful. Now that someone from the Su family has come, I'm afraid they're not here to blame me. Please come in, please come in. Mr. Chen stood up immediately. Half a minute later, a man in his 30s walked in. "Let me introduce myself. I am Su Qingxian, a descendant of the Su family in Jinling." After entering, the man introduced himself. "Hello, Lord Su. Please take a seat." Old Master Chen kindly invited Su Qingxian to sit in his previous seat. "I won't sit down. I just happen to be passing by your Jiangzhou. Junyao asked me to come and see how your Chen family is handling Chen Fan's matter." Su Qingxian spoke indifferently. If Su Junyao hadn't insisted that he stop by to take a look, he would never have come to a small place like Jiangzhou. He felt that coming to such a place would be a lowering of his status. That? Mr. Chen was speechless for a moment. "Why? You haven't dealt with a junior who has severed ties with your Chen family for more than 10 days. Seeing this, Su Qingxian questioned angrily. "How dare you call yourself a wealthy family? Bah! You are a useless family that can't even solve the problem of a young person who has severed ties with you and has no one to rely on. How dare you call yourself a wealthy family?" Su Qingxian cursed. Facing a direct descendant of the Jinling Su family, although Mr. Chen was angry, he could only bear it and even smiled apologetically. After all, it was because he wanted to cling to the Jinling Su family in order to challenge the position of the richest family in Jiangzhou. This is the sadness of a small family. Don't worry, Master Su. This happened because of a small problem. I promise that it won't take long before we can deal with Chen Fan and make him happy and willing to marry Miss Su. Mr. Chen quickly assured. You better hurry up. Junyao's belly is already showing a little bit. If we delay for any longer, Junyao's pregnant belly will be completely exposed. At that time, your Chen family will be embarrassed, but our Su family will lose face, which is a big loss. Su Chengxian spoke. I'll give you half a month. If you still can't figure it out, get out of the way and let me do it. In fact, if it really doesn't work out, you can marry someone else, but I don't know how this Chen Fan angered Junyao. Junyao insisted that Chen Fan willingly marry her with a smile, and no one else would do. Half a month, okay. Within half a month, I will definitely resolve the matter and let Chen Fan happily marry Miss Su. Mr. Chen said confidently. If the Su family were to take action personally at that time, then their Chen family would be really useless. They could not expect to rely on the Su family to help them become the richest family in Jiangzhou in the future. Humph, I hope that the next time I come to Jiangzhou, I will attend Chen Fan and Junyao's engagement ceremony or wedding. After taking a final look at Mr. Chen, Su Chengxian strode away. After being warned by the Su family, Mr. Chen could no longer sit still and began to think frantically in his mind. Not long after, a ruthless plan of Mr. Chen against Chen Fan appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, a creepy sneer appeared on Mr. Chen's face. Chen Fan's good days are over. Chapter 68. If we are real lovers, let's kiss each other? Xia Ruoshui takes the initiative to kiss Chen Fan. After making a plan, Mr. Chen called in his fourth son, Chen Jinping, and began to discuss the details. Before, he thought that dealing with Chen Fan would be very simple, just letting a few juniors take action, but now it seems that to deal with that little beast Chen Fan, he still has to let his son do it. His useless grandsons and granddaughters were no match for Chen Fan at all. Of course, this did not include his most valued grandson, Chen Faming, the unicorn son of their Chen family. Now, Mr. Chen intends to let his fourth son, Chen Jinping, implement this plan personally. On the other hand, because there were a lot of classes this afternoon, Chen Fan didn't have time to pick up Xia Ruoshui, so the two agreed to meet directly at the specific location of tonight's social event, the banquet hall of Wankai International Hotel. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan was the first to arrive at the banquet hall of Wankai International Hotel. At this moment, There were already dozens of guests in the banquet hall. All of them were dignitaries from Jiangzhou, and their identities were not simple. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoshui also came. As soon as Xia Ruoshui appeared, her beautiful face immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Chun Fan was just about to step forward and say hello to Xia Ruoshui when suddenly, a tall and thin young man trotted up to Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, hello, long time no see. The tall, thin young man greeted with a smile. I'm not feeling well seeing you. Also, please don't call me Ruoshui. We are not familiar with each other. Facing the tall and thin young man, Xia Ruoshui answered coldly. The tall and thin young man is named Jiang Qiuhao. He is a prince of Jiangzhou Ingrong Group and one of Jiangzhou's famous playboys. Jiang Qiuhao was the suitor that Xia Ruoshui mentioned yesterday that she hated so much. I'm fine seeing you. Today's banquet is over. Ruoshui, President Xia, how about we have a meal together? In order not to cause too much disgust to Xia Ruoshui, Jiang Qiuhao had to reluctantly change the address to President Xia. Not good. Xia Ruoshui refused without hesitation. What's wrong with that? You're single, and so am I. What's wrong with two single people having a meal together? Jiang Qiuhao said persistently. Sorry, you were wrong. I am not single. I already have a boyfriend. Xia Ruoshui corrected. As soon as Xia Ruoshui said this, all the guests around looked at her in surprise. What? What did President Xia just say? She is not single and already has a boyfriend? When did this happen? The most beautiful female CEO in Jiangzhou actually has a boyfriend. Who got the advantage? The male guests around were envious and jealous of Xia Ruoshui's mysterious boyfriend. As for Jiang Qiuhao, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Xia Ruoshui had a boyfriend. How could this happen? That's not right, President Xia. You're not saying this just to reject my invitation, are you? I don't believe you have a boyfriend. If you do, ask your boyfriend to come out and let us see him, okay? Jiang Qiuhao shouted. Yes, President Xia, please ask your boyfriend to come out. Many people at the scene agreed with this. Some, like Jiang Qiuhao, did not believe what Xia Ruoshui said. Others were really curious about what the man who could win Xia Ruoshui looked like. I am Ruoshui's boyfriend. At this critical moment, a calm voice came. The next second, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Chun Fan slowly walked out and came to Xia Ruoshui. Yesterday, he heard Ruoshui say that there would be a very disgusting person at tonight's social gathering. Now it seems that this disgusting person is most likely this Jiang Qiuhao. To be honest, this guy is really disgusting. Chun Fan had already promised Xia Ruoshui that he would help today, so he definitely couldn't just stand there and watch. Just now, Ruoshui said that she had a boyfriend, so she was naturally referring to him. Seeing Chun Fan coming, Xia Ruoshui naturally hugged Chun Fan's arm. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were focused on Chun Fan. Oh my god, this guy is the one who won over President Xia. I'm so envious. Did this kid save the earth in his previous life? He actually took down President Xia. Everyone was extremely envious of Chun Fan. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face turned ashen and he was obviously angry. Humph, you said you were President Xia's boyfriend, so who knows if you're a fake? Since you're a real couple, why don't you kiss? Jiang Qiuhao said provocatively. He just didn't believe that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him could really be Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend. Given Xia Ruoshui's personality, if they were not a real couple, it would be absolutely impossible for her to have such intimate behavior. Give me a kiss? Hearing this, Chun Fan was a little stunned. This was not good. Just as Chun Fan's mind was racing as to how to respond, Xia Ruoshui suddenly gave him a gentle kiss on the face. In an instant, Xia Ruoshui's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, not to mention the other people at the scene, even Chun Fan was stunned. At this point, no one at the scene doubted whether Chun Fan and Xia Ruoshui were a couple. The two of them are undoubtedly a couple, as they can make the cold-hearted President Xia take such a bold action. What is the origin of this guy in front of me? He really conquered President Xia, and it seems that President Xia is completely obsessed with him. Awesome. Many male guests at the scene looked at Chun Fan with admiration, saying that he is truly a role model for our generation. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face looked extremely ugly, and he was burning with anger. He had been pursuing Xia Ruoshui for so long, but Xia Ruoshui had never even given him a good look. As a result, this guy in front of him actually took Xia Ruoshui away. Damn it, damn it. For a moment, Jiang Qiuhao was extremely resentful towards Chun Fan. Jiang Qiuhao glared at Chun Fan viciously, then suddenly picked up the wine glass and went to pour some wine. Chun Fan and Xia Ruoshui came to the side. Chun Fan, what happened just now? Xia Ruoshui lowered her head and said a little shyly, "Thank you for helping me." Just as Chun Fan was about to say something, the system's voice suddenly came. Bye. Accept Xia Ruoshui's invitation and go to the social event. Mission completed. Congratulations on obtaining ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 4. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chapter 69. After threatening Chun Fan to get out of Jiangzhou, he learned about Chun Fan's terrifying identity. The ownership of Joseon Security Group 4 was obtained. At this point, Chen Fan's ownership of Joseon Security Group reached 15. According to what the president of Joseon Security Group said, it should not be a problem for him to transfer a few of the top retired Special Forces soldiers from Joseon Security Group. At the same time, 53 points were obtained, and Chen Fan was one step closer to upgrading to the second-level system. It's getting late now, so Chen Fan plans to contact the boss of Joseon Security Group tomorrow. Congratulations, President Xia. A woman dressed as a noble lady came over and greeted Xia Ruoshui. After saying this, she nodded to Chen Fan. It's Madame Liu, thank you. Xia Ruoshui responded politely. Long time no see. There are a few friends over there. Shall we go over and chat? The lady pointed to a small circle of 4 or 5 noble ladies and wealthy women not far away and invited them. Good. Xia Ruoshui nodded. I'll go over and say hello. After whispering something to Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui followed the lady. It was not until this moment that Xia Ruoshui breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was beating too fast just now, and she didn't know how to face Chen Fan. Mrs. Liu came over, just so she could calm down a little. At the beginning, when she invited Chen Fan, she didn't expect that things would develop to that point. After being questioned by Jiang Xiuhao before, and thinking about what her cousin Xia Wenyu said yesterday, Xia Ruoshui boldly took the initiative to kiss Chen Fan. Now thinking about her actions just now, Xia Ruoshui's heart beat faster. However, although she was shy, Xia Ruoshui did not regret kissing Chen Fan at all. She remembered her cousin's words. This was the first time her heart was moved, and Xia Ruoshui wanted to seize the opportunity. On the other side, Chen Fan poured himself a glass of wine, and Jiang Xiuhao suddenly came over. Boy, I'm warning you, break up with Xia Ruoshui immediately and get out of Jiangzhou. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Jiang Xiuhao came to Chen Fan and threatened in a low voice. Break up with Ruoshui and get out of Jiangzhou. Huh, is that just based on your threats? Chen Fan was amused by the clown's words. Who does he think he is? He and the top wealthy Jinling Su family are at war to the death, but he is not afraid of them. So how could he be afraid of the threat from this kid? Good, very good. Jiang Xiuhao stared at Chen Fan ferociously. Just wait for me. You will regret what you just said. After saying that, Jiang Xiuhao took out his cell phone, walked to the corner, and seemed to be arranging something. Chen Fan did not take this clown seriously, but was thinking about how to deal with the Chen family next time. Mr. Chen? A few minutes later, a surprised voice was heard. Chen Fan turned his head and saw that it was Yang Xingping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's Mr. Yang. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Chen here. What a coincidence. After seeing that by Tian, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, was actually on friendly terms with Chen Fan. Yang Xingping respected Chen Fan even more. Mr. Chen, come, I'll introduce you to some good friends. Seeing that Chen Fan was fine, Yang Xingping took the initiative to pull Chen Fan out of the banquet hall and into a small lounge next to the banquet hall. There are 3 people in this small lounge. All of them are well-known and wealthy people in Jiangzhou. They also came to attend this social event, but their status was relatively high and they disdained to be with other people in the banquet hall, so they came here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chen from our Yongtai Real Estate Group. Our project with Wanheng Software Group was initiated by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen and the boss of Wanheng Software Group are good friends. As soon as he came in, Yang Xingping began to explain Chen Fan solemnly. Hearing this, several people in the lounge instantly lost their composure. The Mr. Chen in front of them turned out to be a good friend of the boss of Wanheng Software Group. Oh my god, that's awesome. Being able to become good friends with a big shot like the boss of Wanheng Software Group, Mr. Chen in front of him must also be a big shot. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a handsome young man. He looks like a talented young man. These wealthy people from Jiangzhou, who were originally high and mighty, now greeted Chen Fan in an extremely flattering manner. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li, the chairman of Tongfu Company. This is Jiang Maochong, the boss of Ingrong Group, Mr. Jiang. Yang Xingping introduced them to Chen Fan one by one. Mr. Chen is young and promising. Jiang admires him. Among the 3, Jiang Maochong, the boss of Ingrong Group, was the most fawning to Chen Fan, even to the point of licking his boots. Their company has been having a hard time recently, and Jiang Maochong naturally cherishes the rare opportunity to make friends with such an important figure. After saying a few words, Jiang Maochong went to find his son Jiang Xiuhao on the pretext of going to the bathroom. Where did that kid go? On the other side, Jiang Xiuhao searched the scene, but couldn't find Chen Fan. He had just contacted his younger brothers and planned to teach Chen Fan a lesson outside the Wankai International Hotel after the banquet. As a result, just when I wanted to ask Chen Fan not to leave after the banquet, I was surprised to find that Chen Fan was missing. Humph, this coward must have been scared to death by me and ran away. Jiang Xiuhao guessed complacently. At this time, Jiang Maochong came over and said to his son seriously, I just met an important person. Come on, let's go meet him. Big shot. Yes, that big shot is young, just like you. You should have a lot to talk about. Jiang Maochong nodded. By the way, when you meet that important person later, you should behave nicely and politely, and try to leave a good impression on him. It's okay, father. You trust me, Jiang Qiuhao solemnly promised. I can't say much about other things, but I'm good at currying favor with others and flattering important people. Jiang Qiuhao was also very excited to have the opportunity to meet an important person. Humph, I hope you don't cause trouble for me. Jiang Maochong curled his lips, full of resentment towards his son. How could that be, father? I am the most filial son. How could I easily cause trouble for you? Jiang Qiuhao answered with conviction. Walk. After saying that, Jiang Maochong took his son to the lounge next door. Jiang Maochong just came in and immediately came to Chen Fan respectfully. Mr. Chun, my son happens to be here too, so I'll bring him here to meet Mr. Chun. What are you still standing there for, you little brat? Hurry up and say hello to Mr. Chun. After saying that, Jiang Maochong patted his son. After hearing what his father said, Jiang Qiuhao, who had not dared to look up since he came in, finally spoke while raising his head. Hello, I am. When Jiang Qiuhao looked up and saw the face of this important person, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression froze instantly. Chapter 70. Jiuxiao Security Group is done. Unexpected bad news. Is it you? Jiang Qiuhao said with a trembling voice, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. Father, is this boy the big shot you were talking about? Jiang Qiuhao asked his father with an ugly expression as if he had eaten shit. Yeah, did you know Mr. Chen before? Jiang Maochong asked excitedly. He thought his son and Mr. Chun were old acquaintances. We just met. Not long ago, he wanted me to get out of Jiangzhou. Chun Fan said casually. Hearing this, Jiang Maochong was also stunned. The other people at the scene looked at the father and son with a mixture of laughter and tears. Wow, old Jiang really raised a good son. He actually dared to ask Mr. Chun to get out of Jiangzhou. How brave was this son of old Jiang? As for Jiang Maochong, he felt a little dark in front of his eyes, and a nameless anger surged into his heart. This unfilial son, just now he vowed to me that he was so filial that he would not cause trouble to me easily. But it turned out that he really did not cause trouble to me easily, and once he did, it was a huge trouble. You really said that to Mr. Chen? Jiang Maochong asked his son through gritted teeth. Father, aye. Jiang Qiuhao didn't know how to answer. Seeing his son hesitating, Jiang Maochong immediately understood. Bang! In a rage, Jiang Maochong gave his son a big slap. Jiang Maochong slapped Jiang Qiuhao's face so hard that it became swollen. You bastard! How dare you say that to Mr. Chun? Who do you think you are? An angry Jiang Maochong stepped forward and kicked his son hard several times. Jiang Maochong was so angry that he took off his leather shoes and beat his bastard son with them. Ah, stop hitting Dad, stop hitting him! Jiang Qiuhao screamed in pain. His father's leather shoes were made of real crocodile leather, and it would be extremely painful if he was hit. Jiang Maochong kept beating Jiang Qiuhao for a long time, until his nose and face were swollen. Only then did he stop. Mr. Chun, it's my fault for not disciplining my child properly. Jiang Maochong bowed to Chun Fan to express his apology. I'm taking this bastard home, right now, and using family discipline. Jiang Maochong spoke. Use family rules, please don't, father. When Jiang Qiuhao heard the word family rules, he panicked instantly and begged for mercy. After saying that, Jiang Maochong was about to take his son away, but Chun Fan spoke up. Don't let me see him in Jiangzhou anymore, do you understand? Chun Fan didn't want to see this clown, and he didn't want Ruo Shui to see this disgusting guy. I understand, Mr. Chun. When I return, I will immediately send this bastard away from Jiangzhou and never come back. Jiang Maochong made repeated assurances. Afterwards, Jiang Maochong forcibly took his son away. Chun Fan chatted with Yang Xingping and others for a while, and then returned to the banquet hall. Where have you been? Xiao Ruo Shui walked over and asked curiously. Ruo Shui, you will never see that disgusting Jiang Qiuhao in Jiangzhou again. Chun Fan spoke. Xiao Ruo Shui's eyes lit up and her heart felt warm. He cared about her so much. When she looked at Chun Fan again, her eyes became a little softer. Thanks. Xiao Ruo Shui smiled at Chun Fan with such beauty that she was captivatingly beautiful. After staying for a while, it was almost time, so Chun Fan and Xiao Ruo Shui left together. As they came down from the elevator of Wankai International Hotel, talking and laughing, a middle-aged woman not far away was stunned. So she immediately took out her cell phone and secretly took a photo of Xiao Ruo Shui and Chun Fan. Before this, Xiao Ruo Shui had booked dozens of rooms at the Wankai International Hotel specifically to entertain representatives sent by the Xia family from other local companies. And this middle-aged woman is one of them, and she is also a member of the Xia family. Xiao Ruo Shui is a leader among the younger generation of the entire Xia family and is the focus of many people's attention. At the same time, Xiao Ruo Shui's future marriage is also a concern for many people in the Xia family. Just now she actually saw Xiao Ruo Shui and a boy leaving, talking and laughing. As someone who has been through this, she noticed Xiao Ruo Shui's expression and knew at a glance that the relationship between the two was not simple. So she took a photo specially, and this photo was very useful. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain when I came to Jiangzhou. The middle-aged woman looked at the photo and revealed a strange smile full of deep meaning. She planned to use this photo to do something. There is also fierce competition within the Xia family. Time flies. The next morning, Zheng Qinzhou, president of Jiuxiao Security Group, summoned those old guys who opposed to the incident to his office again. Hey guys, it's just a few people transferred from the Special Forces team. It's nothing. The lack of one or two people will not affect the operation of their team. Zheng Qinzhou spoke up and stood on Chun Fan's side. No, this is non-negotiable. This is not in compliance with company regulations. Several old guys shook their heads. Zheng Qinzhou was so angry that he was speechless, and the matter came to a standstill again. Just then, Chun Fan called. Mr. Chun, we are discussing this matter. Unfortunately, these senior executives still disagree. Zheng Qinzhou said helplessly. Disagree? Please turn on the speakerphone, Mr. Zheng. I'll talk to them. Chun Fan spoke. Zheng Qinzhou turned on the speakerphone. Mr. Chun, there's nothing we can do about it. This is a company rule. It's a company rule that we can't break. Before Chun Fan could speak, these old guys had already said the final word. Then why didn't you object when Boss Wang temporarily transferred 6 or 7 people from the Special Forces team half a year ago? Zheng Qinzhou couldn't help but question, as this was something he found out accidentally during his investigation. Who is Mr. Wang? He alone owns all the rights to our Jiuxiao Security Group 12. That's right. Mr. Wang's situation is special. Mr. Chen only has ownership of Group 5, and his authority is not as high as Mr. Wang's. A few hypocritical old guys answered without blushing or beating their hearts. Let me correct you. Currently, I already have ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 15. Just then, a faint voice came from the phone. After hearing what Chun Fan said, the old guys were suddenly embarrassed. Wasn't it still 5 yesterday? How come today, Mr. Chen suddenly owns 15% of the group's ownership? And 15, these are two completely different levels. Everyone, do you have any other opinions now? Chun Fan asked. In other words, he currently does not hold much ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group. If he holds more than 50 or even 100 ownership, Chun Fan would not have to care about the opinions of these people at all and would directly transfer all 3 special teams to investigate the reasons for his parents' disappearance. There is none left. I support Mr. Chun. I also agree with Mr. Ye's opinion. At this moment, the attitudes of the old guys changed 180 degrees and they all expressed their agreement. Looking at this fence-sitter, Zheng Qinzhou snorted coldly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I will select a few people now and send them to Jiangzhou immediately. Mr. Chen will be able to meet those people before noon tomorrow. Zheng Qinzhou promised. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zheng. The matter was settled and Chun Fan hung up the phone. Today is Saturday. It's still early and today's reward has not arrived yet. Chun Fan is looking forward to what today's reward will be. Chun Fan was about to go to study the Chun family's industrial structure, when suddenly, bad news came. Chapter 71 New Special Mission. Reward for becoming the #1 boss of Jiuxiao Security Group. Mr. Chen, I heard from the grapevine that brands will go all out to attack Fading Group in a few days, and they are preparing now. Chun Fan received a message from a senior executive of Fading Group. Attack Fading Group with all your strength? Chun Fan frowned and replied, Are you sure? I think I should be about 60 to 70% sure. I heard that from someone else. Someone from Fading Group answered. Okay, I understand. Chun Fan nodded and wrote this matter down. For some reason, Chun Fan always felt that something was not right. Brands was a big company after all, and it was within Chun Fan's expectations that they would attack him. But this kind of thing has not officially started yet, and must be a top secret of the company. How could it suddenly be known by an ordinary senior executive of Fading Group? The confidentiality measures are a bit too poor. Chun Fan still felt that something was wrong, and always felt that Brands was up to something. Thinking about this, Chun Fan called Jiangzhou boss Wei Jingxiong. Wei Jingxiong has many informants in Jiangzhou and is well informed about many news. For example, the news that the Chun family was plotting to seize the Wanheng Software Group project was told to him by Wei Jingxiong. After the call was connected, Chun Fan asked Wei Jingxiong to help him investigate. Mr. Chun, it's a small matter. Leave it to me. I'll go and find out now. As soon as I have any news, I'll tell Mr. Chun immediately. Wei Jingxiong agreed without hesitation. Last time, Mr. Chun helped him contact Jiuxiao Security Group and solve his big problem. Wei Jingxiong was very grateful to Chun Fan. He asked about the matter of Brands, which was a small problem. As Wei Jingxiong recalled, a friend of one of his good brothers was a vice president of Brands, so he could use this relationship to find out more. In Brands, boss Kong Brands and his son Kong Haikong are having a discussion. Why? As the news spread, Kong Baixing asked, Don't worry, father. I have already quietly leaked the news that we will go all out to attack Chun Fan's Fading Group in a few days to several people. Kong Ikyang nodded. I guess Chun Fan has already known about this and has even started to make arrangements for countermeasures at Fading Group. After getting a positive answer, Kong Baisheng showed a smug smile on his face. Well done. To deal with Fading Group is just a method of Kong Baisheng to deliberately confuse Chen Fan. This time, Kong Baisheng plans to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Kong Baisheng claimed that he wanted to deal with Chen Fan's Fading Group, but in fact, his real target this time was the Yontai Real Estate Group where Chen Fan worked. Fading Group is too small. What's the point in dealing with it? If we want to deal with Chen Fan, we must start with a big Yontai Real Estate Group. Now, he has leaked the news deliberately, and Chen Fan will definitely put all his energy on Fading Group. At that time, he would suddenly attack Yontai Real Estate Group and catch Chen Fan off guard. Without any preparation, Chen Fan is bound to lose. Father, you did a great job of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. It definitely confused Chen Fan. Kong Haikong couldn't help but admire. We will hurry up and make arrangements in the next few days. Once everything is ready, we will suddenly attack Yontai Real Estate Group. Even if we can't bankrupt Yontai Real Estate Group, at least we can make it bleed heavily. Kong Baisheng ordered. The market value of Yontai Real Estate Group is 30 billion yuan, and its strength should not be underestimated. If Kong Baisheng wants to deal with it, he must prepare well. By the way, how is the news about our real target, Yontai Real Estate Group, kept secret? Kong Baisheng asked cautiously. If you want to catch Chen Fan by surprise, the confidentiality of the information is very important. Don't worry, Father. Apart from us, only a few vice presidents of the company know about it, and they are all our own people. Confidently. That's good. That's good. Baisheng nodded. Chen Fan, you're working hard now to do useless work. In a few days, you will be in tears. The gloomy smile on Kong Baisheng's face became even more intense. In the villa, after Chen Fan contacted Wei Jingxiu, he left the house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan opened the door of the villa and saw Xiao Mingming standing there. Senior Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you free these 2 days over the weekend? Xiao Mingming suddenly asked. What happened during the weekend? Chen Fan asked. Sister, I don't know how many weekends I haven't had a rest. If Senior Chen has time this weekend, how about we go out and have some fun together and relax? Xiao Mingming explained. In fact, her real purpose is to act as a matchmaker. She wants to continue to bring together Senior Chen and her sister. Now it's time for Duo to create more time for her sister and Senior Chen to spend together. Of course, letting her sister relax is also one of her goals. Just as Xiao Mingming finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly came. Bye. Special mission released. Promise Xiao Mingming to go out and play together and have a happy weekend. Mission time. 48 hours. Task reward. Ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 12, becoming the top-ranked boss of Jiuxiao Security Group, and becoming the new president of Jiuxiao Security Group. Task reward. 67 experience points. Huh. Looking at this special task, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Oh my god, it's worthy of being a special mission. The system immediately rewarded me with the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 12. That's great. Currently, he owns 15% of Jiuxiao Security Group, ranking 4th in the entire Jiuxiao Security Group. But now, this time the system has rewarded him with the ownership of 12, plus the 15 in Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan will become the #1 figure in the Jiuxiao Security Group, and can also directly become the new president of the Jiuxiao Security Group. This reward is so generous. If he could become the new president of Jiuxiao Security Group, as well as the largest boss, his power within Jiuxiao Security Group would increase a lot, and it would be much more convenient to deal with things in the future. Moreover, this special mission is not difficult at all. It's just going out to play. It's too easy. It just takes a little longer. Compared with gaining ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 12 and becoming the new president of Jiuxiao Security Group, let alone a mere 48 hours. Even if it takes longer, it is not a loss. The system was indeed user-friendly. After hearing my previous prayers, I became the top boss of Jiuxiao Security Group in just 1 or 2 days. The system is awesome. Chen Fan was very happy. I have time. Chen Fan agreed to Xiao Mingming. That's great. Also, Senior Chen, I would like to ask you for a favor. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, Xiao Mingming was very excited. But in the excitement, Xiao Mingming suddenly said mysteriously. Chapter 72, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group, and the bet with Xiao Mingming. Oh, what's the matter? Chen Fan asked in surprise. That is Senior Chen, you need to help me think of a way to trick my sister out. Xiao Mingming stuck out her tongue and said helplessly. After what happened last time, when she tricked her sister out, she wants to trick her sister out of the Xia group this time, but she probably can't do it on her own. Therefore, if I want to get my sister out and relax together on the weekend, I can only rely on Senior Chen. Were you tricked out? Why do you have to trick her out? Can't you just say it directly? Ruo Shui is too tired and too hard at work. It's normal to let her come out and relax on the weekend? Chen Fan asked back. Ever since he met Ruo Shui, he has almost never seen Ruo Shui rest. It was only last time when Xiao Mingming tricked Ruo Shui out that Ruo Shui rested for half a day. There's nothing wrong with working hard, but working all the time is too tiring. It's time for Ruoshui to take a break and relax. This is also for Ruoshui's own good. Why can't you just say it directly? Ah, you can't say that. You absolutely can't. If you say that, my sister will definitely not come out. Xiao Mingming said with faith. Before she met Senior Chun, she had tried to persuade her sister many times, but her sister just wouldn't listen. It was impossible to get her sister to come out no matter what she said. Not necessarily. Chun Fan spoke. Just to be frank, my sister will never come out. Senior Chun, if you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Xiao Mingming answered confidently. Bet? Yes, bet. Xiao Mingming nodded. Senior Chun, if you tell my sister directly and she doesn't come out, you lose. You have to promise me one thing. Of course, it must be within your ability. Xiao Mingming spoke. Xiao Mingming has always been obsessed with Chun Fan's cooking skills, especially this bet. Xiao Mingming is so confident in herself. To be frank, there is absolutely no way my sister will come out. She will definitely win this bet. At that time, she would ask Senior Chun to cook delicious food for her every day for 5 days in a row. No, 7 days. What if I win? Chun Fan asked back. Then I will promise you one thing. Of course, it has to be within my ability. Xiao Mingming answered casually. Anyway, she felt that Chun Fan had no chance of winning. It's a deal. Chun Fan nodded. After saying that, Chun Fan took out his cell phone and called Xiao Ruoshui. Soon, Xiao Ruoshui's gentle voice came from inside. What's wrong? Ruoshui, it's not the weekend anymore. You've been too busy and tired recently. I happen to have some free time this weekend. How about we go out and spend a vacation together and relax during the weekend? Chun Fan spoke. By the way, we can also invite Xia Shumei to join us. Finally, worried that Xia Ruoshui would feel awkward with just the two of them and would reject him, Chun Fan specifically mentioned Xiao Mingming. With her sister around, Ruoshui probably wouldn't feel awkward. Next to him, after listening to what Chun Fan said, Xiao Mingming shook her head helplessly and said, Senior Chun, you are doomed to fail if you say that. If you don't listen to the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Ah? Hearing Chun Fan's invitation, Xiao Ruoshui was stunned. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk and recalling her cousin's words, Xiao Ruoshui hesitated for only a few seconds before making a decision. Oh cool. She has devoted so much to the company over the years and has been in the company every day. Her life is almost entirely for the company and the family. This time, she also wants to live for herself. Indeed, after working for several months in a row, she couldn't remember how many weekends she had gone without a rest. It was time to relax. I'll just take care of the work briefly and then go back. See you later. Xiao Ruoshui answered. Okay, see you later. After making the agreement, Chun Fan hung up the phone. Done, Ruoshui agreed. Chun Fan looked at Xiao Mingming. Ah? Xiao Mingming stood up suddenly and looked at Chun Fan in surprise. She was stunned. Senior Chun, what did you say? Did my sister agree? Xiao Mingming was afraid that she had heard it wrong, so she asked again. Yes. Chun Fan nodded. Ah, this. Xiao Mingming looks a little disheveled. What's going on? She had advised her sister so many times before, and each time she advised her sister for a long time. But her sister just didn't agree. But when it came to Senior Chun, he just said a few words to his sister, and his sister agreed. Are people so different? Xiao Mingming couldn't help but give Chun Fan a thumbs up. Awesome, Senior Chun, I'm impressed. Xiao Mingming is willing to admit defeat. What do you want me to do for you? What is it? I really can't think of it. I'll tell you when I think about it. Chun Fan spoke so suddenly that he didn't know what to ask Xiao Mingming to do. That's fine. Xiao Mingming nodded. After saying that, she went back to wait for her sister. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruoshui came back. Chun Fan came to Xiao Ruoshui's villa and met the two sisters of the Xiao family. Now, another difficult problem is placed before Chun Fan and his friends. Where to go? By the way, sister, I heard that Jiang'o recently built a large amusement park. It has been quite popular recently. Many of my classmates have been there, and it seems very interesting. Sister, shall we go play too? Xiao Mingming suggested. To the amusement park? Xiao Ruoshui was a little absent-minded. She didn't know how long it had been since she last went to the amusement park. Xiao Ruoshui looked at Chun Fan, and seeing that Chun Fan had no objection, she agreed. After finding a destination, Chun Fan drove his own customized Rolls-Royce Phantom and took the Xia sisters straight to the large amusement park. After about an hour, Chun Fan and his friends arrived at their destination. When Chun Fan saw this amusement park for the first time, he was a little impressed. It was indeed very big, especially when looking at the huge crowds of tourists here. Chun Fan was a little envious of the boss here. This place is simply a large money printing machine. Chun Fan bought the tickets, and the three of them entered the amusement park. Just as they were looking for what to play first, a very exciting project in the distance instantly attracted Xiao Mingming's attention. Sister, Senior Chun, let's go play on that huge bungee jumping machine. Xiao Mingming suggested, pointing into the distance. Following Xiao Mingming's pointing, Chun Fan looked over and saw that the bungee jumping machine was a bit high. Senior Chun, I dare to play, so you won't be afraid, right? Xiao Mingming looked at Chun Fan provocatively. At this moment, the system's voice came. Bye. Task release. Experience the building jumping machine. Task reward. 4% of Yontai Real Estate Group shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. Task reward. 47 experience points. Chapter 73. Severing relationship. Day 16. Reward. 1 forced purchase card. Another mission? Chun Fan was a little surprised about this task. However, when he saw the content of the task clearly, he felt it made sense. Normally, there are tasks for things that are not too difficult, and it is normal to have tasks for something as difficult as riding a bungee jumping machine. Moreover, this mission was rewarded with 4% of the shares of Yontai Real Estate Group. The market value of Yontai Real Estate Group is about 30 billion yuan. 4% of the shares means 1.2 billion yuan, and he can also become the second largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. Just by riding a bungee jumping machine and experiencing it, you can get 1.2 billion at one time. This reward is not ordinary good. If this task had no restrictions, Chun Fan would be able to fleece the system and bankrupt it within a few days. Of course I dare to ride the bungee jumping machine. Do you dare? Chun Fan looked at Xiao Mingming. Me? Of course I dare. Xiao Mingming patted her chest and answered proudly. For me, a small project like the bungee jumping machine is just like sitting normally. After I finish the ride, my face doesn't turn red and my heart doesn't beat fast. Just Senior Chun, are you afraid? Really? Then let's go and give it a try. Chun Fan expressed doubt about Xiao Mingming's words. Ruoshui, what about you? Chun Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshui. I should be able to do that too. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. In that case, the three of them headed straight for the bungee jumping machine in the distance. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Just now, from a distance, they just thought that the bungee jumping machine was a little high, but after getting under it, they found that it was actually even higher. From a distance, this bungee jumping machine seems to be only 40 or 50 meters high, but when you look closer, let alone 40 or 50 meters, it is already pretty good if it is under 60 meters. Chun Fan and his friends came to the side and looked at the introduction of the bungee jumping machine. This bungee jumping machine is about 78 meters high and is currently the bungee jumping machine with the largest drop in height in Zhonghai province. No doubt about it. Xiao Mingming raised her head and looked at the extremely high bungee jumping machine. She couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. Gurgle gurgle. Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were just a little emotional, without any fear. Chun Fan looked at Xiao Mingming. Do you dare to sit down now? Of course I dare. I am fearless and naturally courageous. Xiao Mingming hesitated for a moment, still stubborn, and asked provocatively. Senior Chun, are you scared? Chun Fan did not answer, but went straight to line up and made his point clear with his actions. This bungee jumping machine is a bit too high. There are not many tourists here. I guess after this round of tourists come down, it will be Chun Fan's turn. Xiao Ruoshui followed closely and stood behind Chun Fan. Xiao Mingming hesitated for a moment and followed. A few minutes later, the tourists on the bungee jumping machine came down, and it was Chun Fan and his friend's turn. Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui sat on it. Xiao Mingming was stunned for a moment and then sat on it too. But as soon as she sat down, Xiao Mingming's legs went weak, her face turned pale, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. I won't sit anymore, I won't sit anymore. The next second, Xiao Mingming, who had just proudly said that she was fearless and could ride the bungee jumping machine without blushing or heart beating, and who proudly provoked Chun Fan, instantly admitted her mistake. Xiao Mingming trotted to the side. Senior Chun, you are awesome. I'll give up and not sit here anymore. Xiao Mingming clung to the railing and refused to sit down no matter how the staff tried to comfort her. Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui sat together, and there was no change. To be honest, Xiao Ruoshui was still a little excited. Xiao Ruoshui actually likes these exciting projects a little bit, but she usually doesn't have the time, and no one is willing to join her. Soon, the bungee jumping machine started, slowly rose up, reached the highest point, paused for a while, and then descended rapidly. At the moment of falling, Xiao Ruoshui suddenly grabbed Chun Fan's hand, not sure if it was because of fear or something else. Not far away, Xiao Mingming was shivering a little. The speed of the bungee jumping machine was too fast. My sister and Senior Chun are extremely brave. I just said that they're a good match for each other. You see, this explains it. A few minutes later, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui finished their bungee jumping experience. When the two came down from the bungee jumping machine, they just felt a little emotional and didn't show any fear. As the bungee jumping experience was completed, the system's voice came. Bye. Experience the jumping machine. Mission completed. Congratulations on obtaining 4% of the shares of Yontai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on obtaining 47 experience points. The mission was accomplished. 4% of the shares of Yontai Real Estate Group were obtained, and Chun Fan successfully became the second largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. In just a few minutes, 1.2 billion yuan was obtained. This money is easy to make. System, do you want to challenge me on the bungee jumping machine a few more times? It's okay. I'm not tired. For such a difficult challenge, I can reluctantly do it a few more times. No, even dozens of times is fine. Chun Fan said in his heart, hoping that the system could hear him. However, this time, the humane system did not satisfy Chun Fan's wish. There was no sound coming from the system, as if it was saying, "Do you think I should pay attention to you? You're not very good." Chun Fan looked at Xiao Mingming. "I just felt a little uncomfortable just now. I'm still very good at other events." After leaving the bungee jumping machine, Xiao Mingming regained her previous arrogance and said confidently. The three of them continued to walk around the amusement park, looking for the next attraction that would interest them. Afterwards, Chun Fan accompanied sisters Xiao Ruoshui and Xiao Mingming on a Ferris wheel. Time passed little by little, and it was almost noon when the system's voice suddenly came. "Today's system reward is here. Bye." On the 16th day of severing ties, reward, a primary forced acquisition card. Looking at today's rewards, Chun Fan was very confused. Primary forced acquisition card? What kind of reward is this? It sounds quite impressive. This was the first time Chun Fan got this special card from the system. Suddenly, I noticed a note below the system reward, which seemed to explain the function of this primary forced acquisition card. Chun Fan couldn't wait to open the notes. As a result, after just one look, Chun Fan was instantly shocked by the powerful power of this primary forced acquisition card. The third update is here. I beg for 5-star praise and rewards to increase the popularity. Thank you for your support. Chapter 74. The Horror of Forced Acquisition of Cards. The richest family in Zhonghai Province is not worthy of carrying shoes for the Xia family. Primary forced acquisition card. You can acquire 4% of the shares of any company with a market value of around 50 billion, or total assets of less than 50 billion. Doesn't this mean that Chun Fan can pick any industry in the entire Zhonghai Province, not just the whole country, but even the whole world, whose market value or total assets are equal to or less than 50 billion? Chun Fan can get any company's shares he wants, as he pleases. This is definitely the best, top level, and of course the most valuable reward Chun Fan has received from the system recently. As long as Chun Fan is willing, he can also acquire 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares again and become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Of course, you can also directly acquire the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 4 to further enhance your control over Jiuxiao Security Group. However, Chun Fan does not want to use the primary forced acquisition card to acquire the shares or ownership of these two companies for the time being. Doing so is a bit of a waste. The market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is only 30 billion, and the total assets of Jiuxiao Security Group are less than 50 billion. I finally got this primary forced acquisition card, so why can't I look further ahead and directly target those well-known companies in the country or the world with a market value of around 50 billion? In this way, the value of the primary forced acquisition card can be maximized. Your own gains can also be higher. Yeah, that's it. Chun Fan made a decision not to use it for the time being. As for which company's shares to acquire with this primary forced acquisition card, it will take some careful study. Chun Fan will carefully investigate which company is suitable. If this primary forced acquisition card is used properly, it will definitely be of great help to Chun Fan in surpassing the Chun family and destroying the Jinling Su family. The effect of the primary forced acquisition card is so powerful. How powerful will the intermediate forced acquisition or advanced forced acquisition card be? Will it be possible to directly and forcibly acquire the shares of super large companies with a market value of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars? The more Chun Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Now I am in the first level system, so I only have the primary forced acquisition card. If I can upgrade to the second level or the third level, then the intermediate forced acquisition card or the advanced forced acquisition card will definitely appear. How cool it would be if I could get an intermediate or advanced forced acquisition card. Chun Fan was excited just thinking about it. For a moment, Chun Fan was full of fighting spirit and even more eager to upgrade. System, give us more tasks. Chun Fan prayed to the system in his heart. Currently, he has almost collected half of the experience points required to upgrade the system to level 2, and it is not far from upgrading to level 2. At noon, Chun Fan, Xiaoruo Shui, and others had a quick meal and took a rest in the restaurant of the amusement park. Taking advantage of this free time, Chun Fan started to search the internet to see which well-known large companies have a market value of around 50 billion. Gradually, Chun Fan had several goals. When Chun Fan came out of the restaurant, there happened to be a milk tea shop next to it, so he went to buy some milk tea. Sister Xiaoruo Shui and Xiao Mingming waited outside for a while. Xiaoruo Shui is elegant and intellectual, with a cool temperament and stunning beauty. Xiao Mingming is quirky and charming. It is hard for the two sisters of the Xiao family not to attract attention when they stand there. Not far away, 3 or 4 young men also noticed the Xiaoruo Shui sisters, especially the handsome young man who was the leader, whose eyes lit up. The next second, the handsome young man left his companions behind and came in front of the Xiaoruo Shui sisters in a very gentlemanly manner. "Hello, 2 young ladies. I see you guys standing here. Is there anything I can do to help you?" The handsome young man said enthusiastically. Faced with the handsome young man's boring approach, Xiaoruo turned around indifferently, looked to the other side, and ignored him completely. Seeing Xia Ruoshui like this, the handsome young man looked at Xia Mingming. Xia Mingming responded to him, but her response made the handsome young man extremely embarrassed. Yes, please get out of here. For a moment, the handsome young man didn't know how to respond. At this time, several of the handsome young man's companions came over to rescue him. Mr. Han, this beauty is Ms. Xia, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou. The handsome young man's companions were obviously locals from Jiangzhou and recognized Xia Ruoshui's identity. President Xia, this Mr. Han Jinyu is from a large group in our Zhonghai province. His identity and background are very powerful. Several companions introduced the identity of the handsome young man Han Jinyu. Is the big group in Zhonghai province very powerful? Xia Mingming spoke disapprovingly. They're just being low-key. Even if they're the richest family in Zhonghai province, they are not worthy of being the Xia family's successor. Beauty, you don't know that the big group that Han Xiao's father belongs to is quite special in our Zhonghai province. His companions boasted about Han Jinyu's identity. Hearing this, Han Jinyu also raised his chin proudly, with a smug look on his face. Low profile, low profile. Han Jinyu waved his hand. Although he's said to be low-key, the pride on his face did not diminish at all. President Xia, our young Master Han's father, is the big boss of the Zhouxiao Security Group, the #1 security group in Zhonghai province. He has a very prominent status. The companions continued to flatter. No, no, he's not the big boss. My father is only the 4th biggest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group. Han Jinyu answered with great pride. However, before Han Jinyu finished speaking, a doubtful voice suddenly came from behind him. When did you become my son? The next second, in the surprised gazes of several people, Chun Fan slowly walked over. Chapter 75, Knowing Yum. Brand's plan. Chun Fan completely takes over Yongtai Real Estate Group. I don't have a son like you. Chun Fan glanced at Han Jinyu and shook his head. Han Jinyu was so angry after hearing Chun Fan's words that he was out of breath. Han Jinyu's companions also changed their expressions. Who are you to dare to speak to Master Han like that? How dare you talk to young Master Han like that? Who gave you the guts? Several of Han Jinyu's companions angrily scolded Chun Fan. Han Jinyu looked at Chun Fan with an extremely cold gaze, as if he was ready to take action. This guy dares to take advantage of me and wants to be my father? What do you mean, taking advantage of me? Han Jinyu was furious. You're taking advantage of me. You're obviously taking advantage of me. You insist on being my son. Chun Fan answered helplessly. He currently owns 15% of Zhouxiao Security Group shares and is the 4th largest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group. As a result, this guy said that his father was the 4th largest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group. Isn't that me? This guy insisted on being my son. Isn't this taking advantage of me? Take advantage of you. How did I take advantage of you? No, no. Are you the 4th largest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group? Han Jinyu suddenly reacted and said with a slightly trembling voice. He just lied. His father was indeed the boss of Zhouxiao Security Group, but he was ranked 7th, not 4th. He boasted that his father was the 4th largest boss just to show off in front of some new brothers he had just met. As for why he boasted that he was the 4th largest boss instead of the 1st or 2nd, the reason was very simple. The 1st and 2nd largest bosses of Zhouxiao Security Group could be found out with a little investigation, but the 4th largest was not so easy to find out, and it was not easy for him to be exposed if he was bragging. But who could have imagined this situation? I am Chun Fan, the 4th largest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group. Chun Fan nodded. You are the 4th largest boss. How is that possible? Are you just bragging? Han Jinyu said doubtfully. Below? Your last name is Han, so you should be Han Da-san, right? How about I give Han Da a call? Chun Fan asked. In an instant, Han Jinyu was scared. The guy in front of him actually called out his father's name directly. He must be an insider of Zhouxiao Security Group. He also has his father's phone number and even dares to call his father. There is no doubt that this guy is the 4th largest shareholder of the real Zhouxiao Security Group. Mr. Chun, Brother Chun, Uncle Chun, I was wrong. Han Jinyu admitted his mistake immediately, and in order to express his apology, he even put Chun Fan on the same generation as his father and directly called Chun Fan uncle. Bang, bang, bang. After saying that, Han Jinyu slapped himself hard again, and soon his face turned red. Damn it, I'm nothing. Seeing this scene, Han Jinyu's companions were stunned for a moment. What was going on? Could it be that this guy in front of them is the real 4th largest boss of Zhouxiao Security Group, and Han Jinyu deceived them? Otherwise, why would Han Jinyu be so scared? Boss, we deserve to die for not recognizing the great man. Boss, we were wrong. Han Jinyu was like this, and several of his companions also started beating themselves. In an instant, many tourists around looked over curiously. Get out of here and don't delay our fun. Chun Fan didn't want to be noticed by so many people, and he didn't want to continue seeing these annoying guys. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Han Jinyu and his companions quickly scrambled away and left the amusement park. With Senior Chun here, we don't have to worry about these annoying flies. Xia Mingming sighed. Chun Fan shared the milk tea between the two and continued walking around the amusement park. On the way, Chen Fan received a call from Wei Jingxiong. Mr. Chen, I have found out everything about you. Brunts. Wei Jingxiong said this while reeking of alcohol. Oh, what's going on? Chen Fan asked. Mr. Chen, your guess is correct. Yum. Brand's boss, Kong Yum. Brands is indeed a shady guy. He openly said that he wanted to deal with Fading Group and even deliberately leaked the news to the outside world. In fact, his purpose was to confuse you, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong introduced. He managed to get this information out of his good friend's friend, the vice president of Yum Brands, by drinking and asking questions. Kong Baixing's real purpose is actually the Yongtai Real Estate Group where Mr. Chen works. Really? Chen Fan muttered quietly. His guess was right. How could the top secret information of Yum Brands be leaked out so easily? Their plan to deal with Fading Group was indeed a smokescreen. This time Yum Brands has made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. Haha. I understand. Thank you very much for this time, Boss Wei. I will treat you to a meal next time when I have time. Chen Fan said politely that since others had helped him find out the truth, it was only right for him to treat them to a meal. Mr. Chen, you're welcome. If you have any questions next time, feel free to contact me. Wei Jingxiong spoke. Wei Jingxiong knew that Chen Fan was a big shot with unlimited future prospects. Now that he had the opportunity to get close to Mr. Chen, he would definitely not lose out. Yum, brunts. Chen Fan muttered softly. It is not easy for Kong Baixing to deal with Yongtai Real Estate Group. Thinking about this, Chen Fan also sent out a few messages, asking the people of Yongtai Real Estate Group to make some preparations. It's a pity that he is not the largest shareholder or president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Otherwise, it would be much easier to arrange. Chen Fan spoke with a bit of regret. He is currently only the second largest shareholder and vice president. Giving orders within Yongtai Real Estate Group is not as easy as the president or chairman. And after making the arrangements, Chen Fan and the other two continued strolling around the amusement park. Soon, the three people's attention was attracted by a more exciting project in front of them. Sister Senior Chen, let's go play this project. Xiao Mingming was eager to try. The project in front of you is the famous vertical roller coaster. The vertical roller coaster in front of them has a maximum drop of more than 50 meters, which is almost equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. It also has a vertical dive of nearly 90 degrees, which is quite exciting. Mingming, are you sure you can do this? After what happened just now, Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but ask. Of course it's no problem. It was just an accident. I ride roller coasters all the time. It's a piece of cake. Xiao Mingming boasted carefully. Let it go, Sister Senior Chen. I was definitely the calmest and most composed one on this roller coaster ride. Sister and Senior Chen were definitely not as good as me. Just then, the system's voice came. Bye. Mission release. Experience the vertical roller coaster. Task reward. 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares, becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Task reward. 51 experience points. Chapter 76. Acquire shares of Patek Philippe, the world's top luxury brand and the king of watches. The system's voice came again. Huh. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The system is really user-friendly. Another task comes so soon. Before lunch, he was still praying that the system would give him more tasks so that he could upgrade to level 2 faster. Now he was faced with another challenge. Moreover, he just complained that he was not the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, so it would be a bit troublesome for him to arrange to deal with Yum Brands in the company. As a result, the system now directly makes me the chairman and largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's really great. How about it, Sister Senior Chen? Do you dare? Xiao Mingming spoke. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't be a coward later. Chen Fan spoke. It was just an accident. I will definitely not be scared this time. I will definitely be the calmest one. Xiao Mingming retorted with her hands on her hips angrily. All three of them had no problem, so they started riding the vertical roller coaster directly. This project is more exciting than the bungee jumping just now. The three of them quickly got on the roller coaster. Compared to last time, Xiao Mingming was more excited this time. She even dared to brag and show off in front of Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui. Senior Chen, let's see who is the calmest in a while. It must be me. After a while, the vertical roller coaster started and slowly reached the highest point, which was almost vertical. After a brief pause, the roller coaster suddenly dived vertically downward. Ah, I don't want to play anymore, Mom. Xiao Mingming was so scared when she fell that she cried. After riding the roller coaster, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were just a little emotional, but Xiao Mingming's legs and body went limp. She was helped out by Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui and came to the side to relax for a while. At this time, the voice of the system came. Bye. Experience vertical roller coaster. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your villa study. Please check it. Congratulations on obtaining 51 experience points. Mission accomplished. From now on, Chen Fan completely took over Yongtai Real Estate Group and became the chairman and largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group. With this identity, Chun Fan can deal with Yum brands more easily. Chun Fan took out his cell phone again and gave orders directly as the chairman. After arranging all this, Chun Fan went online to continue researching the goal of his primary forced acquisition card. This time, Chun Fan plans to do something big. It turns out that top supercar brands like Bugatti and Pagani don't have high total company assets. After finding some information, Chun Fan couldn't help but mutter. The total assets of these world's top supercar brands are only tens of billions or hundreds of billions. For example, the owner of Pagani is only worth a few billion. Acquiring shares in one of Bugatti and Pagani is not cost-effective. Chun Fan gave up and continued browsing. In the end, Chun Fan set his sights on several of the world's top luxury brands. For example, well-known luxury brands such as Rolex, Tiffany, etc. have a market value of around tens of billions. Unfortunately, his primary forced acquisition card can only acquire groups with total assets or market value of around 50 billion. The total assets of these companies are a bit high and do not meet the regulations. Chun Fan continued to search, and just when he was very disappointed and found nothing suitable, a more famous brand appeared in front of him. After seeing this brand, Chun Fan made a decision instantly and forcibly acquired it. The company that made Chun Fan make the decision without hesitation was called Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, the world's top watch brand, is recognized as the king of watches. Patek Philippe was founded in the 19th century and has a history of more than 200 years. At the same time, it is also a symbol of top identity and status, and is loved by royal families, various dignitaries, and wealthy people from all over the world. In the 16th World's Top 500 Brands, Patek Philippe ranked 238th. In the 17th World's Top 500 Brands, Patek Philippe ranked 208th. For 2 consecutive years, in the Hurun Research Institute's Hurun Dacia Multi-Millionaire Brand Preference Report, Patek Philippe ranked first as the most favored watch brand among Dacia's high net worth people. Among all watch brands, Patek Philippe's influence and status are undoubtedly number one. Even among all the top luxury brands in the world, Patek Philippe still ranks among the best. More importantly, the market value of Patek Philippe has been fluctuating between 50 billion and 60 billion, and is currently around 50 billion, which just meets Chun Fan's conditions. Moreover, compared to several brands he had looked at before, such as Tiffany, etc., Chun Fan likes it more and wants to get shares of Patek Philippe more. If you can become a shareholder of Patek Philippe, what are you hesitating about? Using the primary forced acquisition card to acquire shares of Patek Philippe is definitely the most cost-effective and best choice, no doubt about it. Being a shareholder of Patek Philippe is definitely Chun Fan's most powerful and awesome identity. What are you still hesitating about? Just do it. Thinking of this, Chun Fan couldn't wait to click into the system backpack and found the primary forced acquisition card. After finding it, Chun Fan immediately clicked to use it. Buy. Please enter the name of the company that needs to be forcibly acquired. The system pops up a prompt. Patek Philippe. Chun Fan typed meticulously, feeling extremely excited inside. After entering, Chun Fan quickly clicked OK. Forced acquisition of 4% of Patek Philippe's shares. Then, the primary forced acquisition card was activated. Hope there won't be any problems. Time passed little by little under Chun Fan's expectant gaze. After dozens of seconds, the system prompts again. Chapter 77. On the 17th day of breaking off relations, I will be rewarded with a bankruptcy card. Buy. The acquisition of 4 shares of Patek Philippe Company is successful. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe Company. Patek Philippe Company will send someone to sign the contract within 5 days. Please pay attention to arrange the time. Chun Fan successfully acquired shares of Patek Philippe. From now on, Chun Fan is a shareholder of Patek Philippe and has an additional powerful identity. The contract has not been received yet, but he only needs to wait a few days for the people from Patek Philippe to come, and Chun Fan can sign it. At this moment, Chun Fan's face was full of smiles. He was so happy. Being a shareholder of Patek Philippe, this is definitely my most powerful identity at the moment. Primary forced acquisition card is really useful. System, if there's a chance, give me a few more primary forced purchase cards. Chun Fan said in his heart. He wanted to upgrade the system to level 2 or level 3, which would take some time. However, if he got a primary forced acquisition card, he wouldn't have to wait that long. If he could get a few more primary forced acquisition cards, he would be able to become the number 1 in Patek Philippe. No, it doesn't have to be that high. Even if he could become the 3rd largest shareholder of Patek Philippe, Chun Fan would be very happy. After Chun Fan finished speaking, there was no response from the system. System, if you don't respond, I will assume that you agree. We have made a happy decision. Chun Fan unilaterally announced that the system agreed. After getting the shares of Patek Philippe, Chun Fan was in an extremely good mood, and a few of them continued to play in the amusement park. At around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chun Fan and his friends left. Senior Chun, why don't we not eat out tonight? Can you please take care of it? Xiao Mingming looked at Chun Fan with her big, watery eyes, with a pleading look. Yeah, can we have another barbecue tonight? Xiao Ruoshui asked with great anticipation. Xiao Ruoshui still can't quite remember the last time she had barbecue at Chun Fan's place. Eat barbecue, no problem. Chun Fan readily agreed. After that, the three of them went straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of food. In the evening, the three of them had a barbecue. While eating barbecue, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui chatted about Yum Brands. Chun Fan learned a lot about Yum Brands from Xiao Ruoshui, especially when Xiao Ruoshui found out that Yum Brands was actually going to take action against Chun Fan. Her pretty face was suddenly covered with frost. Yum Brands. Xiao Ruoshui spoke coldly. Chun Fan, I have an idea. An idea suddenly popped up in Xiao Ruoshui's mind. Since Yum Brands has made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, why can't we do a sneak attack? Xiao Ruoshui said mysteriously to Chun Fan. A secret attack? Chun Fan raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding what Xiao Ruoshui said. Isn't Yum Brands going to deal with your Yontai real estate group? You could just play along with Yum Brands and deliberately stalemate with Yum Brands for a while, so that Yum Brands will have no time to take care of other things and put all its energy and attention on your Yontai real estate group. Xiao Ruoshui suggested. Then, our Xia group suddenly launched an attack on Yum Brands. At that time, Yum Brands' entire focus was on Yontai real estate group. If I attacked suddenly, I would definitely be able to catch Yum Brands off guard. Finally, we will join forces to completely destroy Yum Brands. When Chun Fan heard Xiao Ruoshui's suggestion, his eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Chun Fan spoke. Ruoshui is indeed a strong woman. She's really amazing. What do you think? Senior Chun, my sister, is smart and virtuous. Right, if you marry my sister home, she will definitely be a good wife. I just don't know which man will get it for free. Beside her, Xiao Mingming said meaningfully. Xiao Ruoshui felt a little embarrassed after being praised by her sister. I played all day tonight and felt a little tired, so after eating barbecue, I went back to rest. It was a new day. Not long after Chun Fan got up, he received a message from the president of Jiuxiao Security Group. The retired top special forces soldiers he arranged who were good at tracking would arrive in Jiangzhou soon, and asked them where to meet Chun Fan. Let them go to my estate. The address is... Chun Fan thought for a moment and replied. Many people knew that Chun Fan lived in Yujing Villa, but few people knew about his own manor. Chun Fan had no idea whether there was any hidden story behind his parents' mysterious disappearance, so he had to keep the news of his arrangement for these top retired special forces soldiers to search for his parents' secret. It would be better to meet them at their own estate. After saying that, Chun Fan drove alone and headed straight to his own manor. More than 40 minutes later, Chun Fan met the three retired special forces soldiers at the manor. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. The three of them spoke. These three people stood there, and each of them seemed to have infinite power in their bodies. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Hello. Chun Fan spoke and introduced the mission to them. After listening to what Chun Fan said, the three of them were not too surprised. Finding people was their best ability. Mr. Chun, it's been more than a year since the incident. It will probably be difficult to investigate, so it will take some time. Among the three people, the burly man who was the leader spoke to Chun Fan seriously. Well, I can wait as long as you can find it, even if you can find the slightest clue. Chun Fan nodded. If you have any difficulties during the process, you can contact me at any time. I will use all my resources and connections to help you. All you have to do is find a person or find clues. Don't be afraid of offending anyone or anything. I will support you. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Chun Fan gave them reassurances and told them not to put any burden on them. Okay, Mr. Chun, please rest assured. We will take care of it. The three of them nodded. Chun Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the burly man. Mr. Chun, this... The three of them were a little surprised. There is 15 million in this card. 10 million of it is for your hard work during this period, and 5 million is for the cost of finding someone. Chun Fan explained. Chun Fan is well aware of the importance of interests. Without some interests and benefits, why would others go all out and work for you without any effort? 10 million, that's too much. Mr. Chun, you are too polite. You should take it back. The three of them quickly refused. Mr. Chun offered 15 million right away, and 10 million of it was their hard work fee. It was too generous. This 10 million is more than their annual salary. Just accept it with peace of mind. This is just the beginning. If you can find a person, I will give you 10 times the bonus. And everyone will get 10 times the bonus. Chun Fan spoke again and set a reward for them. 10 times the bonus. Wouldn't that be 100 million? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? As long as they can find a person, each of them can get a bonus of 100 million yuan. With this money, they can achieve financial freedom. Mr. Chun is so generous. Several people were instantly full of motivation. Please rest assured, Mr. Chun, even if we have to climb mountains of swords and plunge into seas of fire, we will definitely find it. Yes, please rest assured, Mr. Chun. Several people spoke up and expressed their loyalty to Chun Fan. saying that they would obey Mr. Chen's orders in the company from now on. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and added the contact information of the three of them. Okay, go ahead. If you have any news, contact me immediately. Chen Fan ordered. Yes. The three of them left immediately, divided the money, and quickly took action separately. I hope you won't let me down. Chun Fan spoke. There is still a special task that has not been completed. After completing it, Chun Fan will be able to successfully become the #1 boss of Jiuxiao Security Group. By then, he will have more power within the Jiuxiao Security Group, and he will select more people to search. He just couldn't believe that the top retired Special Forces soldier in the entire Zhonghai province couldn't find any clues. Mom and Dad, I will definitely find you. Chun Fan made up his mind. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 17th day of severing the relationship, you will be rewarded with a primary bankruptcy card. Chapter 78. Obtaining a trump card to deal with the Chin family. The Chin family began to attack Chin Fan. Primary bankruptcy card. What is this? Looking at today's new rewards, Chin Fan was surprised. However, the effect of the primary forced acquisition card I got yesterday was huge, and this primary bankruptcy card should not be simple either. Chin Fan found the annotation and looked at it. When Chun Fan understood the function of this primary bankruptcy card, he was extremely surprised. Primary bankruptcy card can cause any company with a market value or total assets of 50 billion or less to suffer a loss of 3 billion at once. As long as it is used properly, this primary bankruptcy card is a trump card in Chun Fan's hand, and it is a trump card against the Chun family. At first glance, the purpose of the primary bankruptcy card seems to be just this. After all, for an industry with a market value of tens of billions, a loss of 3 billion is not small, but will never reach the point of bankruptcy. But the question is, when to use this primary bankruptcy card? If it is an ordinary period of time, the effect of using the primary bankruptcy card will be just SOSO, and at most it will cause slight damage to the company. But if the primary bankruptcy card is suddenly used when the company is at its most dangerous and turbulent time, the effect will be different. At the most turbulent and dangerous time for a company, a sudden loss of 3 billion is absolutely fatal. It is equivalent to giving the enemy a fatal blow at the most critical moment and finishing off the attack. Let's not talk about those far away. Let's just talk about Yum. Bruns. Chun Fan and Xiaorua Shui are going to join forces to deal with Yum. Bruns. When Yum Brands is attacked from all sides, and when Yum Brands is in the most difficult and dangerous situation, Chun Fan will suddenly use the primary bankruptcy card to deal a fatal blow to Yum Brands, and Yum Brands will definitely be finished. Of course, this is just an analogy. This time Chin Fan and Xiaorua Shui have joined forces. Yum Brands has no chance of winning, so there is no need for Chun Fan to use the primary bankruptcy card. As a top wealthy family, the Jinling Su family has terrifying assets. The primary bankruptcy card is definitely not enough to deal a fatal blow to the Jinling Su family. At the very least, it requires an intermediate bankruptcy card or an advanced bankruptcy card to directly cause the Jinling Su family to lose tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. And this primary bankruptcy card is perfect for dealing with the Chun family. In particular, if it is used against the Chun family's pillar industry, Chun Capital Group, it will definitely have unexpected effects. After dealing with Yum Brands, Chun Fan will immediately turn his attention to Chun Capital Group. Chun Fan had previously studied the Chun family's asset structure. He felt that instead of attacking the Chun family's unimportant industries, it would be better to do something ruthless. When Chun Capital Group was forced into a desperate situation, Chun Fan directly used the primary bankruptcy card to deal the final blow to Chun Capital Group. Chun Capital Group is one of the most important industries of the Chun family. It is extremely important to the Chun family. If Chun Capital Group goes bankrupt, it will definitely be a huge loss for the Chun family. It will be a real big loss, which will definitely make the Chun family vomit blood. This primary bankruptcy card will definitely bring a huge boom to the Chun family and Mr. Chun, making them very happy. Not bad, not bad. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the system had heard his prayers. Although the primary forced acquisition card did not appear again today, a killer card, primary bankruptcy card, appeared that could help Chun Fan deal with the Chun family, which is also good. What Chun Fan is most looking forward to now is to complete more tasks, upgrade the system to level 2 as soon as possible, and obtain more advanced special cards. After the matter was settled, Chun Fan returned to Yujing Villa. At this moment, Xiao Mingming and Xiao Ruoshui had already packed up. The system special task has not been completed yet. Once it is completed, Chun Fan will become the #1 boss of Jiuxiao Security Group. Chun Fan must hurry up. Senior Chun, are you going out? Xiao Mingming spoke. Chun Fan made up an excuse. I'm going to buy some food. We'll go out after we finish eating. But where are we going this afternoon? Where are you going? Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. Xiao Ruoshui had a lot of say in career and company development, but she was not so good at playing. Xiao Mingming fell into deep thought. By the way, sister, didn't you say last time that you would teach me how to play golf? Let's find a golf course this afternoon. Xiao Mingming suggested. Yesterday's fun was too exciting. How about we play it a little slower today? Can. Xia Ruoshui nodded. Then let's go to Guanshan International Golf Course. Chen Fan finally decided to go to his own territory, which would be more convenient. Just as Chen Fan was discussing with the Xia sisters, the doorbell of a luxurious villa in Jiangzhou rang. Yang Xingping, former largest shareholder and current second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, opened the door. At this moment, the door of his villa was crowded with black-clad thugs, and in the front were two middle-aged men with playful smiles on their faces. One of them was Chun Jinping, the fourth son of Mr. Chun from the wealthy Chen family. The other bald, tattooed man had a fierce look on his face, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Boss Yang, right? Let me introduce you to Chun Jinping, the core member of the Jiangzhou Chen family. After saying that, Chen Jinping solemnly introduced the bald man next to him. And this is Yin Jiobin, Boss Yin. Yin Jiobin, the famous Master Yin? Yang Xingping was shocked when he learned the identity of the bald man. Yin Jiobin, one of the top bosses in Jiangzhou, has a bad temper. It is said that he has countless professional thugs under him. His strength is much stronger than Wei Jingxiu. In the underground world of Jiangzhou, almost no one dares to mess with him. Boss Yang, Mr. Chun, and I came to visit you, and you just let us stand here? Yin Jiobin said dissatisfiedly. Then, please come in. Although he was very reluctant, Yang Xingping did not dare to offend the famous Master Yin, so he could only invite him and Chen Jinping in. I heard that bastard Chun Fan stole Boss Yang's position as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. As soon as he came in, Chun Jinping went straight to the point. Chun Jinping's action this time was to carry out Mr. Chen's vicious plan. Old Master Chen felt that Chun Fan's greatest reliance now was the Yongtai Real Estate Group. The reason why Chun Fan dared to go against their Chen family was because he relied on the power of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yongtai Real Estate Group is Chun Fan's foundation and the most important industry. Therefore, if you want to destroy Chun Fan in one fell swoop and make him lose everything, you have to solve the problem from the root, that is, from the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Once he loses the support of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chun Fan will become more and more destitute until he comes back on his knees and begs for their forgiveness. And thinking of the fact that Chen Fan knew the Jiangzhou boss Wei Jingxiu, Mr. Yang asked his fourth son Chen Jinping to carry out his plan. After all, his fourth son knew Yin Jiobin, an underground boss who was even more powerful than Wei Jingxiu. The control of Yongtai Real Estate Group has been taken away just like that. Boss Yang, I would definitely not tolerate this if I were you. How about cooperating with our Chun family to deal with Chen Fan? Invited by Chun Jinping. Chapter 79, the Chun family's plan succeeded, and they wanted to catch Chun Fan off guard. Sure enough, the Chen family came because of Mr. Chen. Yang Xingping sneered in his heart. When he saw the people from the Chun family coming, he guessed their purpose. I'm sorry, I won't get involved in the fight between your Chen family and Mr. Chen. Yang Xingping spoke. Although Mr. Chun had snatched away his position as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Xingping did not resent Chen Fan at all. Instead, he was somewhat happy. Although he was the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group before, his ability was limited and he was unable to lead Yongtai Real Estate Group to further progress. But after Mr. Chun signed a contract with Wanheng Software Group and even became friends with the boss of Wanheng Software Group, the senior executives of their companies all knew about Mr. Chen's abilities. Now, Mr. Chun has become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. He can definitely help the group to go further and increase the company's market value to 40 billion or even 50 billion in the future. Mr. Chun has unlimited potential. As one of the company's major shareholders, his net worth will rise as the company's market value increases. The better Mr. Chun leads the company to develop, the more he will earn. Since he can make more money, he will naturally support Mr. Chun and will not go against him. The title of the largest shareholder, or the real benefits of more than 1 billion, or even more, which one should I choose? Are you still hesitating? Boss Yang is really generous. Chun Jinping spoke. However, if Mr. Yang can cooperate with our Chen family, we can directly sideline Chen Fan, or even directly remove Chen Fan from the position of chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. At that time, we can also help Mr. Yang regain the position of the largest shareholder. Boss Yang, are you really not moved? Not excited. Yang Xingping shook his head. Seeing this, Chen Jinping quietly revealed a little secret to him. In the past 2 days, our Chen family has persuaded several shareholders of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. As long as President Yang agrees, it will be easy to sideline Chen Fan or even remove him from office. Chun Jinping incited again. No, I have something else to do, please. Yang Xingping stood up and ordered them to leave. You are such an ungrateful person. Yin Jiobin suddenly spoke. Old Chun, since this guy won't accept my toast, let's not be polite to him. Yin Jiobin's patience was exhausted. Boss Yang, I've already tried to use force before using courtesy. If you don't agree, don't blame me. Cool mean. The next second, one of Yin Jiobin's men came in with a stack of photos in his hand. See for yourself. Yin Jiobin asked his men to hand the photo to Yang Xingping. When Yang Xingping took the photo and looked at it, he was immediately stunned. What do you mean? Yang Xingping paniked. The person in this photo is his daughter, who is studying at a university in another city in Zhonghai province. Our people have already investigated your daughter's whereabouts and where she lives outside the city, and I have also sent a dozen of my men to ambush nearby. If you agree to join forces with Old Chen to deal with that little bastard Chen Fan, I will guarantee your daughter's safety. But if you don't agree to cooperate with Old Chen, I'm sorry, I can't guarantee your daughter's safety. Yan Jiobin lost his temper and directly threatened Yang Xingping. Bang! How dare you kidnap my daughter in broad daylight? Yang Xingping slammed the table and scolded Yan Jiobin. You mean you? Yan Jiobin smiled mysteriously. Yang Xingping suddenly realized that it was hard for others to say, but Yan Jiobin certainly dared to do it. He had too many dark histories, but they were all whitewashed in recent years. I'll give you one last chance. Do you agree to cooperate with Lao Chen? Yan Jiobin threatened sternly. Think about your daughter's safety. After a long time, Yang Xingping sighed and gave in. Why? I agree to cooperate with the Chen family to deal with Chen Fan in the company and sideline him. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Yang Xingping apologized to Chen Fan in his heart. Ha, that's right. Yan Jiobin laughed. Next to him, Chen Jinping also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Lao Yan's method was really effective. We will act tomorrow. We will do this. Chen Jinping began to make arrangements and would take action tomorrow. Before Chen Fan could react, he would completely sideline Chen Fan and remove him from his position as chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. By the time Chen Fan knew about it, everything was already a foregone conclusion. Being backstabbed by his own people and then losing the support of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan will definitely be in agony. Ha 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 ha. The more Chen Jinping thought about it, the more proud he became. Cut off your relationship with the Chen family. You little bastard. You brought this upon yourself. In the afternoon, Chen Fan, Xiaoruo Shui, and others also came to Guanshan International Golf Course. Today is the weekend and there are a lot of people here. For those who come late, there is no court left. However, as the boss here, when Chen Fan arrived, he directly took the best golf course for use with his Xiaoruo Shui sister. However, after they played for a while, a quarrel suddenly came from not far away. The best court here is for only 3 people, and I have more than a dozen people over there, and you arranged such a bad court for me. A slightly plump man in his 30s scolded a staff member of the Guanshan International Golf Course next to him in dissatisfaction. I'm still your top member here, and you treat me like this? After hearing what the slightly plump man said, the staff member looked at the leisurely Chen Fan and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After Chen Fan got Guanshan International Golf Course, he only came here once, and most of the staff here did not know Chen Fan. Maybe they came earlier. The staff explained. Snort. The slightly plump man didn't believe it at all and quickly came to Chen Fan and the others. Today, I will cover all your expenses at Guanshan International Golf Course. How about you give me this golf course and play at our regular golf course? The slightly plump man spoke to Chen Fan in an extremely arrogant manner. His social event today is very important, so he must choose the best golf course. Not very good. Chen Fan shook his head. Then I'll give you another 100,000, not 500,000, and you'll give up your position to me, okay? The slightly plump man looked like he was rich and wanted to use his money to embezzle Chen Fan. Go away and don't disturb us. Chen Fan waved his hands impatiently. They were having fun, and this blind guy suddenly came over and threw money at them. How annoying. 1 million. The slightly plump man continued to spend money. Seeing that Chen Fan was still reacting, the slightly plump man proudly took out his trump card. I know the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. We're good friends. Don't force me to call him. The slightly plump man threatened Chen Fan in a pointed manner. Oh, do you know the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan was amused. How come he didn't know he had such a good friend? You don't believe it? Do you believe me, and I'll call him right away? The slightly plump man took out his cell phone and shouted. Sir, please don't. How can you trouble the boss with such a small matter? The staff member who followed over quickly stopped the slightly fat man, fearing that he would really call the boss. But the more the staff tried to stop him, the more arrogant the slightly plump man became. How about it? Will you agree to give me the place for 1 million? The slightly plump man questioned Chen Fan. If you don't agree, you will call immediately. Once I contact the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, he will not let you off so easily for my sake. He will definitely put you on the Guanshan International Golf Course's blacklist, and you will never be allowed to come here again. The slightly plump man said arrogantly. Really? Then go ahead and fight. Don't be afraid to fight. Chen Fan responded indifferently. You. Seeing that Chen Fan was still unwilling to give in, the slightly plump man became a little angry. Okay, that's what you said. To be honest, he really knew the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, but strictly speaking, he was the former owner. Not long ago, Guanshan International Golf Course changed its owner. He only got the phone number of the current owner of Guanshan International Golf Course through the former owner, but never took the initiative to contact the other party. Just now, he just wanted to scare Chen Fan, make Chen Fan afraid, give up, and sell the stadium to him. But now, provoked by Chen Fan, he was in a dilemma and had no choice but to make a phone call. He felt that given his status, the previous owner of Guanshan International Golf Course had given him face, so the current owner must also give him this face. Kid, once the call is connected, you just have to hand over the stadium and get kicked out. While speaking arrogantly to Chen Fan, the slightly plump man called the current owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. However, before the slightly fat man finished speaking, the next second, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chapter 80: Chen Fan's Expectations and the Importance of a Powerful Intelligence Network. When he heard Chen Fan's cell phone ringing, the slightly plump man remained calm and didn't think it was a big deal, just a coincidence. Under his gaze, Chen Fan picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hello." Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan's voice came from the slightly plump man's cell phone. Chen Fan's words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of the slightly fat man. However, Chen Fan's bright smile looked so scary in the eyes of the slightly fat man. "You." The slightly plump man was so frightened that he was speechless. The staff member next to him also looked surprised. "What was going on? Aren't you looking for the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? He's already standing here. What do you want from him?" Chen Fan looked at the slightly plump man. "You are really the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course?" The slightly plump man asked with a trembling voice, his face full of disbelief. "Why? Do you want me to prove it?" Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan's voice came from the phone again. The slightly plump man looked at his phone cautiously. It was indeed marked as Chen Fan, the new owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, which was correct. After all this time and bragging for a long time, the person actually happened right in front of him. In an instant, the slightly plump man felt ashamed. At this moment, he tapped his toes, wishing he could crawl into this hole in the ground. It's so embarrassing. "That boss Chun?" The slightly plump man tried hard to force out a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to defend himself. "Didn't you say that as soon as the call was connected, I would be blacklisted and kicked out by the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? Why, come on." Chen Fan looked at the slightly plump man. "Mr. Chun, that's not what I meant." The slightly plump man explained himself nervously. "Put him and everyone related to him on the blacklist of our Guanshan International Golf Course and kick him out now." Chen Fan looked at the staff member and gave him a taste of his own medicine. The staff member was stunned and nodded immediately. "Yes, boss." Hearing Chen Fan's words, the slightly plump man was instantly frightened. It didn't matter if he was put on the blacklist, but if other people related to him were also put on the blacklist, then he would be doomed. Before the slightly plump man could say anything, the staff had already driven him away. Not only him, but also the dozen or so guests who came with the slightly fat man were blacklisted and kicked out of Guanshan International Golf Course. These guests questioned the staff in dissatisfaction, and when they learned that it was because the slightly fat man asked for it, they were all furious. "Our cooperation ends here. Don't contact me again. I am so unlucky to know you." These customers directed their anger at the slightly fat man. These people were his clients and were very important to him. Having offended so many people at once, his business is completely ruined. "No!" The slightly plump man collapsed directly to the ground, feeling hopeless. He was finished, really finished. At Guanshan International Golf Course, Chen Fan, Xiaoruo Shui, and others continued to play golf. Xiaoruo Shui was teaching her sister how to play golf, and Chen Fan was watching from the side. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Wei Jingxiong called. Chen Fan had just picked up the phone when Wei Jingxiong's hurried voice suddenly came. "Mr. Chen, something happened to you. I just got the news." "Ah, what's going on?" Chen Fan asked cautiously. "It's like this, Mr. Chen. My people just reported that the fourth son of the Chen family, together with Yan Jiobin, the top underground boss in Jiangzhou, went to Yang Jinping, the major shareholder of Yongdai Real Estate Group." Wei Jingxiong said to Chen Fan. "So I sent someone to investigate again and found out that in the past 2 days, the fourth son of the Chen family and Yan Jiobin also went to visit several other shareholders of Yongdai Real Estate Group together. I guess the Chen family will most likely start with Yongdai Real Estate Group to deal with you, young Master Chen." Wei Jingxiong judged. Over the years, Wei Jingxiong has operated an extremely large intelligence network in Jiangzhou, and he has people in many important places in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong obtained this information from his intelligence network. "Start with Yongdai Real Estate Group?" Chen Fan muttered softly. Ever since he successfully targeted the Chen family and snatched away Mr. Chen's Wanheng Software Group project, the Chen family has been very quiet these past 2 days. This is extremely abnormal, and given Mr. Chen's character, he absolutely cannot swallow this. Chen Fan also guessed what the Chen family was doing, so he contacted Chen Wenjing last night. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen's actions this time were kept extremely secret. Not to mention Chen Wenjing, even Mr. Chen's children didn't know about it. Unexpectedly, today he received positive news from Wei Jingxiong. Boss Wei's intelligence network is really good. Chen Fan sighed. Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network is pretty good. On several occasions, Wei Jingxiong learned important information through his intelligence network and then told Chen Fan. The intelligence network that Wei Jingxiong has been running for more than 10 years is so useful. It would be great if I could also have a huge intelligence network. Wei Jingxiong also smiled after being praised by Chun Fan. This intelligence network was his proudest work in the past 10 years. Mr. Chun, you are too polite. My intelligence network now belongs to you. Wei Jingxiong responded seriously. He had completely decided to cling to Chun Fan and stand on Chun Fan's side, even at the cost of breaking off relations with the Chun family. Wei Jingxiong felt that whether he could make further progress and achieve success depended on Chen Xiao. However, although Wei Jingxiong said so, after all, this intelligence network is not Chen Fan's own, which is very inconvenient. Wei Jingxiong continued, Mr. Chun, I have sent people to investigate further to see if we can find out what the Chen family and the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group are planning. I think the problem is serious, and I trust my intelligence network. Chapter 81. The 18th Day of Severing Relationship. Reward. Top Private Detective Agency. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Okay. Thank you, Boss Wei. Chun Fan thanked him. Well, when this matter is over, I will treat Boss Wei to a meal. Chun Fan really needs to thank Wei Jingxiong. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan also sent several messages, especially to Chun Wenjing, trying to find out about the Chun family's secret operation. I have to find a way to build a huge intelligence network or something like that. Chun Fan muttered to himself and planned. Just then, the system's voice came. Bye. Promise Xia Mingming to go out with the Xia sisters and spend a happy weekend together. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group 12, becoming the most important person in Jiuxiao Security Group, and becoming the new president of Jiuxiao Security Group. Congratulations on obtaining 67 experience points. With the ownership of 12% of Jiuxiao Security Group in hand, plus what Chun Fan had obtained before, Chun Fan already owns 27% of the shares of Jiuxiao Security Group. There are only 23 left to Chun Fan's small goal of taking over 50% of Jiuxiao Security Group. As long as the system rewards him a few more times or gives him a few more tasks, Chun Fan will be able to completely own Jiuxiao Security Group. However, now that he has become the largest shareholder and president of Jiuxiao Security Group, Chun Fan's power and influence within the Jiuxiao Security Group will also be greatly increased. From now on, Chun Fan can mobilize all the ordinary bodyguards of Jiuxiao Security Group at will. As for the three top special teams, the largest shareholder of Jiuxiao Security Group has the right to mobilize one of them at his own will. This is a written rule within the company. As for mobilizing all three special teams, it still requires the approval of the company's senior management. Chun Fan cannot do it alone. Unless Chun Fan completely takes over 50% of the ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, then Chun Fan can be considered to have complete control over Jiuxiao Security Group and can mobilize the three top special teams at will. After completing the special mission, Chun Fan felt much better. It was still early, and while playing golf, Chun Fan and Xiaorua Shui discussed how to join forces to attack Yum. Brands from both sides. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, news from Chun Wenjing came. Chun Wenjing found out that this action was planned by Mr. Chun and carried out solely by the fourth son, Chun Jinping. In the entire Chun family, only the two of them knew the specific details. As for the rest, Chun Wenjing was not clear. She had no way to ask Grandpa Chun and Chun Jinping directly. And even if she asked, Grandpa Chun would not tell her. Grandpa Chun had not even told his other sons about the specific plan, let alone his granddaughter Chun Wenjing. There was not much progress on Chun Wenjing's side, but there was important news from Wei Jingxiong. The Chun family took the strictest confidentiality measures, but there is always a loophole. The Chun family controlled themselves very well, but forgot about Yan Jiobin. Yan Jiobin's confidentiality measures were very poor, and Wei Jingxiong only spent a little money to buy the specific information from Yan Jiobin's brothers. So Wei Jingxiong told Chun Fan everything that the fourth son of the Chun family and Yan Jiobin had done in the past few days, as well as how they had sent people to Yang Xingping's daughter to threaten Yang Xingping with her daughter's safety. Not only Yang Xingping, but also the other two shareholders were forced to cooperate with the other party because of Yan Jiobin's threats. Thank you, Boss Wei. Chun Fan replied. At this moment, he felt even more how important a powerful intelligence network was. It's really useful to have a huge intelligence network of your own. Mr. Chun, what are you going to do? Wei Jingxiong asked. Although his intelligence network is very strong, he will not be able to compete head-on with Yan Jiobin. He and Yan Jiobin are not on the same level, and the gap is too big. Don't forget my relationship with Jiuxiao Security Group. Chun Fan replied. Now that he has become the top boss and president of Jiuxiao Security Group, he is not afraid of the underground tycoon Yan Jiobin. In terms of thugs and numbers, Chun Fan's Jiuxiao Security Group can crush Yan Jiobin. Yes, Mr. Chun is still the best. Wei Jingxiong sighed that it was not a loss. Chun Fan thought about it, and immediately came up with a way to crack the Chun family's plan. Thinking of this, Chun Fan, as the largest boss of Jiuxiao Security Group, directly found two ordinary bodyguard teams from Jiuxiao Security Group and went directly to Yang Xingping to deal with Yan Jiobin's men and protect Yang Xingping's daughter. According to Wei Jingxiong, Yang Xingping was forced to join forces with the fourth son of the Chun family because of his daughter's safety. If his daughter's safety was guaranteed, Yang Xingping would definitely not cooperate with the fourth son of the Chen family, and would even be very resentful of the fourth son of the Chen family, in Yin Jiubin. On Chen Fan's side, on the day of signing the contract with Wanheng Software Group, many small and medium shareholders expressed their loyalty to Chen Fan and stood on his side. At that time, if Yang Xingping and I join forces, together with any one or two of these shareholders, we can solve this problem. As for dealing with Yin Jiubin's men, Chen Fan's ordinary bodyguards from Zhoxiao Security Group can sweep away the enemy, and there is no need to send out special forces. In addition to Yang Xingping, Chen Fan also sent the rest of the bodyguards from Zhoxiao Security Group to resolve the troubles of the remaining two shareholders who were forced to cooperate with the Chen family. Afterwards, Chen Fan made another backup plan just in case any bad situation occurred. Chen Fan has made so many arrangements. So far, no matter what the Chen family's plan is, Chen Fan is already invincible. Chen Fan is already looking forward to watching Chen Jinping and Yin Jiubin's performance tomorrow. After playing golf, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui left. The next morning, the system's voice came. Bye. On the 18th day after the severance of the relationship, you will be rewarded with 30 ownership rights to the strongest and top private detective agency in Zhonghai Province, Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Chapter 82 Chen Fan obtains a powerful intelligence network and the real traitor appears. Looking at today's rewards, Chen Fan was quite happy. The system is really considerate. I just complained yesterday that I don't have a complete intelligence network and the information I get is not that sensitive. As a result, today, the system rewarded me with 30% of the shares of Guangyu Private Detective Agency, almost giving me 1/3 of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. This is so timely. Guangyu Private Detective Agency is the strongest and largest private detective agency in Zhonghai Province, without a doubt. Of course, due to the special nature of Guangyu Private Detective Agency, its total assets are not much, only a few billion. The problem is that Guangyu Private Detective has a powerful advantage. Guangyu Private Detective Agency has an absurdly powerful intelligence network not only in Jiangzhou, but also in the entire Zhonghai Province. Compared with the intelligence of Guangyu Private Detective Agency, Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network is nothing. Now Chen Fan has obtained 1/3 of the ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. To a certain extent, he has also obtained 1/3 of Guangyu Private Detective Agency's powerful intelligence network. This is exactly what Chen Fan needs. And because the total assets of Guangyu Private Detective Agency are not that large, it is easier for Chen Fan to obtain it completely. With just 2 rewards or tasks from the system, Chen Fan can directly take over Guangyu Private Detective Agency for 100. By then, Guangyu Private Detective Agency's powerful network of contacts will belong entirely to Chen Fan. Moreover, with the help of Guangyu Private Detective Agency, it will be of great help to Chen Fan in finding the whereabouts of his parents. Today's reward is really good. Just as Chen Fan was sighing, the system's voice came again. Bye. Mission released. Eliminate the Chen family's actions and give Chen Jinping and Yin Jiubin a slap in the face. Mission reward. Ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency 35. Task reward. 53 experience points. I just said that if the system gives me a few more rewards, I will be able to completely take over Guangyu Private Detective Agency. As a result, the system immediately gave another task. Originally, Chen Fan was going to take action to resolve the troubles created by Chen Jinping and Yin Jiubin. Now the system has given him a task, which is simply icing on the cake. As long as he completes the task, Chen Fan can obtain the ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency 35. Combined with what he just did, in an instant, Chen Fan can completely control Guangyu Private Detective Agency. With just one more try, Chen Fan would be able to gain 100% control of Guangyu Private Detective Agency and completely take possession of the powerful intelligence network of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan is full of energy and is just waiting for Chen Jinping and others to take action in the afternoon. Time flies. In the afternoon, Yin Jiubin, with a dozen of his younger brothers and Chen Jinping, came to Yongdai Real Estate Group in a swagger. An old man was already waiting there excitedly. This old man is none other than Fang Ziyuan, the former second largest and current third largest shareholder of Yongdai Real Estate Group. Yang Xingping and other shareholders were forced to cooperate with the Chen family because of Yin Jiubin's coercion. But Fang Ziyuan is the only major shareholder of Yongdai Real Estate Group who is willing to cooperate with the Chen family and Yin Jiubin. When Chen Fan rejected the Chen family at the beginning, Fang Ziyuan was very opposed to it. Until now, when he has the opportunity to stand with the Chen family, Fang Ziyuan can't wait to switch sides. Fang Ziyuan felt that Chen Fan, a young boy who had not even grown all his hair yet, could never defeat the mighty Chen family, let alone the shrewd old man Chen. Fang Ziyuan became a traitor without hesitation, betrayed the company, and betrayed Chen Fan. Mr. Chen Bosian, you are here. Fang Ziyuan went over and greeted him flatteringly. Chen Jinping likes such people who are disloyal. With such people, their actions are much easier. Are all the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group here? Chen Jinping asked. Everyone is here. except Chun Fan. Fong Ziyuan answered affirmatively. Chun Fan was deliberately not notified of the shareholders' meeting in order to completely sideline and remove him from his position as chairman without his knowledge. Very good. Chun Jinping and Yin Jiobin looked at each other and smiled excitedly. Things are unfolding step by step according to their plan. They seem to have seen victory waving at them. Chun Fan, you are so arrogant, but you will soon be sidelined and your position as chairman will be removed. Let's see how you fight our Chun family. Without the support of Yongtai Real Estate Group, I'll be in trouble. Walk. With a wave of Chun Jinping's hand, everyone rushed to the meeting room with great momentum. A few minutes later, the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were extremely surprised to see a dozen people suddenly breaking in. Boss Yang, Boss Fong, isn't this our internal shareholders meeting? Why are there outsiders here? That's it. What does this mean? What are they doing here? Among the shareholders, some recognized the identities of Chun Jinping and Yin Jiobin and asked about them. Oh, this Mr. Chun and Mr. Yin were specially invited by Mr. Yang and I. Fong Ziyuan relied on the power of the Chun family and was extremely arrogant. Everyone looked at Yang Xingping, and Yang Xingping nodded, which was considered as his agreement. At the scene, some shareholders loyal to Chun Fan realized that something was wrong. They knew that Chun Fan and the Chun family had a hostile relationship, so they wanted to contact Chun Fan secretly and tell him about the changes in the company. Don't move! Anticipating this problem, Yin Jiobin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Hand over your cell phones. You are not allowed to contact the outside world." Yin Jiobin ordered loudly. Why should we listen to you? That's right, the phone is ours. Why should we give it to you? Shareholders pushed back. Why should you listen to me? Just because of this. At a glance from Yin Jiobin, a dozen thugs in black rushed in, staring at the shareholders present menacingly. The fierce look in their eyes seemed to be saying that if you dare not hand over your phone, they will take action. Immediately afterwards, at Yin Jiobin's signal, his thugs began to collect the mobile phones. Faced with this, even those shareholders who wanted to tip off Chun Fan were helpless. It's over. Mr. Chun is in danger this time. Chapter 83, you want to remove me? You are worthy. Chun Fan appears. After their mobile phones were forcibly taken away, these shareholders were all dejected. At this moment, they all understood what was about to happen. Today, except for Mr. Chun, all other shareholders came, and Chun Jinping, a member of the wealthy Chun family, was also invited to come and brought with him the underground boss Yin Jiobin. Whatever these people are going to do, it must be aimed at Mr. Chun. Now their cell phones have also been taken away, and they have no way of notifying Mr. Chun. What should they do? Ever since Chun Fan signed a contract with Wanheng Software Group, many shareholders have realized that Mr. Chun is very capable and may be able to lead their Yongtai Real Estate Group to further progress. The company is developing very well, and as shareholders, their net worth will be higher, so they will naturally be unconditionally loyal to Chun Fan. But now, faced with the aggressive Yin Jiobin, they really had no choice but to hope for a miracle to happen. Otherwise, Mr. Chun would be in real danger. Okay, now please allow Mr. Yang to announce the new appointments for the group. Fong Ziyuan looked at Yang Xingping. Yang Xingping was holding a document given to him by Yin Jiobin. He felt depressed and was a little reluctant to make the announcement. Mr. Yang, please think about your daughter. She's in her prime. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened to her. Yin Jiobin stepped forward and threatened Yang Xingping in his ear. You! Yang Xingping looked at Yin Jiobin with resentment and had to stand up and announce. From now on, the position of Vice President Zhao Hong is dismissed and replaced by Sun Yizhua. The position of Human Resources Manager Yuan Enying is dismissed and replaced by Ma Yiping. Yang Xingping announced a series of personnel changes. In the company, all shareholders or senior executives who stood on Chun Fan's side were dismissed from their positions. And those who took over these people were either Fong Ziyuan's confidants or people carefully selected by Chun Jinping and Yin Jiobin who could be easily controlled by them. As long as this personnel order takes effect, Chun Fan will be completely sidelined. Of course, the same goes for Yang Xingping. By then, the Chun family will have strong control over Yongtai Real Estate Group. I don't accept it. Why do you want to remove me? I also don't accept it. Why should that scoundrel's son Yizhua take over my position? I have worked so hard for the company for so long, but I was fired. What are you going to do? These dismissed company executives were immediately dissatisfied. This was related to their interests, and they could not agree to it. Oh, if anyone has any opinions, come and tell me. Yin Jiobin stood up, and with a fierce kick, he broke a wooden chair next to him into several pieces. As an underground boss, Yin Jiobin's skills are naturally terrifying. I see, Osef. Seeing this scene, those who stood on Chun Fan's side swallowed their saliva and were frightened. Those who were neutral dare not say anything. The new personnel appointments and dismissals were completed. Chun Jinping took a look around and found that things were developing more smoothly than he had expected. In this case, let's go a step further and directly remove Chun Fan from the position of chairman. Chun Jinping's plan was to observe the situation today. If these shareholders reacted strongly, he would sideline Chun Fan and replace him with someone who supported them in the important position. As for removing Chun Fan from the position of chairman of Yondai Real Estate Group, we can wait for a few days. But now, things are developing more smoothly than he imagined. In this case, what are you waiting for? Just remove Chun Fan from the position of chairman. Chun Jinping looked at Yen Jiobin. Yen Jiobin understood instantly, then gave Fang Ziyuan a hint, and Fang Ziyuan nodded. Let me say a few words. Fang Ziyuan coughed dryly and stood up. Ever since Chun Fan joined our Yongtai Real Estate Group, he has caused too much trouble for our company and made enemies for us everywhere. Fang Ziyuan acted righteous and seemed to be doing everything for the good of the company. Especially not long ago, Chun Fan actually became the chairman of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. Letting a madman be our leader is simply pushing us into the abyss and making our Yongtai Real Estate Group doomed. I would like to take this opportunity today to suggest to all shareholders that we remove Chun Fan from his position as chairman of the group. Fang Ziyuan said a lot to lay the groundwork for the finale. Hearing this, the shareholders present were extremely surprised. Oh my god, this group of people are going to take things to the extreme and even want to remove Mr. Chun from the position of chairman. I agree. Several of Fang Ziyuan's confidants spoke up one after another. What about you? Chun Jinping and Yen Jiobin looked at the other shareholders who were threatened by them. They had to speak up for various reasons. Okay, I agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I support you too. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Chun Fan. As a veteran of the company, I really can't bear to see Yongtai Real Estate Group, which we worked so hard to establish, go bankrupt because of a young man like Chun Fan. For the sake of the company, we must remove Chun Fan from the position of chairman. Fang Ziyuan spoke again, trying to persuade those neutral people. But just when Fang Ziyuan was halfway through his words, a domineering voice was heard. You want to remove me? You are worthy. The next second, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Chun Fan walked in calmly. Seeing Chun Fan suddenly appear, the scene immediately fell into absolute silence. Mr. Chun, you are here. That's right, Mr. Chun. They wanted to cause trouble, and you arrived just in time. The people on Chun Fan's side were extremely surprised. Now that Chun Fan had come, they could finally put their minds at ease. On the contrary, Chun Jinping and Yen Jiobin were extremely confused. Chun Fan's sudden appearance was not part of their plan. Even if you come, so what? The situation has been decided. Chun Jinping sneered. It's too late for Chun Fan to come now. Chun Jinping has full confidence in the old man's plan. They will definitely be the winners today. The outcome is already decided. Just relying on these rubbish you bought, do you think the outcome is already decided? Chun Fan retorted. Of course they can't do it alone. Chun Jinping sneered. Their trump card was naturally not these people. Boss Yang, do you agree to remove Chun Fan from the position of chairman? Yen Jiobin looked at Yang Xingping, his voice full of threats. Yang Xingping's statement will determine whether Chun Fan can be successfully removed from the position of chairman. Yang Xingping was conflicted and hesitant. What are you still standing there for? Think about your daughter. Yen Jiobin immediately broke off the confrontation and threatened Yang Xingping harshly. Yang Xingping made the decision. Why? Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I can't help it. Yang Xingping bowed to Chun Fan to express his apology. As a father, he could not ignore his daughter's safety. Seeing this, Chun Jinping's mouth curled up, as if he saw the dawn of victory. Chun Fan is about to lose. Yang Xingping was just about to express his opinion, but at this critical moment, Chun Fan spoke. Chapter 84. Chun Jinping regrets. If only Chun Fan hadn't severed ties with them. Don't apologize so quickly. Look at some photos first. As he spoke, Chun Fan took out an envelope from the bag he brought and handed it to Yang Xingping. Yang Xingping took it in surprise, opened the envelope, and took out the photo. The photo shows a team of professional bodyguards tying up a dozen men in black. Another photo shows these men in black being taken to the police station. Mr. Chun, what is this? Yang Xingping asked in confusion. Ask him, he knows. Chun Fan looked at Yen Jiobin next to him. Yang Xingping walked towards Yen Jiobin and handed him the photo. What the hell? Yen Jiobin took the photo with great disgust and glanced at it. In an instant, Yen Jiobin's expression changed suddenly. Why did my men become like this? Yen Jiobin said in astonishment. These dozen people were sent by Yen Jiobin to kidnap your daughter. Now, they have all been taken care of by my bodyguards. Chun Fan spoke slowly. My bodyguards are still with your daughter and will absolutely ensure that your daughter's safety will not be threatened in any way. When Yang Xingping heard Chun Fan say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Chun, is this true? Yang Xingping couldn't quite believe it. If you don't believe me, you can call your daughter, or you can ask my bodyguard to escort your daughter back safely. Chun Fan nodded. Thinking of this, Yang Xingping immediately